Chapter 384. When they came back from the Martial Saint Dynasty, Wuxia had given them the dimensional talisman which had saved them a lot of time. But now, without the help of the dimensional talisman, it would take them a few days to get back to the Martial Saint Dynasty. A few days later, back at the Martial Palace, Wuxia was pacing back and forth restlessly. He kept looking in the direction of Mount Origin. He wanted to go to the Martial Saint Dynasty and help Xianxia, but this was a mission given by the Imperial Emperor himself, so he couldn't really help. Besides, even if Wuxia helped, there was nothing he could do about the dimensional crack. At most, he could only help kill some dimensional creatures. This is really worrisome. Wuxia shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, Wuxia's eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a man arrived in front of him. The man looked to be about 17 years old and he wore white clothes. He had a handsome face and a faint smile could be seen on his face. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Brother, you're finally back. Wuxia hurriedly walked up to Xianxia and asked impatiently, how was it? The dimensional crack has been dealt with and the dimensional creatures have been dealt with as well. I just stayed at home for a few more days which delayed my return. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, what? Dealt with? You fixed the dimensional crack? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Wuxia's expression changed. He thought Xianxia was joking with him. Only Combat King warriors could fix a dimensional crack, and no matter how strong Xianxia was, he was only a divine core warrior. Something that even Wuxia couldn't do, let alone Xianxia. Of course it's impossible for me to fix it, but I've sealed it with a formation so the dimensional creatures can't come out. I guess I've completed my mission. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. What? Sealing the dimensional crack with a formation? That's even more impossible. Sealing a dimensional crack is much more difficult than fixing it. Even with the formations I'm familiar with, I still can't do it, and with your cultivation level, it's even more impossible. Wuxia didn't believe Xianxia's words at all. In his opinion, Xianxia was here to make fun of him. If it was true, then it really subverted his perception. The Origin mountain range is my hometown. How could I joke about this? If you don't believe me, you can follow me to the Origin mountain range to take a look. Xianxia said. Wuxia stared at Xianxia with a pair of eager eyes, and he felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. If someone else had said this in front of him, Wuxia would have sent that person flying with a slap. But since this was said by Xianxia, he had 100 reasons to believe it. Brother, can you tell me what formation you used? Wuxia asked. Skymend formation. Xianxia said. Skymend formation? Even I have never heard of such a formation. Wuxia was startled, and the way he looked at Xianxia changed even more. To be honest, Brother Zhou Dehuang is an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, and he knows quite a few ancient formations. This Skymend formation is exactly what Dehuang told me, and we worked together to construct it, sealing the dimensional crack. Xianxia said, pushing the blame of the Skymend formation to Dehuang Dog. Brother, you've created another miracle. Since we've completed the mission, let's head to the Martial Saint Dynasty now. Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi have been waiting for us in the Martial Saint Dynasty for quite some time. Let's hand in the mission now and give them a big surprise. Wuxia said excitedly. Xianxia nodded his head. Both men flew into the sky and soon disappeared from the sky above Mount Wufu, heading toward the Martial Saint Dynasty. Wuxia had a special method to locate the Imperial Emperor. Therefore, when both of them stepped into the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Imperial Emperor had already appeared in the Martial Saint Palace. Greetings, Imperial Emperor. Wuxia and Xianxia bowed toward the Imperial Emperor at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, beams of light shot into the Martial Saint Palace from the outside. Those who could enter the Martial Saint Palace in such a way, aside from having the Imperial Emperor's permission, had an extraordinary status. Soon more than a dozen people were standing in the Martial Saint Palace. They were the emperors Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back. The seventh emperor was the first one to speak when he saw Xianxia. The Imperial Emperor raised his arm, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then he fixed his gaze onto Xianxia and said with an indifferent tone, Xianxia, have you completed the mission I gave you? Yes, I have. Xianxia nodded. Presumptuous. How dare you boast in front of the Imperial Emperor? This is a great disrespect to the Imperial Emperor. You should be beheaded. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the seventh emperor immediately flew into a rage. Not only him, all the other men were wearing sneers on their faces as well. Only Shangguan Sheng's eyes were filled with hatred and gloominess. He had received news from the Shangguan clan that sect elder Shangguan Ying's soul jade slip had broken a few days ago, which meant that Shangguan Ying was dead. For the Shangguan clan, a late combat soul warrior was a pillar of support, a true high-ranking member of the clan. Such a loss was something they couldn't make up for. Jiang Chen, did you just say you've repaired the dimensional crack? The Imperial Emperor was startled for a moment, then he asked with great interest. Of course, if not, I wouldn't be here. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Impossible, this guy is just talking nonsense. With his divine core cultivation, there's no way he could have repaired the dimensional crack. The 10th Emperor said with a loud voice. Jiang Chen, you better think about the consequences of boasting. Shangguan Xing said with a gloomy expression. I think you're the ones who are being presumptuous. Since when do you have the right to point your fingers in front of the Imperial Emperor? Wuxia retorted. Jiang Chen, you said you've repaired the dimensional crack. I really want to know how you did it. The Imperial Emperor continued asking. Imperial Emperor, you should know that in order to repair the dimensional crack, only a combat king warrior who has mastered the dimensional laws can do it. I'm just a divine core warrior, of course I can't repair the dimensional crack. Since the Imperial Emperor knew it was impossible, he still sent me to complete the mission. Obviously, he wanted me to find another way to repair the dimensional crack. I didn't fail you, I used the Skymend formation to seal the dimensional crack. The sky above Mount Origin has returned to its original state, and the dimensional creatures in there can't break the seal. Jiang Chen said. His words were really flattering, and it could be said that he was trying to trick the Imperial Emperor. After all, he had only sealed the dimensional crack with the Skymend formation, not repaired it. However, the Imperial Emperor couldn't say anything else because if he did, it would make others think that the Imperial Emperor was up to no good. You said you sealed the dimensional crack with a formation? The Imperial Emperor's expression changed. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Impossible. With your late divine core cultivation, even if you're an expert in formations, the power of the formation you set up will be limited. There's no way you can seal the dimensional crack. The Imperial Emperor suddenly stood up from his seat. That's right, this guy is just making things up. This is not something a divine core junior can accomplish. The 7th Emperor said with a loud voice. 7th Emperor, how do you know I can't accomplish it? Are you saying that the Imperial Emperor sent me an impossible mission and asked me to die? The Imperial Emperor is a man of virtue and prestige. How could he have such a despicable heart? Jiang Chen glared at the Imperial Emperor coldly. You. The 7th Emperor was furious, but he couldn't say anything because the Imperial Emperor was involved in this matter. Jiang Chen, I'll go to Mount Origin now and find out what's going on. You should know the consequences of lying to me. The Imperial Emperor's sharp gaze fell onto Jiang Chen's body. Imperial Emperor, just go ahead and find out what's going on. Jiang Chen said. All right. After saying that, the Imperial Emperor disappeared from the Martial Saint Palace. It looked like he was going to Mount Origin to find out what he had said. A combat king warrior had mastered the dimensional force, and they were able to travel through space at will, leaving no traces behind. Jiang Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. He knew the Imperial Emperor would definitely go and find out what was going on. After all, this was just too unbelievable, and if the Imperial Emperor didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. As for the Skymend formation, Jiang Chen wasn't worried that the Imperial Emperor would discover the Great Saint laws. With the Imperial Emperor's status, he wouldn't lie to him. What a joke. Using a formation to seal the dimensional crack. Why don't you look at your own abilities first? The 10th Emperor sneered. My abilities are not something you can imagine. Jiang Chen gazed at the 10th Emperor. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me in such a tone? The 10th Emperor was furious. With his identity, status, and cultivation, no junior had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Don't try to show off your seniority in front of me. In less than a year I'll be able to crush you with a single finger. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. This 10th Emperor was trying to save face in front of him, but that was a huge mistake. Bastard, you're courting death. The 10th Emperor was furious and a strong killing intent burst out from his body. 10th brother, are you going to fight in the martial Saint Palace? Wuxia shouted out. Only then did the 10th emperor retract his killing intent. The martial Saint Palace was the central palace of the martial Saint dynasty. Even though he was the emperor, he didn't have the right to fight here. The imperial emperor has already gone to check it out himself. As long as this kid speaks, there's only one ending for him. Let's just wait and see. Tiangenyi said. Just like the others, he didn't believe that Zhou Xian could seal the dimensional crack with a formation. Zhou Xian, let me ask you, did you kill Shangguaning? Shangguanxing asked in a lungling manner. I'm sorry, I've killed too many people, so I can't remember which one you're talking about. Zhou Xian said with an indifferent tone. When talking to his enemies, he would never give them any face. Mount Origin. The calm space suddenly trembled, and a man wearing a dragon robe walked out from the void like a ghost. This man had eyes like a dragon and a tiger's, and he appeared right at the spot where the dimensional crack was. This man was none other than the imperial emperor who came from the martial Saint Palace. With the imperial emperor's speed, it only took him a few minutes to travel from the martial Saint Palace to Mount Origin. When he appeared, his eyes immediately fell onto the Skymend formation. Chapter 385. The imperial emperor's eyes lit up. Standing underneath the Skymend formation, he had sent his divine sense into the spatial crack, and the shocked expression on his face became even stronger. This guy really didn't lie, he really did seal the dimensional crack with such a method. However, although this formation is very mysterious, it's not strong enough to seal the dimensional crack. It's as if a special force has been added to it, and that's why the dimensional creatures can't break through the barrier. The imperial emperor murmured to himself. With his experience, he was able to see through the Skymend formation with just a single glance. This formation was indeed amazing, but because the person who constructed it was too weak, the power of the formation was limited, and it wasn't strong enough to seal the dimensional crack. However, the formation in front of him had completely sealed the dimensional crack. It was as if there was a mysterious force hidden within the Skymend formation, and it was forcefully supporting the formation. This was what shocked the imperial emperor the most. I'd like to see what kind of method Zhou Xian is going to use to create such a formation. After saying that, the imperial emperor waved his hand at the Skymend formation. A tearing sound was heard, and the Skymend formation was instantly torn apart. At the moment when the Skymend formation was torn apart, the thread of Great Saint Law silently flew away. Not even the imperial emperor noticed it. The Skymend formation was supported by the Great Saint Law, so even a combat king warrior like the imperial emperor wouldn't be able to tear it apart so easily. However, Zhou Xian was a very clever man. When he constructed the Skymend formation, he had intentionally left some room for himself. He used all of the formation's power to block the violent energies and dimensional creatures from the other side of the dimensional crack, and left no defense for the outside world. Even an ordinary combat soul warrior could easily destroy the Skymend formation from the outside. This was also the reason why the imperial emperor was able to destroy it so easily. Zhou Xian was a wise and famous man, and he had always done things flawlessly. He had already predicted that the imperial emperor would come here to investigate, and he would definitely find out what was going on. Therefore, the imperial emperor would definitely tear the Skymend formation apart. Of course, Zhou Xian didn't have to make the Skymend formation too perfect. If the imperial emperor had to spend so much effort to destroy it, he would become even more suspicious of Zhou Xian. At the same time, within the martial Saint Palace, an invisible Great Saint Law had entered Zhou Qian's body. None of the warriors on the scene noticed it, not even Wuxia, who stood next to Zhou Xian. A faint smile emerged on Zhou Qian's face. Next, the imperial emperor would definitely repair the dimensional crack himself, and this was the final result Zhou Xian wanted. After all, sealing the dimensional crack with a formation wasn't a long-term solution, and he would need a combat king warrior to do it. The imperial emperor had destroyed the Skymend formation, and as the martial Saint dynasty's emperor, he had the responsibility and obligation to repair the dimensional crack. Boom! Roar! Right at the moment when the Skymend formation was torn apart, furious roars sounded out from within. Together with a powerful devouring force, 3 powerful combat soul dimensional creatures rushed out from the crack. These 3-dimensional creatures were not to be underestimated, as all of them were late combat soul warriors. Behind them there was a huge group of dimensional creatures. From this, One could tell how many dimensional creatures there were in this dimensional crack. Humph. The Imperial Emperor coldly harumphed. He waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam onto the bodies of the three-dimensional creatures. In an instant, the three-dimensional creatures let out miserable shrieks, then their bodies exploded and turned into dust. This was the mightiness of a Combat King warrior. All existences below the Combat King realm were as vulnerable as ants. The Imperial Emperor displayed his mighty might. While killing the dimensional creatures that rushed out from the crack, he circulated his dimensional energy and repaired it. After half an hour, the sky above Mountain Origin finally returned to normal. The dimensional crack was completely repaired. With a sway of his body, the Imperial Emperor disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared in the Martial Saint Palace. Seeing the Imperial Emperor appear, everyone immediately turned to look at him, especially Wuxia. He was Jiang Chen's biggest supporter and guarantor, and if Jiang Chen had really deceived the Imperial Emperor, even he wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen. Deceiving the Imperial Emperor was a crime punishable by death. Jiang Chen, I really want to know, how did you seal the dimensional crack with a formation? The Imperial Emperor looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. When he tore apart the Skyman formation, he didn't find anything strange. But it was just a formation like that that had sealed the dimensional crack. This was unbelievable. What? It's true. The seventh emperor cried out in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. The crowd who were ready to mock and ridicule Jiang Chen were startled as well. The mocking expressions on their faces disappeared as they looked at Jiang Chen with shock. The Imperial Emperor's words had undoubtedly proved the truth of Jiang Chen's words. Even the Imperial Emperor had no idea how he did it. Your Imperial Majesty, I have a mystical beast with me and it's an expert in some ancient formations. This formation was provided by my beast, but I have no idea how mystical it is. I'm sure your Imperial Majesty has already torn the formation apart and repaired the dimensional crack. If even your Imperial Majesty can't see through such a mystical and ancient formation, then I have no idea how it works. Jiang Chen cupped his fist and said. With such an impeccable answer, even the Imperial Emperor couldn't say anything else. Jiang Chen's words had placed the Imperial Emperor on a completely different level. How could I know something that even the Imperial Emperor doesn't know? If the Imperial Emperor still wants to get to the bottom of this matter, wouldn't it make me look like I'm too weak? As the high and mighty Imperial Emperor, how could he admit that he was weak? And ancient formations are indeed mystical. Jiang Chen, you've done a good job this time. Although you didn't manage to repair the dimensional crack, you've still completed your mission. The Imperial Emperor nodded his head and said, did you hear that? This is a real genius. Don't think that just because you haven't seen it before, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Wuxia burst into laughter. He felt proud and elated. Your Imperial Majesty, even if Jiang Chen has completed his mission, he has killed so many people from the Shangguan clan. We can't just let him go like this, can we? Shangguan Xing said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Tiangang Yi, who stood next to him, had the same reaction as well. Initially they thought Jiang Chen was dead for sure, but they never expected him to actually complete his mission. Shangguan Xing, didn't you hear what I just said? The Imperial Majesty just said that Jiang Chen has completed his mission, and all the grudges between us have been written off. Wuxia said with a loud voice. Written off? So many blood debts, how can we just write them off? Tiangang Yi was furious. Your Imperial Majesty, our Shangguan clan's elder Shangguan Ying died a few days ago. I'm guessing it has something to do with Jiang Chen. Shangguan Xing said. Shangguan clan chief, you really know how to joke. Shangguan Ying is a late combat soul warrior. Even if I want to kill him, do you really think I have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen sneered. Furthermore, I've been carrying out a mission in Mount Origin for the past few days. There's no way I could meet your elder. Don't tell me the Shangguan clan sent someone to kill me on purpose? Jiang Chen's words nearly choked Shangguan Xing to death. This mission was given by the Imperial Emperor himself, and it only targeted Jiang Chen. No one was allowed to help him, not even Wuxia. If the Shangguan clan sent someone to kill Jiang Chen, they would be violating the Imperial Emperor's rules. If the Shangguan clan insisted on linking Shangguan Ying's death with Jiang Chen, they would be openly disobeying the Imperial Emperor. Besides, perhaps even Shangguan Xing wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen could kill all of Shangguan Ying's men. No matter how strong Zhou Xian was, he was only a late divine core warrior, and there was a huge gap between him and Shangguaning. There was no way to make up for this gap. That's enough. The Imperial Emperor waved his hand and said, "This matter ends here. All grudges between Zhou Xian, the Shangguan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect will be written off. Zhou Xian will officially become a disciple of the Martial Palace." The Imperial Emperor's words were filled with authority. Regardless of whether or not this decision came from his own heart, he had to do it, because this involved his dignity as the Imperial Emperor, and his words carried enormous weight. Imperial Emperor. Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi were unwilling to accept this result, but they dared not say anything. They could only gnash their teeth in hatred toward Zhou Xian. Wuxia burst into laughter. He was the happiest person in the entire palace, and he felt like he had just won a war. Imperial Emperor's reputation. Zhou Xian cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor and said with a loud voice, "Zhou Xian, I heard that you found a broken piece of an Emperor weapon on the island of ice. Can you show it to me?" The Imperial Emperor changed the topic to the broken piece of the Emperor weapon. Although he was a combat king warrior, there was still a huge gap between him and a combat emperor. He had never seen the legendary Emperor weapon before, so of course he was very interested in it. Zhou Xian had a frown on his face. He didn't expect the Imperial Emperor to bring up this topic, and it made Zhou Xian feel extremely uncomfortable. Last time he didn't kneel down in front of the Imperial Emperor, and that had caused the Imperial Emperor to hold a grudge against him. If he couldn't take out the Emperor weapon today, it would be a slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. However, Zhou Xian really couldn't take it out. Everyone thought it was a broken piece of an Emperor weapon, but only Zhou Xian knew that it was a broken piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword, and it had already merged into a brand new Heavenly Saint Sword. How could he take out the broken piece of the Emperor weapon? Furthermore, although the Imperial Emperor said that he wanted to admire it, it was obvious that he wanted Zhou Xian to contribute the broken piece of the Emperor weapon. "Zhou Xian, with your cultivation, that broken piece of the Emperor weapon is useless to you. You should take out a treasure like this and offer it to the Imperial Emperor." The 7th Emperor said, "I'm really sorry, that isn't an Emperor weapon, it's just a broken piece of a king weapon. I've already smelted it into my natal weapon." Zhou Xian said, "Bullshit. Many people have seen it, it's definitely an Emperor weapon. Zhou Xian, you're just making things up. Even if it's a king weapon, how could you smelt it with your cultivation?" Chapter 386. Everyone in the Martial Saint Palace felt that Zhou Qian's words were just an excuse, and a terrible one at that. Even in Wu Jiao's opinion, offending the Imperial Emperor for a broken Emperor weapon was not a wise choice. "10th Emperor, how do you know that I can't smelt it? This sword is my natal combat weapon. If the 10th Emperor is not convinced, you can take out your own combat weapon to fight against this sword of mine." After saying that, Zhou Qian took out the Heavenly Saint Sword. He had already shown the Heavenly Saint Sword to the Imperial Emperor, so it was no longer a secret. Therefore, Zhou Qian wasn't afraid of revealing it to the Imperial Emperor. Buzz. When the Heavenly Saint Sword appeared, the air in the palace started vibrating violently, producing ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The crystal-like sword was glowing brightly, and no one dared to look at it directly. What a mystical sword. This sword is definitely at the peak of all perfect ranked combat weapons. It can even unleash the aura of a king weapon. Tiangang Yi's expression changed. He was quite skilled in crafting combat weapons, and even if he didn't want to admit it, Zhou Qian's sword was definitely not something any ordinary perfect ranked combat weapon could compare with. At least, none of the combat weapons in the hands of these people could compare with it. If there was a combat weapon that could suppress this sword, it would be the Imperial Emperor's king weapon. I've long heard that Zhou Qian has an extremely sharp sword and it's comparable to a king weapon. Zhong was defeated by this sword, and those combat soul geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were killed by this sword as well. Looks like there really is such a sword. The 10th Emperor said with a surprised tone. What a good sword. Wuxia couldn't help but praise as well. A treasured sword like this was more than enough to shake anyone's mind. The person who was the most shocked was the Imperial Emperor. He had a profound cultivation, and after reaching the Combat King realm, his eyesight had become much stronger than anyone else's. For some unknown reason, even though the sword in front of him was only a peak perfect ranked combat weapon, he could still feel a faint pressure from it. This was a very rare situation for him. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be able to fuse a fragment of an emperor weapon into your combat weapon. Seems like you're quite capable. In my opinion, you should offer this sword to the emperor as a token of appreciation for his appreciation. The seventh emperor said, not bothering to hide the smile on his face. Not only him, Shangguanxing and Tiangangyi had a complacent smile on their faces as well. Initially they thought they were going to lose, but they had never expected the situation to turn around. Obviously, the imperial emperor was very interested in the sword in Xianxia's hand, or more accurately, Xianxia was very interested in the broken piece of the emperor weapon. If Xianxia refused to hand over the sword, it would be the same as slapping the imperial emperor's face and offending the imperial emperor. In the eastern continent, who would have a good ending if they offended the imperial emperor? Xianxia's eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at the seventh emperor's hateful face. He really wanted to go up and leave a large shoe print on his face. Appreciation? Appreciation, my ass. If the imperial emperor really appreciated him, he wouldn't have given him a mission that was nearly impossible to complete. And now he wanted to steal the treasure in his hand? What kind of fucking appreciation was this? Xianxia really wanted to explode, but he knew that there was a huge gap between him and the imperial emperor. He couldn't afford to have a falling out with the imperial emperor right now, as it wouldn't do any good to him or the people around him. The current Xianxia was no longer the lonely man from his previous life, and he had to think carefully before making any decisions. This sword is already my life-bound weapon. I'm sure the emperor knows what a life-bound weapon means. This sword is already connected to my life, so if I were to give it to someone else, it would cause me a lot of harm. The emperor is a supreme ruler and you have a ruler weapon in your hand. I'm sure you wouldn't covet a mere sword of mine. Xianxia put away the heavenly saint sword, then cupped his fist toward the imperial emperor. A cold light flickered in the imperial emperor's eyes. Although it was very subtle, Xianxia still noticed it and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Xianxia, it looks like you're thinking too much. I don't want your natal weapon, I just want to have a look at the fragment of the legendary emperor weapon. Since you've already smelted it, then forget it. The imperial emperor said with a smile on his face. However, everyone on the scene could sense the displeasure in his smile. Alright, that's all for now. You can all leave now. The imperial emperor waved his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Zhu, let's go. Xianxia turned around and left the martial saint palace. He wasn't in a good mood and soon he disappeared from the sky above the martial saint dynasty. What a lucky guy, he actually escaped this time. The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. Being able to escape this time doesn't mean he'll be able to escape next time. This guy was disrespectful to the imperial emperor, he won't have a good ending. The 10th emperor walked out of the palace with a sneer on his face. Shangguanxing and Tiangangyi exchanged glances. Both of them had gloomy expressions on their faces, as they could tell from each other's eyes that they would never let this matter go. The conflict between Xianxia and the imperial emperor today had made Wuxia feel very unhappy as well. However, he was still happy as at least Xianxia was safe now. Brother, I'll immediately give you the identity of a martial palace disciple when we return. The imperial emperor has said that all the grudges between us will be written off. You're now a disciple of the martial palace, which means you're also my Wuxia's man. Whoever dares to offend you will be going against me, Wuxia. Wuxia said as he patted Xianxia's shoulder. Brother Zhou, the imperial emperor is a very cunning man. You're a straightforward man and there's a huge difference in your temperament. You have to be careful in the future. Xianxia reminded Wuxia. He had a feeling that the barrier between the imperial emperor and Wuxia would explode sooner or later, and at that point of time, Wuxia would be the one suffering the most. Brother, you're worrying too much. The imperial emperor and I are brothers. Furthermore, he's now the imperial emperor, a supreme existence. The entire martial saint dynasty, even the entire eastern continent, belongs to him. Brother, don't think too much about it. Wuxia said with a smile on his face. It wasn't hard to tell that he wasn't on guard against the imperial emperor at all. I hope so. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything further. In Xianxia's mind, Wuxia was a real man. He was a straightforward man, especially when it came to his own people. He wouldn't play any dirty tricks. However, the imperial emperor was different. He was a very cunning man, and Jiang Qin could easily relate this to the fact that he was able to obtain the quota to go to the Island of Ice 100 years ago. What Wu Jiu said was right. The Imperial Emperor was now a supreme existence, standing at the pinnacle of the martial Saint dynasty, and was respected by all the people. However, it was precisely because of this supreme existence that he couldn't stand the slightest bit of disobedience, as it was a provocation to his dignity. Furthermore, the Imperial Emperor hated it when people talked about the quota to go to the Island of Ice 100 years ago. It made him feel as if everything he had today was given to him by Wu Jiu, and this made him feel as if he had a deep grudge against Wu Jiu. And now, because of what happened to Jiang Qin, this grudge had become even more obvious. Jiang Qin didn't say anything about this because he knew it was useless. It was impossible to dispel this grudge, and Wu Jiu wouldn't accept his explanation. The only thing Jiang Qin wanted to do now was to increase his strength as fast as possible. He hated the feeling of being led by the nose. Furthermore, from the moment he walked out of the Martial Saint Palace, Jiang Qin had made up his mind. He wanted to overthrow the Martial Saint dynasty and make Wu Jiu the new Imperial Emperor. This was a very scary goal, and if Wu Jiu knew about it, he might fall from the sky on the spot. However, Jiang Qin had no other choice but to have this goal, because the Imperial Emperor was too scary. He would never tolerate Wu Jiu and him in his heart. The Imperial Emperor didn't kill Jiang Qin today because he was worried about Jiang Qin's face. Without a suitable opportunity, Jiang Qin believed that once he had a suitable excuse, the Imperial Emperor would kill Wu Jiu without any hesitation. Jiang Qin didn't want to see something like this happen. If he wanted to change this, he would need strength. In this cruel world, nothing was more important than strength. Therefore, Jiang Qin had a strong desire to become stronger, and he desired to increase his cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to change everything. After returning to the Martial Palace, Jiang Qin chose to enter secluded cultivation. Currently, the Martial Palace was the safest place for him, and he wanted to use this free time to strengthen his cultivation. Jiang Qin planned to leave the Martial Palace in a few days' time. He now had 4,500 dragon marks in his Qi, and he just needed another 500 more to break through to the Combat Soul Realm. He was planning to leave the Martial Palace and find an opportunity to break through to the Combat Soul Realm. As long as he could break through to the Combat Soul Realm, his combat strength would be greatly improved. Once he broke through to the Combat Soul Realm, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would no longer be a threat to him. The next day, Martial Saint Dynasty, the 10th Emperor's mansion. Within a magnificent palace, 4 men were sitting on the left and right side of the palace. The 10th Emperor sat in the seat of honor, and these 4 men were none other than the Shangguan clan's clan chief Shangguan Xing, the Myriad Sword sect chief Tiangang Yi, the current 7th Emperor, and the 10th Emperor's son Wu Kong. His hatred toward Jiang Qin was stronger than anyone else's, and he wanted to kill Jiang Qin more than anyone else. When he thought about what happened on the Island of Ice, he felt like he had lost all his face. Now that the Imperial Emperor has given his word, all the scores between us have been written off, and Jiang Qin is protected by the 9th Emperor. There's no way we can find a way to deal with him. Tiangang Yi said. We have to think of a way to deal with him. This guy has incredible talent and he's just a peak divine core warrior. If we allow him to continue growing, it will be extremely difficult to deal with him. Shangguan Xing said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Can't you all see that? That brat has angered the Emperor. Although the Emperor didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him, the Emperor has begun to hate this Jiang Qin. This can be seen from the mission that the Emperor has given him. Therefore, since all the grudges in the past have been written off, let's create a new one. Chapter 387. But that Jiang Qin has been staying in the Martial Palace all this time and the 9th Emperor is the palace chief. Even if we want to create a feud with him, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. Shangguan Xing furrowed his brows. He wished he could kill Jiang Qin right now, but right now Jiang Qin was safe in the Martial Palace, and the 9th Emperor wouldn't give them any chance to get close to him. We can't, but someone else can, and he's the most suitable candidate. Wu Tsong slowly stood up from his seat with a sneer on his face. Oh, may I know who you're referring to? Tiangang Yi asked curiously. The Crown Prince. Wu Tsong squinted his eyes. He was talking about a man who was considered a heavyweight in the Martial Saint dynasty. The Crown Prince? The Crown Prince has a noble status and he's the next emperor. He's a late combat soul warrior and even we are no match for him. Furthermore, the Crown Prince is now the commander of the Golden Guards, and he's second only to the Emperor. I don't think he'll help us for a mere Jiangqin, and he has no reason to do so. Shang Guanxing shook his head. It was impossible to get the Crown Prince's help, and it was simply unrealistic. The Crown Prince had a noble status and he had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. How could he have the time to play with them? We don't need to ask the Crown Prince for help, he'll help us himself. I'm very close to him and he's a man with incredible talent and a formidable cultivation base. He's a man who's high up in the world and no one is perfect. I'm sure you all know about his weaknesses as well. Wu Tsong said with a smile on his face. Women. All of them said at the same time. That's right, the Crown Prince is perfect in all aspects, but he loves beautiful women. He has married 18 wives and all of them are beauties who can stand out from the rest of the world. I've secretly found out that Jiangqin has a beautiful woman following him, and she is treated as a precious treasure by him. Her name is Yan Qinyu and she looks like a fairy, pure and refined. She is not someone the Crown Prince's women can compare with. If the Crown Prince meets Yan Qinyu with his character, he will definitely have some ulterior motives, and at that point of time a conflict will naturally arise. Jiangqin has left a bad impression on the Emperor, and if he offends the Crown Prince as well in this eastern continent, even if he had 10 lives he would still die. Wu Tsong said sinisterly. The Crown Prince really has a good plan. That kid Jiangqin has the 9th Emperor's protection, so we can't do anything to him. But if the Crown Prince and the Emperor are involved, then things will be different. Shang Guanxing's eyes lit up and he gave Wu Tsong a thumbs up. I'll leave this matter to me. The Crown Prince is in seclusion these few days and will come out in half a month at most. At that time we will give him a surprise. Wu Tsong laughed heartily. He felt as if his scheme had succeeded. The few of them had their eyes on Yan Qinyu, but little did they know that the current Yan Qinyu was no longer the same as before. With her 9 Yin meridians completely activated, even Wu Tsong would not be able to pose a threat to her. Furthermore, with the mysterious black ice talisman and the ice demon's protection, anyone who wanted to harm her would not be able to do so easily. Martial House. Within an independent courtyard, Jiangqin was pacing back and forth while staring at the full moon in the sky, which was half covered by dark clouds. He felt as if his mood was shrouded by a layer of haze. Originally he was in seclusion, but for some unknown reason he felt agitated and restless. As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiangqin rarely felt agitated like this. He always felt that some things were bound to happen sooner or later. Although he had arrived at the martial house, the storm wasn't as calm as it seemed on the surface. He could feel that something was brewing in the dark. For the first time in his life, Jiangqin felt that some situations were out of his control. It was a very bad feeling because he was no longer the lonely man from his previous life. He had people in his heart and he had the 7 emotions and 6 desires that a normal person should have. He was no longer a martial arts maniac who only knew how to fight and kill. The enemy was very powerful. If Jiangqin was alone, he could just run away and no one would be able to threaten him. But now he couldn't. Even if he ran away, the people around him wouldn't be able to. Therefore, there were some grudges that needed to be resolved sooner or later. Strength, it's still strength. Looks like I need to go out and walk around. Jiangqin said with mixed emotions. He was getting closer and closer to the combat soul realm, but it was still not an easy task to break through. Jiangqin decided to go out and train himself as soon as possible. The sooner he broke through to the combat soul realm, the sooner he would have a stronger foundation and resources. Creak. Right at this moment the courtyard's door was pushed open, and a majestic man walked in. He was none other than Nangong Wentian. After entering the courtyard, Nangong Wentian turned around and closed the door behind him. With an ugly expression and a heavy heart he walked up to Jiangqin. "Brother Nan, what's wrong?" Jiangqin asked. He and Nangong Wentian hadn't known each other for a long time, but they were like brothers and they knew each other very well. Nangong Wentian had always been a cheerful man, and he had never looked so worried even when facing a dangerous situation. Something like this was definitely going to happen. "Little Qinzi, I'm here to bid you farewell," Nangong Wentian said with a bitter smile on his face. "Oh, you're going back to the southern continent?" Jiangqin asked with a puzzled expression. "That's right, I'm going back. I hope I can make it in time," Nangong Wentian said. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked with a frown on his face. Nangong went inside but didn't say anything. He knew Jiang Chen was very busy and he didn't want Jiang Chen to worry about him any longer. "Brother Nan, you're my brother." Jiang Chen patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. The word, brother, immediately warmed Nangong Wentian's heart. "Our Nangong family is one of the top superpowers in the southern continent, and we're strong enough to compete with the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. However, in recent years our family has been in chaos. Before I left the southern continent, my father gave me a personal communication talisman. It's a special talisman for our Nangong family. Even though I'm in the eastern continent right now, I'll still be able to receive a message immediately. Furthermore, this talisman can only be used once. If it's not something extremely important, my father won't use it. Half an hour ago, I received a summon from my father. He told me that our family is in danger and he asked me to come back as soon as possible." Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. He didn't tell Nangong Wentian that the talisman exploded right after receiving the message. This meant that the family was in a very serious situation. "I'll go back with you," Jiang Chen said. "What?" Hearing this, Nangong Wentian's eyes lit up. However, a bitter expression immediately emerged on his face. "Little Chenzi, I appreciate your kindness as a brother. However, you're already busy enough here. I don't want to trouble you with my Nangong family's matters." In fact, Nangong Wentian really wanted Jiang Chen's help. He had no idea what had happened to the Nangong family, and he had no idea what was going on. Even if he returned to the southern continent with his current cultivation and strength, he wouldn't be able to provide much help. However, in his mind, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent figure, someone who could create miracles at any time. If Jiang Chen was willing to go back with him, he would feel much more at ease. But at the same time, Jiang Chen was already busy enough in the eastern continent, and the southern continent was a long distance away. Also, he had no idea what had happened to the Nangong family, so he didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. "Brother Nan, Jiang Chen will definitely help my brother. Furthermore, I've been planning to leave the southern continent to train myself, and I want to find an opportunity to break through to the combat soul realm. I'll go with you to the southern continent. I might be able to find something there," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He had decided to leave the southern continent to train himself, but he didn't have a specific destination. Now that the Nangong family was in trouble, he might be able to find a way to break through. More importantly, Nangong Wentian was his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him, and when he was in a difficult situation, Jiang Chen couldn't just stay out of it. "Little Chenzi, thank you." Nangong Wentian didn't say anything else, he just thanked Jiang Chen. "Alright, we're brothers, aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "Let's not waste any more time, let's move out now. It's a huge distance from the eastern continent to the southern continent, and with our current speed, it'll take us a long time to reach our destination. At that time, I'm afraid," Nangong Wentian's expression darkened. The distance was just too far, and without the teleportation formation with their current speed, it would take them a long time to reach the southern continent. By the time they arrived, it might already be too late. "Before we leave, I have something I need to tell everyone." After saying that, Jiang Chen released his divine sense from his divine sense. A few minutes later, many figures descended from the sky and arrived at the courtyard. Han Yan, Yan Qingyu, De Huang, Wujiu, all of them had arrived. "Little Chenzi, I thought you were in secluded cultivation? Why did you send us a message in such a hurry?" Han Yan asked. "The Nangong family is facing some unforeseen circumstances, so I need to go to the southern continent with Brother Nan. Before we leave, I have something I need to tell everyone." Jiang Chen flew straight toward the southern continent. "What? To the southern continent?" The few of them cried out simultaneously, especially Wujiu, whose face was filled with shock. With his cultivation base, he had never been to the southern continent before. "I'll go with you," Han Yan, De Huang Dog, and Yan Qingyu said at the same time. They didn't care how far away the southern continent was, as long as they could stay by Jiang Chen's side. Furthermore, since Nangong Wentian was in trouble, they wanted to help as well. "No, this trip to the southern continent is filled with unknown dangers. I'll only go with Brother Nan. You guys stay in the Martial Palace for now, that's the safest place. If we leave together, we'll become a huge target. Once I'm done with the Nangong family, I'll come back immediately." Jiang Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Han Yen and Yan Chenyu nodded their heads helplessly. De Huang Dog kept mumbling to himself, showing his dissatisfaction. However, they knew very well that Jiang Chen had already made his decision, so it was useless for them to insist. Before we leave, I have a few things I need to tell you. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. Chapter 388. The first person Jiang Chen looked at was Wuxia. Wuxia was the most important person right now because of his identity, status and strength. He could guarantee the safety of these people. However, Wuxia was also the person Jiang Chen was worried about the most. Brother Jiu, I still have to remind you to be careful of the Imperial Emperor. I hope you can stay in the Martial Palace while I'm back, and don't have any contact with the Imperial Emperor. Also, don't let little you and the others leave the Martial Palace. Jiang Chen reminded in a serious manner. This time the Shangguan clan, Myriad Sword Sect and the 7th Emperor hadn't managed to defeat Jiang Chen, but with their methods they wouldn't give up so easily. They would definitely find other ways to defeat Wuxia. Also, the Imperial Emperor had a grudge against Wuxia. Therefore, the best way was to make sure everyone stayed in the Martial Palace, and not give them any chance to attack Jiang Chen. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Jiu here I'll ensure their safety. Wuxia patted his chest and promised. He was still as confident as ever. Good, I'm relieved to hear Brother Jiu's words. Jiang Chen nodded his head. After that he turned to Han Yen and said, Brother Yen, Brother Nan, you two leave with Brother Jiu first. I have something to tell little you and De Huang. The three exchanged glances, then left the courtyard. Qin Gij, you have to be careful in the eastern continent. After the three left, Yan Chenyu worriedly said, Don't worry, little you. I'm going to the southern continent to see the scenery in the outer realm, and I might find something there, allowing me to break through to the combat soul realm. Besides, Brother Nan is in trouble and I'll lend him a hand. However, the situation here is a bit complicated. Although the Martial Palace looks safe on the surface, the situation can change very quickly. I'll leave the Ice Demon King with you, it can protect you during critical moments. After saying that, Jiang Chen released the Ice Demon King. He purposely sent Wu Jiao away before releasing the Ice Demon King. He didn't want Wu Jiao to misunderstand him, and because of the relationship between Wu Jiao and the Imperial Emperor, Jiang Chen had no choice but to do this as a double insurance. Master. The Ice Demon King bowed toward Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. Ice Demon, while I'm gone, stay by little Yu's side and listen to her summons. Jiang Chen said to the Ice Demon King. Understood. The Ice Demon King's forehead turned into a beam of white light and entered Yan Chenyu's interspatial ring. Kid, if you want to go to the southern continent, how can you do it without this Lord Dog? Bring me along. Let me have a look at the scenery of the outer regions. Big Yellow stuck out his tongue and stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes filled with desire. No, you are the only one who can't follow me. Jiang Chen immediately rejected the idea. Fuck what, Jiu? Huang Chen immediately rejected. Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. What did he mean by he couldn't follow them? This was a typical discrimination. You have sharp senses and you're an expert in all kinds of mysterious formations. You also have some mysterious skills, so you can only play a big role if you stay. I've purposely asked you to stay and shoulder this heavy responsibility, so don't disappoint me. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. This dog was a miraculous existence and he could really play a big role in a critical moment. If that's what you said, then you do have some knowledge. This master dog has always been a man who is destined to achieve great things. When De Huang Dog heard about his importance, his attitude immediately changed. According to Jiang Chen, after Jiang Chen left, he would be the main character. If you have nothing else to do, go take a nap and break through to the combat soul realm as soon as possible. If not, you won't be able to play such an important role. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Fuck, daddy isn't sleepy right now. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. Breaking through to the combat soul realm wasn't an easy task, especially for a super divine beast like De Huang Dog. It was extremely difficult for him to break through, but once he did, he would undergo a transformation and obtain unimaginable benefits. Alright, the Nangong family is in a critical situation. Brother Nan and I will leave right now. After saying that, Jiang Chen moved his body and disappeared from the scene like a ghost. Qin Gij, be careful. Yan Chenyu reminded Jiang Chen with a loud voice. Outside the Martial Palace, two figures silently left like ghosts in the dark night. With Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian's abilities, they could easily leave the martial palace without anyone noticing. Furthermore, even Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi didn't expect Zhou Xian to leave the martial palace at this moment. Staying in the martial palace was the safest choice, as leaving the martial palace would mean facing the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sects' endless revenge. In their minds, Zhou Xian wouldn't be killed, he would just hide in the martial palace and never leave. 1,000 miles away from the martial palace, Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian landed on a desolate mountain range. Little Qinzi, were we discovered by the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect? Nangong Wentian said with mixed emotions. Don't worry, I just came back from the martial Saint dynasty yesterday. I'm sure they won't expect me to leave the martial palace today. Zhou Xian said. The journey from the eastern continent to the southern continent is just too long. With our current speed, I'm afraid it will take us a few months to get there, and that's assuming we don't get lost. I'm afraid it will be too late by the time we reach the southern continent. Nangong Wentian shook his head. When he left the southern continent to train, he didn't expect he would travel so far and arrive at the eastern continent. It would be extremely difficult for him to return to the southern continent now. Not only was it a long journey, there would also be many powerful demons and devils blocking their way and all sorts of dangerous places. If they got lost, it would be even worse. That's right, it's just too long. If only we had a teleportation formation. Zhou Xian said. Although it was just a simple task to travel to the southern continent, the distance was more than enough to make anyone collapse. Teleportation formation? Zhou Qian's eyes lit up and he nearly cried out. Little Qinzi, what did you think of? Nangong Wentian looked at Zhou Qian. Do you still remember the black altar we saw when we left the Island of Ice? When the Island of Ice opened, there was an ancient teleportation formation next to it. We were in a hurry to get out, so we didn't have time to check it out. If that teleportation formation is working, we will be able to reach the southern continent directly. Zhou Qian recalled the teleportation formation on the Island of Ice. It was an extremely large teleportation formation, and it could teleport them across an entire region. Little Qinzi, isn't it the same as not saying anything? The Island of Ice only appears once every 100 years, and we don't even know where the Island of Ice is, let alone using the teleportation formation on the Island of Ice. Nangong Wentian was speechless. I'm afraid a miracle will happen. What do you think this is? Zhou Qian flipped his palm and a shining bronze plate appeared in his palm. It's a bronze plate. Didn't the 9 bronze plates disappear when the gate of the ancient tower was opened? Why do you still have it? No, this bronze plate is different from the other 9 bronze plates. The other 9 bronze plates were broken like trash, but this bronze plate is shining brightly. What's going on? Nangong Wentian said in surprise. In fact, the 9 bronze plates didn't disappear that day. After the gate of the ancient tower was opened, they turned into this new bronze plate. I put it away and you didn't notice it, so you thought it had disappeared. Zhou Qian said. After leaving the Island of Ice, he hadn't thought about this bronze plate and had completely forgotten about it. Only when the teleportation formation was mentioned did he suddenly remember it. But what's the use of this bronze plate? Can it help us find the location of the Island of Ice? Nangong Wentian said. We'll know after we try. After saying that, Zhou Qian sent out his divine sense from his divine sense and landed on the bronze plate. Instantly, the quiet bronze plate let out a buzzing sound and started shaking violently. The bronze plate was like an ownerless object. After receiving Zhou Qian's divine sense, it immediately resonated with Zhou Qian's divine sense. Zhou Qian's divine sense wandered around the interior of the bronze plate. At first he could only see chaos, but when his divine sense was recognized by the bronze plate, everything in front of him became clear. Zhou Qian could clearly see a clear path that led to a certain place in the ocean. There was a beautiful island of ice floating in the air. Found it, I found the location of the Island of Ice. Zhou Qian was pleasantly surprised. What? Nangong Wentian even cried out in surprise. Zhou Qian was able to find the location of the Island of Ice with the bronze plate, which meant that the bronze plate and the Island of Ice had a close relationship. This was proven by the fact that the 9 bronze plates were able to open the gate of the Island of Ice. Now that they had found the location of the Island of Ice, it meant that they could use the bronze plate to enter the Island of Ice. I've now obtained the bronze plate's recognition. Let's head to the ocean and find the location of the Island of Ice. With the help of the bronze plate, We should be able to enter the island of ice and even find the black altar. If we can open the teleportation formation, it'll be much easier for us to go to the southern continent. Zhou Xian said. Haha, that's great. Little Chinzi, there's nothing you can't do. Being with you is so fucking awesome. Nangong Wentian burst out laughing. Being with someone like Zhou Xian who was blessed with great luck was truly awesome. It seemed like no matter what kind of trouble they faced, Zhou Xian would always be able to find a way to solve it. Now that they had found the location of the island of ice, if they could use the teleportation formation, it would save them a few months of traveling. This was undoubtedly a great thing for Nangong Wentian. Let's go, we'll head to the ocean first. It's quite a distance from here to the ocean. Even if we travel at full speed, it'll still take us 2 days. Zhou Xian put away the bronze plate. Both of them then unleashed their extreme speed and flew across the dark night sky like two ghosts. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind numerous afterimages as they flew towards the ocean. 2 days later, on the same night, Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian arrived at the edge of the ocean. Zhou Xian took out the bronze plate once again and sent his divine sense into it. The location of the island of ice was now even clearer. The island of ice is hidden in an extremely secret location deep within the ocean. I can sense it directly through the bronze plate. Chapter 389. The current Zhou Xian was much stronger than when he first came to the ocean, and his speed was a few times faster. Nangong Wentian couldn't catch up with him at all, and he had to rely on Zhou Xian to carry him. This was a great blow to Nangong Wentian. He was a famous genius in the Nangong family, and he had never been impressed by anyone among the younger generation. However, compared to Zhou Xian, the gap between him and Nangong Wentian was obvious. An hour later, Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian arrived at an island. The island was covered with green mountains and clear waters. It was surrounded by a thick layer of mist, and it looked like a celestial island from the ocean. We've arrived at the blissful island again. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Master Blissful has helped me a lot. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit him again. Zhou Xian said. But let's find the island of ice as soon as possible. Nangong Wentian reminded. Zhou Xian took out the bronze plate once again. Judging from their current location, they were still quite a distance away from the island of ice. They still had to travel deeper into the ocean. The surface of the ocean was tumbling, and from time to time, enormous sea demons would poke their heads out from the water with ferocious looks in their eyes. However, these sea demons were all intelligent. After sensing the aura of the two people flying above them, they immediately retracted their heads back into the ocean, not daring to do anything reckless. Soon the two arrived at an area with rapid currents. The currents in this area were extremely fast, forming huge whirlpools. These whirlpools alone were extremely destructive, and ordinary sea demons wouldn't dare to get close to them. When they arrived at this area, the bronze plate started emitting a bright light. Zhou Xian sent his divine sense into the bronze plate, and realized that the island of ice was right in front of them. We've arrived, the island of ice is deep in this area. Be careful of those whirlpools, let's go down. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. The two of them activated their yuan force and dove into the water. However, after swimming around for a while, they didn't find any trace of the island of ice. Little Chinzi, something's wrong. The island of ice is huge, we should have sensed it long ago, but there's nothing here. Besides, shouldn't the place where the island of ice appears be frozen? Nangong Wentian asked in confusion. What the hell do you know? The island of ice is currently in a hidden state. It only appears once every 100 years, so of course it won't be sealed in ice. It's normal that you and I can't see it. If we could see it, it would have been seen by others long ago. We still have to rely on the bronze plate at critical moments. Zhou Xian raised the bronze plate high in the air. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light enveloped the bronze plate. Buzz buzz. The bronze plate let out a deafening buzzing noise. Soon the bronze plate established a connection with the island of ice. A golden door suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian. The moment the golden door appeared, the surrounding water was repelled, forming a vacuum zone. Let's go. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. He took the lead and walked towards the golden door. Nangong Wentian did not dare to be slow, he followed closely behind. When the two of them entered the golden door, it still did not disappear. Zhou Xian turned around and casually waved his hand. The golden door immediately turned back into a bronze plate and fell into his hand. Haha, this bronze plate is really good stuff. Zhou Xian laughed out loud. When he first obtained the bronze plate, he knew that it was something special. He never thought that he would be able to enter the island of ice again. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian appeared on top of the black altar. The eerie black altar did not affect the two of them at all. Instead, they felt extremely excited. We actually arrived at the black altar. Nangong Wentian was surprised. The bronze plate is the key to open the door inside the island of ice. It's normal for us to arrive at our destination after opening the door inside the bronze plate. Let's see if we can activate the teleportation portal. After saying that, Zhou Xian walked towards the teleportation portal on the black altar. This teleportation portal was extremely old. If it wasn't for the mysterious symbols on it, it would have been broken long ago. The black teleportation portal was around 1 zhang in radius. It was covered with countless symbols. The entire teleportation portal was filled with a deathly stillness. No one knew how long it had been since it was activated. Little Chinzi, will this work? Nangong Wentian's heart was beating like a drum. This teleportation portal looked too shabby. If it couldn't be used, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment? They would have to fly to the southern continent and it would take them a few months to get back. It shouldn't be a problem. We can give it a try. Look at the center of this teleportation portal, there's a groove. Isn't it the same as the bronze plate? If I'm not mistaken, this bronze plate is the key to the teleportation portal. Zhou Xian said. He took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the teleportation portal. He raised the bronze plate in his hand and pressed it into the groove. When the copper plate was placed into the groove, a sudden change occurred. The originally deathly still teleportation array suddenly shone with a brilliant light, and golden light filled the sky. There was no longer any sense of dilapidation. The patterns on the surface seemed to have come to life like spirit snakes wriggling. Gotcha! The teleportation portal began to emit cracking sounds. A crack appeared in the middle of the portal. An icy cold spatial energy blew out from the crack, causing Zhou Xian and Nangong Wentian's bodies to sway. Gotcha! Soon the crack became bigger and bigger. A few minutes later, the crack turned into a gigantic space gate. The space gate was 3 zhang tall and it was shining brightly. Following that, 3 golden lines appeared in the space gate. One of the lines pointed to the south, one to the north, and the last one to the center. Look, it's pointing to the southern continent. The light at the front is the southern continent. Nangong Wentian was overjoyed. The light at the end of the line pointing to the south was the brightest. That was the location of the southern continent. This teleportation portal was indeed powerful. It could directly connect to the southern continent. Zhou Qian's eyes landed on the line in the middle. This line was much longer than the north and south lines. It was dozens of times longer. At the top of the line there was a huge light dot the size of a fist. The light dots that represented the southern continent and the northern continent were the size of a little finger. Compared to the light dot in the middle, the difference between the two was huge. That should be the divine continent, right? Nangong Wentian looked over and said in surprise. That's right. That's the center of the Saint Origin world, the divine continent. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. That was his true destination, his ultimate goal. I've heard that the divine continent is vast. The east, west, south and north continents combined are not even a tenth of the divine continent size. It is the true pure land of the Saint Origin world. The cultivators there are strong and unpredictable, far stronger than the 4 remote continents. However, to reach the divine continent from the 4 remote continents, one has to cross countless large domains. This distance is simply shocking. That's why the 4 remote continents are almost isolated from the divine continent. It's hard to imagine that this teleportation portal can connect to the divine continent. Nangong Wentian sighed. As a genius of the Nangong family, he was very familiar with the geography of the Saint Origin world. He knew that although the southern continent was vast, it was only a small part of the divine continent. The gap between the southern continent and the divine continent was huge. Brother, after everything here is settled, are you interested in going to the divine continent with me? The world outside is much more interesting. Zhou Xian said with a smile. His eyes were fixed on the light in the divine continent for a long time. Nangong Wentian's body trembled. Similarly, he had always wanted to go to the divine continent, but he had never thought about going there. However, Jiang Chen's words had instantly ignited his passion. That's right, the world of the divine continent is the most interesting place. Alright, if there's a chance I'll definitely go to the divine continent. That way I won't have lived in vain. Nangong Wentian's expression changed. Let's go. We can't go to the divine continent for now. Now that the teleportation portal is open, let's go to the southern continent first. With a thought, the bronze plate once again fell into Jiang Chen's palm. He tossed the bronze plate forward, and it landed right on the southern continent's coordinates. Whoosh. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. Waves of powerful spatial energy were exerted on Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian. Both of them felt their bodies become lighter and flew into the portal. With a flash of light, the scene in front of them changed. Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian appeared in a spatial tunnel. The bronze plate was floating in front of them. Whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew past. Nangong Wentian looked at the variegated spatial turbulence around him, and he could feel the hurricanes that came from the spatial tunnel. His body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, so this is the spatial turbulence? So powerful, I'm afraid these spatial hurricanes are enough to destroy me. Without the protection of this tunnel, even if I don't die, I'll be lost in the spatial turbulence. Nangong Wentian sighed. This was his first time walking in a spatial tunnel, and he wanted to experience the wonders of the spatial tunnel. Compared to Nangong Wentian, Jiang Chen was much calmer. With his experience as the once greatest saint in the world, traveling through the spatial tunnel was nothing special. At his level, there was no need for any teleportation portal, and he could travel millions of miles with just a single teleportation. Traveling through the spatial tunnel was a piece of cake for him. Once you've mastered the spatial force and reached the Combat King realm, you won't feel so strange anymore. Jiang Chen said. Combat King, it feels so far away. Nangong Wentian shook his head. Although he had incredible talent and was extremely confident in himself, he never thought that he would be able to defeat a Combat King warrior, who stood at the top of the pyramid. He wasn't even a Combat Soul warrior, and the gap between him and the Combat King realm was just too huge. It's not that far. You have to remember we still have a long way to go. Even reaching the Combat King realm is just the beginning. Chapter 390. Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian quietly waited in the dimensional tunnel with the bronze plate acting as a guide. They were moving forward along with the dimensional force. Little Chenzi, how long will it take for us to reach the southern continent? Nangong Wentian asked. From the eastern continent to the southern continent is a huge domain. Even if we use the spatial teleportation formation, it will still take us 2 hours. However, the spatial tunnel here is very sturdy. It should be able to last until we reach the southern continent. Jiang Chen said. Just 4 hours. Damn it. Back then I spent God knows how long rushing to the eastern continent. I nearly lost my life in the process. It's still better to have a teleportation matrix. Nangong Wentian sighed. Compared to the spatial teleportation formation, his flying speed was pitifully slow. Anan, tell me about your Nangong family. Jiang Chen asked with interest. Since he had decided to help Nangong Wentian, he needed to know more about the Nangong family. Our Nangong family hasn't been in the eastern continent for a long time. Our foundation is not as deep as the other major powers. According to my dad, our family only has a history of 100 years. Nangong Wentian said. 100 years? Jiang Chen was startled for a moment. He had always been touched by the words 100 years. It seemed like the great changes that happened in the Saint Origin realm had only started 100 years ago. It was exactly because he had slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the door to the realm of immortals that the barrier of the Saint Origin realm had changed. Because of that, the structure of the Saint Origin realm had changed. That's right. 100 years ago, my grandfather came to the southern continent and used his extraordinary talent to establish the Nangong family's foundation. He settled down, married a wife, and had children. The Nangong family has a treasure that outsiders don't know about. This treasure was brought over by my grandfather, and even I don't know what it looks like. I only know that my grandfather placed it in a very secretive place in the Nangong family, and sealed it with a profound yang formation. The treasure that my grandfather hid seemed to have no other use other than to be able to extract a certain amount of 9 solar holy water every year. It was also because of this 9 solar holy water that the Nangong family rose rapidly in the past few decades, and became one of the top families in the southern continent. Nangong Wentian said. He knew the history of the Nangong family very well. What? A treasure that can extract 9 solar holy water? Jiangchen was a little surprised. However, nothing was too strange in this world. It might be normal for such a treasure to exist. If that was really the case, it wouldn't be surprising for the Nangong family to rise in power in such a short period of time. Just think about it, the descendants of the Nangong family were baptized by the 9 solar holy water from birth. Which one of them wasn't a genius? It would be hard for such a family to not become powerful. Yes, the amount of 9 solar holy water produced every year isn't much, but it's more than enough to support the rise of our Nangong family. Do you still remember when I used the 9 solar holy water to trade for pills in the blissful manner? I brought the 9 solar holy water from my clan. My father is the clan chief, and as the young clan chief I have a great advantage. Nangong Wentian chuckled. I'm very curious. Your Nangong family has such a great treasure. Wouldn't it attract the attention of the big powers? Jiangchen was puzzled. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. With such a great treasure, the Nangong family would definitely be coveted by the other powers before they could rise in power. No one would let go of such a great treasure. Even with the Nangong family's current strength, they were only on par with the Shangguan clan. They weren't strong enough to dominate the southern continent. The southern continent was a vast place, and there must be some monstrous existences like the Martial Saint dynasty. Even the Martial Saint dynasty would be tempted by a treasure that could extract 9 solar holy water. If that was the case, it would be a miracle for the Nangong family to survive for more than 100 years. That's why I said this is our Nangong family's secret. The treasure is sealed by the profound sun formation, and it's a secret that even I, the young clan chief, only know about its existence, but I've never seen it before. In the Nangong family there aren't many people who know about this treasure. Even if some of the later generations obtained the 9 solar holy water, they wouldn't know where it came from. Furthermore, the Nangong family won't tell anyone about this secret. If this secret is leaked out, the Nangong family will face a great calamity. I wonder if it has anything to do with this treasure. Nangong Wentian furrowed his brows. I see. Jiangchen nodded his head. It wasn't easy for the Nangong family to keep this secret for more than 100 years. However, the Nangong family isn't as united as it used to be. 3 years ago, in order to fix the profound sun formation, my grandfather used up all of his energy and eventually passed away. He passed the position of family chief to my father, and it was also at that time that the Nangong family started to split. The branch led by my eldest uncle didn't listen to my father's orders, and in the end they split the Nangong family into 2. Nangong Wentian said. It seems like the Nangong family's problem lies with your eldest uncle. Jiangchen suddenly understood. That's right. My eldest uncle complained that my grandfather passed the position of family chief to my father and not him. He would often stir up trouble within the family and I hated the infighting. In the end, I decided to run away from home and travel around the world to experience a different kind of training. That's how I met you. Nangong Wentian said. Jiangchen nodded his head. He finally understood the reason why Nangong Wentian ran away from home. Now, it seemed like the Nangong family's internal strife was related to the Nangong family's internal strife. Furthermore, Jiangchen was suddenly very interested in the Nangong family's treasure that could produce 9 solar holy water. I'm afraid that the Nangong family's incident is related to my eldest uncle as well, and it's very serious. As for the details, I'll have to wait until I return to the family. Nangong Wentian said with a frown. Ush. Jiangchen and Nangong Wentian's hair fluttered in the wind. All of a sudden a purple dot flew past Jiangchen, but Jiangchen reacted quickly and caught it in his hand. Spatial purple sand crystal, I'm so lucky. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. The item he caught just now was a purple crystal the size of a fist. It was full of energy and it was emitting a faint purple light. Although it was only the size of a fist, the energy contained within it was terrifying. Spatial purple sand crystal? What is this? Nangong Wentian's gaze landed on the purple sand crystal. He had never seen a crystal like this before. A crystal that only exists in the turbulent space. It's formed by absorbing the pure spatial energy and fusing it with the spatial sand. Contains an incredible amount of energy. Just this purple sand crystal alone will allow me to form 100 new dragon marks. After saying that, Xianxia unleashed a suction force from his palm onto the purple sand crystal, causing the fist-sized purple sand crystal to start shrinking. Nangong Wentian knew that Xianxia was absorbing the treasure, so he just sat aside and watched without disturbing him. Half an hour later, the purple sand crystal was completely absorbed by Xianxia. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were dancing on the surface of his body, making him look like numerous blood dragons. It was an extremely mystical sight. Nangong Wentian could clearly sense that Xianxia's aura was much stronger than before. Swoosh! Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing ripples to appear in the air. Right at this moment, the yuan energy within his qi sea was rolling like a tsunami. After absorbing the purple sand crystal, he had formed another 100 new dragon marks, increasing his total from 4,500 to 4,600 dragon marks. With this, he was one step closer to the combat soul realm. Ah, this feels great. Xianxia burst into laughter. His luck was truly heaven-defying. Spatial purple sand crystals were extremely rare, and even in the turbulent space, it was something that could only be found once in 100 years. Furthermore, who would go to the turbulent space for fun? Wasn't that just courting death? Xianxia's luck was truly heaven-defying. He had just happened to find one and he grabbed it with ease. 100 dragon marks. If he wanted to absorb this demon soul, he would have to kill countless demon beasts. Damn it, this is a great treasure. Let's keep a close eye on it and see if there are any more purple sand crystals. Nangong Wentian had an excited expression on his face. He kept looking around without blinking his eyes, but all he could see was the turbulent space, and not a single purple sand crystal. Don't bother looking, this is something that can only be found by luck. Xianxia patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. If he could obtain a treasure like the spatial purple sand crystal in large quantities, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? 2 hours passed by quickly. Nangong Wentian's excited expression turned bitter in the end. He couldn't help but admit that Xianxia was truly a lucky bastard. To be able to obtain a purple sand crystal was already a miracle, but it was a pity that such a miracle did not happen to him. Wing wing. Suddenly the space tunnel violently shook. Xianxia and Nangong Wentian hurriedly controlled their bodies. A bright light could be seen in front of them, and the space hurricane was also blowing more and more violently. We're almost there. Xianxia reminded. Just as Xianxia's voice faded, they reached the end of the space tunnel. Xianxia grabbed the bronze plate in front of him. This bronze plate was a treasure and he could not afford to lose it. The two of them felt a pulling force acting on their bodies, and their bodies involuntarily flew forward. Bang! Bang! The sky was clear and boundless. Suddenly, the void rumbled and 2 unknown objects tumbled out. The unknown objects were clearly unable to control their bodies. With a plop, they fell to the ground and created a large crater. What the hell? Someone cried out in shock and slowly walked towards the 2 craters. This place was the periphery of a beautiful mountain range and there were many caravans resting here. It was the first time they had seen these unknown creatures suddenly land on the ground. Cough, cough, fuck, can't you be a little gentler? Chapter 391. What the fuck? While climbing out from the pit, Nangong Wentian kept cursing. This guy obviously didn't have any preparation or experience as his face was covered in dirt. Compared to him, Xianxia's image was much better. Although he had also fallen into a deep pit, he still looked calm and composed. After Nangong Wentian came out, he realized that something was wrong. He then realized that everyone was staring at him. What the fuck are you looking at? Get lost. Nangong Wentian was furious. He was already in a bad mood and now that he was being stared at like a monkey, he lost his temper. What the fuck are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Nangong Wentian cursed. He patted the dust off his butt and walked away. Cough cough. Xianxia lightly coughed, then he quickly walked away from Nangong Wentian, pretending as if he didn't know him. At least he didn't know him well. No matter what, he was still the young master of the Nangong family, so he didn't care about his image at all. Only after the 2 of them had walked far away did the people from the caravan react. Who is that idiot? Is his brain damaged? What the fuck, an idiot fell from the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that there's something wrong with his brain, I would have beaten him up. Far away, Nangong Wentian's yuan force shook, and the embarrassed look on his face disappeared. He then took out a set of green clothes from his Qian Kun ring and put them on. Damn it, this teleportation portal is really not meant for humans. It was a bit too much when we came out. Nangong Wentian said gloomily. I can only say that you are inexperienced. Xianxia laughed. I'm finally back. But this is only the edge of the southern continent. It will take at least 1 or 2 days to reach the Nangong family. Nangong Wentian looked around. The climate of the southern continent is really different from the eastern continent. Although the weather is hot, it is humid and full of natural yuan qi. It is very suitable for living. Xianxia nodded. There was a huge difference in the climate between the southern continent and the eastern continent, but the heaven and earth essence energy was about the same. For cultivators, the difference in climate did not affect them much. However, there are many fiendish demons in the southern continent. The fiendish demons and humans are irreconcilable enemies. There will often be fiendish demons attacking human cities. It's much more chaotic than the eastern continent. Nangong Wentian said. This is the cruel world. Xianxia smiled. Let's go home. Nangong Wentian locked onto the Nangong family's direction. The two of them turned into 2 blurs and flew forward. At this moment, in a city closest to Xianxia and Nangong Wentian's mountain range, a white-clothed young man who looked to be in his 20s, was sitting in a courtyard with his eyes closed. Next to him, a majestic white eagle was lying on the ground in boredom. Suddenly, the eagle climbed up from the ground and looked into the distance with its bright eyes. Eagle, did you find Brother Wentian's tracks? The white-robed man's eyes lit up. Screech. The white eagle let out a screech, flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The young man's face was filled with joy. He stepped on the air, landed on the back of the palace and flew out of the city. In the distance, Xianxia and Nangong Wentian, who were flying at full speed, suddenly heard a sharp screech. The sound startled Nangong Wentian, and he quickly looked toward the source of the sound, only to see a white dot approaching them at high speed. It's the Nangong family's white eagle. Nangong Wentian was overjoyed. He was very familiar with this white eagle as it was specially trained by the Nangong family. Apart from its strong attack power, it was also extremely fast. More importantly, the white eagle had a special ability which was tracking. Just like now, the white eagle could smell Nangong Wentian's aura within a certain range, and it flew directly toward him. Soon, the white eagle arrived in front of Nangong Wentian. The white eagle and Nangong Wentian were obviously very close, and after seeing Nangong Wentian, it let out a series of screeches in excitement. Brother Wentian, you're finally back. A joyful expression emerged on the young man's face when he saw Nangong Wentian. He flew up into the sky and arrived in front of Nangong Wentian. Wentian, why are you here? Nangong Wentian had a surprised expression on his face as well. He didn't expect to meet someone close to him as soon as he returned to the southern continent. Brother Wentian, you've been gone for too long. I think you must have gone far away. That's why I've been waiting for you in the city ahead with the white eagle. It's not too late for you to come back now. I'll send a message to the family chief right away. Nangong Wentian took out a golden messenger talisman and shattered it with his yuan energy. The talisman then turned into a golden beam and disappeared into thin air. Brother Wentian, who is this? Nangong Wentian turned to Xianxia and asked. Let me introduce you, this is my sworn brother, Xianxia, and this is Nangong Wentian, my cousin. After introducing each other, Nangong Wentian punched Nangong Wentian's shoulder and said, Buddy, you've improved quite a bit, you've broken through to the mid-divine core realm. Hee, compared to Brother Wentian, there's still a huge gap. Nangong Wentian said with a smile on his face. Obviously, the two of them had a good relationship. Little bastard. Both brothers were overjoyed to see each other again. Brother Wentian, something big has happened in the family, let's hurry back. Nangong Wentian said with a serious expression. Wentian, what happened in the family? My father only told me to come back as soon as possible, but he didn't tell me what happened. Nangong Wentian asked anxiously. It's all because of Big Uncle. Big Uncle has been holding a grudge against Grandpa for passing the position of family chief to your father, and that's why he left with his family. Now he's back and he wants the family chief to hand over the position. Nangong Wentian said angrily. It really has something to do with Nangong Yunjing. This guy always knows how to stir up trouble, but it won't be easy for him to seize the position of family chief. Nangong Wentian coldly harumphed. It's a bit troublesome this time because the Profound River Palace is involved. Nangong Wentian said. What? Why would the Profound River Palace get involved in the internal affairs of the Nangong family? Could it be because of Grandpa's treasure? Nangong Wentian cried out in shock. What kind of power is the Profound River Palace? Jiang Qin interrupted. The Profound River Palace is the #1 sect in the southern continent, and its status is equivalent to the Martial Saint dynasty in the eastern continent. A superpower like this usually doesn't interfere with the internal affairs of other powers and families, but this time they got involved in the internal strife of the Nangong family. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Nangong Wentian furrowed his brows. Brother Wentian is right. A superpower like the Profound River Palace must have a great purpose for them to get involved in the internal strife of the Nangong family. Our family chief guessed that big uncle Nangong Yunjing must have reached an agreement with the Profound River Palace, and Jiang Qin has leaked the secret of your family's treasure. Nangong Wentian said while gnashing his teeth. Using the Profound River Palace's power to help Nangong Yunjing get rid of your father, so that he can take control of the Nangong family. In exchange, Nangong Yunjing must have promised your family's treasure to the Profound River Palace. Jiang Qin said. Nangong Wentian glanced at Jiang Qin. He didn't have much feelings for this friend that Nangong Wentian had brought back, but what Jiang Qin said was correct. What Brother Jiang said is exactly the same as what our family chief guessed. A few days ago, Big Uncle sent an ultimatum to our family chief. In half a month's time, there will be a competition to fight for the position of family chief and the right to control the treasure left behind by my grandfather. Nangong Wentian said. What kind of competition? Nangong Wentian asked. Although it's called a competition, it's actually a death match. Since the Profound River Palace is involved, our family chief has no way of rejecting Nangong Yunjing's offer. There will be 3 rounds of the battle. The first round will be between you and Nangong Wenyan, and the second round will be between our family chief and Nangong Yunjing. As the young master of the Nangong family, you can't miss out on this battle. The upper echelons of the Nangong family believe that only the strongest warrior among the younger generation of the Nangong family is qualified to be the young master. Nangong Wentian continued. This battle concerns the survival of the Nangong family. The treasure left behind by my grandfather is our family's greatest asset, and we can't allow it to fall into someone else's hands. Furthermore, the Nangong family's foundation can't be destroyed in the hands of our family chief. That's why the family chief urgently summoned you here, and he wants to fight for the survival of the Nangong family. But what? Nangong Wentian's expression turned ugly, because even he didn't expect his big uncle Nangong Yunjing to betray the Nangong family. Brother Wentian, I have to remind you that Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm not long ago. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid you're no match for him. Nangong Wenyang said with a worried expression. Looks like Big Uncle is determined to win this battle. How long until the battle begins? Nangong Wentian asked. Half a month. Nangong Wenyang felt that this amount of time was too short. Even for a genius, breaking through to the combat soul realm from the late divine core realm in half a month was not an easy task. Half a month. Fine, Nangong Wenyan, I'll be waiting for the battle with you. I won't give up even if it's only half a month. This matter concerns the survival of the Nangong family. Nangong Wentian will never back off. Nangong Wentian clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After calming himself down, Nangong Wentian turned to Nangong Wenyang and said, My dad and Big Uncle are at the same level, so it won't be easy to determine a winner. Big Uncle, I'm sure you think I'm going to lose. So who's going to fight the third battle? We'll find a helper for the third battle. I'm sure Nangong Yunjing has found a powerful helper, and he might even be a mighty warrior from the Profound River Palace. We don't have any powerful helpers on our side. Therefore our only chance is for both you and the family chief to win. Nangong Wenyang said. Looks like Nangong Yunjing has done a lot of preparation for this. Chapter 392. 3 men and a hawk were flying high up in the sky at an incredible speed. Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyang's expressions were extremely unsightly. Their eldest uncle Nangong Yunjing came prepared this time, and he had the support of the profound river palace. He was determined to seize all of the Nangong family's resources and position. How could they allow the Nangong family's 100 years of foundation to be destroyed in the hands of Nangong Wentian's father? This was something Nangong Wentian didn't want to see. It seemed like it was normal for them to settle it with a duel of martial strength, and it was even more suitable for them to win 2 out of 3 matches. However, they didn't have any confidence in winning 2 out of 3 matches. There was no need to talk about the battle between Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyan. Although Nangong Wentian had incredible talent and could fight ordinary early combat soul warriors with his peak divine core cultivation base, he was just an ordinary early combat soul warrior. He wasn't a genius like Nangong Wenyan. The two of them had been in the Nangong family since they were young, and the resources they received were almost the same. Their talents were about the same as well, and there was a huge gap between them. It was truly difficult for them to challenge someone of a higher realm. Family chief Nangong Yunfan and Nangong Yunjing were at the same level of cultivation, so it was hard to tell who would win the first match. But the most important match was still the third match, and it wasn't hard to imagine that Nangong Yunjing must have found some great warriors from the profound river palace to help him. As for the Nangong family, where could they find such great warriors to help them? Even if they did, who would be willing to offend the profound river palace? Just like what Nangong Wenyang had said, their only chance of victory was to win the first 2 matches. However, this kind of hope was a little too slim. Little Chinzi, how about participating in the third battle on behalf of the Nangong family? Battle god Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Qin and said with a smile. What? Before Jiang Qin could answer, Nangong Wenyang cried out in shock. He stared at Nangong Wentian with an expression of disbelief, wondering if this guy had taken the wrong medicine. Why did he ask a young man who wasn't even a combat soul warrior to represent the Nangong family in the most important battle? Was there something wrong with his brain? Brother Wentian, are you sure? This battle concerns the life and death of our Nangong clan. Nangong Wenyang had no idea what Nangong Wentian was thinking. Could it be that the family can find a suitable participant? Nangong Wentian asked. Nangong Wenyang was speechless. Indeed, his family couldn't find a suitable participant, but this person in front of him didn't seem to be suitable either. Little Chinzi, don't forget that you're here to help me. Only if you agree to the third battle will I truly be at ease. Only then will our Nangong nobles have a chance to turn the tide. Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Qin, his tone filled with trust. You trust me that much? Jiang Qin smiled. Of course you can do anything. Don't we still have half a month? That's more than enough for you, isn't it? Nangong Wentian said with a smile on his face. He trusted Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. This young man in front of him had never shown any nervousness on his face, no matter what kind of difficult situation he was facing. Furthermore, no one knew about Jiang Qin, but Nangong Wentian knew him very well. This guy was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors when he was only a late divine core warrior, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the combat soul realm. As long as he could break through to the combat soul realm within half a month, he would be invincible, and not even late combat soul warriors would be a match for him. With that, he would have absolute confidence in winning the third battle. Nangong Yunjing's helper was at most a late combat soul warrior, and it was impossible for him to find a combat king warrior. Those who reached the combat king realm were all men with great statuses, and they wouldn't show themselves easily. All right, I promise you. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The reason he came to the southern continent was to help Nangong Wentian, and since his brother had asked him for help, there was no reason for him to back off. Furthermore, after absorbing the dimensional purple sand crystal, Jiang Qin could roughly feel the time it would take for him to break through to the combat soul realm. Half a month was more than enough time. He agreed to help without even looking at his status and cultivation level. Nangong Wenyang, who stood next to Jiang Qin, grumbled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian to hear clearly. Little Chinzi, don't lower yourself to Wenyang's level. Nangong Wentian joked. Jiang Qin responded with a smile. Of course, he didn't care about Nangong Wenyang's question. Anyone else would question Jiang Qin's decision as well. After all, on the surface, asking him to participate in this battle was just child's play. Furthermore, this battle would determine the future of the Nangong family. Below them was an endless wilderness without any signs of human habitation. Suddenly, a wave of slaughter chi appeared in front of Zhou Xian and the others. The slaughter chi shook the void and made it crackle. It was extremely brutal. Looks like someone is blocking our way. A grin emerged on Zhou Qian's face. Right after his words left his mouth, two bright figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were two old men in gray robes, and their robes were fluttering in the wind. Both of them were early combat soul warriors, and they immediately locked their gazes onto Nangong Wentin, unleashing their auras that locked down the entire space. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Jie, young master Wentin, we've been waiting for you here for a long time. One of the old men let out an evil laugh. He looked at Nangong Wentin as if he was looking at his prey. It's you. Nangong Wentin said with an indifferent expression. He and Nangong Wenyang knew these two men. They were Zhang Feng and Li Gai, who Nangong Yunjing took in. What do you want? Nangong Wenyang asked with a loud voice. What do we want? Little guy, do you think we're here to chat? Of course we're here to kill you. Zhang Feng had an extremely evil smile on his face. Facing these three divine core juniors, he felt like he could easily crush them like ants. Bastards, we've agreed on the duel in half a month, and now you're here to assassinate Brother Wentian? Don't you think this is too shameless? Nangong Wenyang gnashed his teeth in anger. Shameless. If you're all dead, who knows how you died? Besides, once Nangong Wentian is dead, the Nangong family will have no young master, and our young master Wenyan will be the new young master. According to our ancestors' rules, we won't even need to fight. Zhang Feng said with a smile on his face. Hearing what Zhang Feng said, Nangong Wenyang's expression became extremely ugly. This was the rule of the Nangong family. If the young master Nangong Wentian died, they would have to choose a new young master, and Nangong Wenyan would be the best candidate. At that point of time, they wouldn't even need to fight because Nangong Yunjing could just take over the position of the young master. I never thought Nangong Yunjing would be so shameless. Nangong Wenyang was so angry that his body was trembling. No one had expected Nangong Yunjing to use such a despicable method, not even the family chief Nangong Yunfan. That was why he asked him to come out and greet Nangong Wentian. If not for the sake of Nangong Wentian's safety, he would have sent out some mighty warriors to protect him. But who would have thought that Nangong Yunjing would still use such a despicable method after they had agreed on the duel? Compared to Nangong Wenyang's nervousness and anger, Nangong Wentian was much calmer. Judging from the current situation, these two old men weren't here to kill, they were here to get themselves killed. Nangong Wentian didn't expect his eldest uncle to send out some mighty warriors to assassinate him, but his opponents also didn't expect that he would be followed by a true killer, the god-killing Devil King who was feared by countless people in the Eastern continent. You shameless old dogs, do you really think you can kill me? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, kowtow until I'm satisfied, and I'll consider leaving your bodies intact. Nangong Wentian suddenly became extremely arrogant. This unreasonable arrogance stunned the two old men in front of him. Even Nangong Wenyang was stunned. He didn't know what was wrong with his big brother. In this situation they couldn't even run away, so why was he still boasting? Wasn't he afraid that his big brother would cut his tongue? Zhang Feng and Li Gai suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. They were laughing so hard that tears almost came out of their eyes. Young Master Wentin, I didn't expect you to be so good at boasting after leaving the clan. Li Gai couldn't help but laugh. Alright, let's not waste any more time with him. Li Gai, finish them off, don't leave anyone alive. Zhang Feng's face turned cold. Li Gai was filled with killing intent as he walked towards Nangong Wentin. As for the white-robed young man beside Nangong Wentin, Li Gai didn't even bother to look at him. Little Chinzi, did you hear what this old dog just said? Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Don't leave anyone alive. Jiang Chen chuckled. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Gai, blocking his path. Li Gai was startled. He immediately slapped Jiang Chen's face and said, Blind fool, you're courting death. Bang. A muffled sound suddenly rang out between Jiang Chen and Li Gai, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Li Gai's body was sent flying backwards, blood spurting out from his mouth. Swoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Chen also disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Li Gai and stomped on the top of Li Gai's head. With a cracking sound, Li Gai's head exploded, turning into a mist of blood. His body fell down from the sky. He died on the spot. What? Zhang Feng and Nangong Wentian both cried out in shock. This sudden turn of events was too shocking for them. They didn't know where this young man came from, but his methods were so ruthless. Fast, Jiang Chen's movements were too fast. They didn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked, and Li Gai was already dead. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. How is this possible? Chapter 393. The scene seemed to have come to a standstill, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Nangong Wenyang and Zhang Feng could sense a great fear coming from this young man in front of them. Of course, the fear they felt was different. Nangong Wenyang's fear was mixed with a pleasant surprise. After all, Jiang Chen was on his side, but Zhang Feng was different. Zhang Feng's soul was trembling. It was a fear that came from the deepest part of his soul. With just a glance at this young man in white, he could sense the aura of death. He swore that this was the first time in his life that he had ever felt death. He knew very well how strong Li Gai's cultivation base was. An early combat soul warrior couldn't even withstand a single strike from this young man. Zhang Feng sensed that this young man in front of him was only a peak divine core warrior. He hadn't even broken through to the combat soul realm. However, with a peak divine core cultivation base, killing an early combat soul warrior was as easy as killing an ant. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Who are you? Zhang Feng's voice was trembling. Obviously, he didn't have any confidence in his words. The arrogant attitude he had before had completely disappeared. Zhang Feng was sure that he had never seen this young man before, and he had never heard of this man either. However, a genius who could easily kill a combat soul warrior with a peak divine core cultivation base had to be someone famous. Too bad, no matter how hard Zhang Feng tried, he couldn't remember when such a monstrous genius appeared in the southern continent. "Ha, old dog, do you still want to kill me?" Nangong Wentian burst into laughter. Let alone these two early combat soul old men, even if there were two mid-combat soul warriors here, Jiang Chen would still kill them. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've made an unforgivable mistake. Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke with an indifferent tone. This young man had indeed made an unforgivable mistake. At least that was what Jiang Chen thought. Jiang Chen would never forgive his enemies, especially those who had tried to kill him and his brothers. Good boy, this old man will remember you. I won't let today's matter rest. Zhang Feng left behind some threatening words. After that, he turned into a trail of light and flew far away. Obviously, he had failed his mission this time. Even Nangong Yunjing didn't expect a young genius to be by Nangong Wentian's side. Facing a situation like this, running away was his first choice. Furthermore, Zhang Feng had a feeling that even if he couldn't defeat this young man with his early combat soul cultivation base, running away shouldn't be a problem. If a combat soul warrior couldn't escape the pursuit of a divine core warrior, then that would be ridiculous. Unfortunately, such a nonsensical thing happened very quickly. Zhang Feng's luck was really bad because he met Jiang Chen. Stay here. Just when Nangong Wenyang thought that Zhang Feng would be able to escape easily, Jiang Chen let out a light shout. Jiang Chen raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. In the next moment, a one-zhang-long blood-red dragon claw abruptly descended from the sky. The blood-colored dragon claw wasn't covered in dragon scales, and it was vivid and lifelike. It was as if a real dragon's hand had appeared, and it shook the void to the point that it emitted crackling sounds and dazzling sparks. Bang! The void was trembling. The true dragon palm had transformed into an indestructible cage, and it trapped Zhang Feng, who was running away with all his might. What? Zhang Feng cried out in shock. The frightened expression on his face had reached an indescribable level. Before he could even attack the dragon claw, he could already feel a mountain-like pressure coming from the dragon claw. Bam! The enormous force smashed onto Zhang Feng's body. Even with his early combat soul cultivation base, there was no way he could withstand it. In an instant he was smashed dozens of meters into the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack crack. The true dragon palm followed Zhang Feng like a shadow, and it didn't disappear at all. It completely covered Zhang Feng's body, causing his bones to produce cracking sounds, and his face to become twisted. Right at this moment, Zhang Feng finally felt the threat of death. He had never felt death so close to him, and this was the first time he felt the true fear of death. "No, don't kill me." Zhang Feng was panic-stricken and he started begging for mercy. No one wanted to die, especially a combat soul warrior like Zhang Feng. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to his current level. Jiang Qin was a cruel and merciless man. He turned a deaf ear to Zhang Feng's pleas, then he forcefully clenched the true dragon palm. Following a miserable shriek, Zhang Feng's entire body was crushed into a blood mist, and he died on the spot. After killing 2 men in a row, Jiang Qin had returned to his normal state. Or he had been maintaining this state all this time. With one hand placed behind his back, a faint smile could be seen on his face, and the corner of his mouth was slightly curved upward. It was as if killing 2 men was just like killing 2 chickens, and he didn't have any change in his emotions. "Little Qinzi, you're getting more and more powerful. Thank you so much for what you did today. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have been dead by now," Nangong Wentian said with a teasing smile. However, the gratefulness in his voice was obvious. Nangong Wenyang, who stood next to Jiang Qin, still hadn't recovered from his shock. 2 combat soul warriors had been killed in such a simple manner, and the dangerous situation had been resolved so easily. This made Nangong Wenyang feel as if he was in a dream. He stared at Jiang Qin, who had a warm smile on his face. It was hard for him to imagine that such a handsome young man could be so ruthless when he attacked. Nangong Wenyang was no idiot. From how Jiang Qin killed the 2 men in such a calm manner, he could tell that this young man in front of him, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, had long since become numb to killing. Nangong Wenyang took a deep breath, then he strode toward Jiang Qin. He cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin and said, "Wenyang failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended Brother Jiang with my words just now. I hope Brother Jiang won't take it to heart." Nangong Wenyang felt really sorry for what Jiang Qin had done. He even had the urge to slap himself in the face. He felt like he was really blind. How could he look down on such an amazing genius? Just thinking about it made his face turn hot. "Brother Wenyang, please don't say that, we're on the same side." Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wenyang's shoulder. Seeing how straightforward Jiang Qin was, a bright smile emerged on Nangong Wenyang's face. His impression of Jiang Qin had changed dramatically, and he now had a very good impression of Jiang Qin. No matter what, not only had Jiang Qin saved Nangong Wentian's life, he had also saved his own life. If not for Jiang Qin's presence, those 2 men would have killed him after killing Nangong Wentian, and even the white eagle from the Nangong family wouldn't have been able to escape. However, although Jiang Qin's performance was amazing in Nangong Wenyang's mind, he wasn't strong enough to represent the Nangong family in the 3rd match. After all, a mighty warrior invited by Nangong Yunjing wasn't someone a small fry like Zhang Feng could compare with. Of course, Nangong Wenyang wasn't against the idea either, as he couldn't make the decision regarding the duel, as it was up to the higher-ups of the Nangong family to decide. After clearing the obstacles, the 3 of them once again used their full speed and flew in the direction of the Nangong family. After 1 day and 1 night, they finally returned to the Nangong family. This time there were no more obstacles on the way. Nangong City. It was a magnificent city with a circumference of over 1,000 miles. Looking from the outside, Nangong City was filled with tall buildings, splendid palaces, and a magnificent atmosphere. It could easily be called the #1 city in the southern continent. This city wasn't called Nangong City before, but it was renamed because of the Nangong family. In this city, the Nangong family was the absolute ruler. To put it bluntly, a fart from the Nangong family was enough to shake the entire city for 3 days. There were many different forces in Nangong City, but all of them were under the control of the Nangong family. As long as the Nangong family gave the order, no one would dare to disobey them. Outside the north gate of Nangong City, 3 figures landed silently. The white eagles that had been following them were nowhere to be seen. These 3 figures were none other than Jiang Qin and his crew. "Little Qinzi, Nangong City isn't peaceful now. Since my first uncle separated the Nangong family from the Nangong family, half of Nangong City has been separated. The people and forces at the south gate are all under my first uncle's control, while the north gate is still under the control of the Nangong family. However, as it's a sensitive time, it's better for us to keep a low profile. We'll enter the city on foot and return to the Nangong family first. Nangong Wentian explained. Jiang Chen nodded his head. As they were approaching the city, he could vaguely sense that something wasn't right. This magnificent city was definitely not as peaceful as it seemed to be. There must be something going on behind the scenes. Stop right there, you'll need to pay a fee to enter the city. Outside the north gate, 6 muscular guards stood on both sides. They immediately stopped Jiang Chen and his crew after seeing them. Are your dog eyes blind? Nangong Wenyang walked forward and shouted at the leading guard. Only then did the guard clearly see the appearance of the person who had come, and he was immediately scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground with a putong sound. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Wenyang, my apologies. The guard's back was covered in sweat. He was only a captain of the guards of the Nangong family. He was nothing compared to a genius like Nangong Wenyang. Humph. Nangong Wenyang let out a cold harumph, as he made a welcoming gesture toward Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian, and strode into the city. The guards kneeling on the ground did not even dare to raise their heads, nor did they see Nangong Wentian. Otherwise they would be scared to death on the spot. In Nangong City, the young master of the Nangong family could do whatever he wanted. Little Chinzi, these are the guards of the Nangong family. Not only is Nangong City luxurious, it's also very safe due to the protection of the Nangong family. Those who live in Nangong City do not need to pay a fee to enter the city. Those who are not from Nangong City are required to pay a fee to enter the city. Nangong Wentian explained to Jiang Chen. In Nangong City, the Nangong family was the true emperor, and their words were final. Chapter 394. Your family is pretty rich. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Putting everything else aside, the daily fee they collected to enter the city was already a terrifying figure. Even if they only collected 1 human elixir per person, it was still a terrifying amount. As one of the most luxurious cities in the southern continent, Nangong City was always crowded with people. The cultivators who were able to stay in Nangong City were all people with powerful backgrounds. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to have a place in Nangong City. The existence of the Nangong family had made Jiang Chen a local tyrant. A big family like this would never lack resources as they were powerful, and as the ruler of this area they had the final say. Of course, no one dares to enter the city without paying the fee. Let's go, we'll talk after we get home. Nangong Wentian increased his speed, and the 3 of them sprinted on the main road of Nangong City like 3 rays of light. Wherever they passed, a strong gust of wind would be generated. Many people could only feel a strong gust of wind, causing them to lose their balance. Vaguely they could see a few figures flashing past, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. The Nangong family was located in the center of Nangong City. It was a huge manor with a circumference of over 100 miles. The Nangong family's manor alone took up 1/10 of the entire Nangong City. Inside the Nangong family, there was a magnificent palace, which gave off a luxurious and noble atmosphere. This was the forbidden area of Nangong City, where ordinary people were not allowed to enter. However, at this moment the atmosphere in the biggest manor in Nangong City was a bit gloomy, as the Nangong family was no longer the same as before. After Nangong Yunjing separated them, not only did the Nangong family's overall power decline, they were also constantly having internal conflicts. The recent internal conflict was related to the life and death of the Nangong family. The news about the duel between Nangong Yunjing and the Nangong family was already known to the public. Currently, everyone in the Nangong family was not in a good mood. They were all waiting for the return of their young master, as he was the most important part of the duel. Sigh. Where did the young master go? It's been so long since he came back. That's right. The duel is coming soon, and if the young master doesn't come back in time, Nangong Yunjing will have a legitimate reason to take over the position of the clan chief. I don't think it's possible even if he comes back. I'm afraid our Nangong family is in real danger this time. Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the Combat Soul Realm, and only if our young family chief breaks through to the Combat Soul Realm will we have a chance of fighting him. Everyone in the Nangong family was talking about their young master, Nangong Wenyan. Many of them still didn't know that the profound river palace was involved in this matter. However, Nangong Yunjing had caused such a huge commotion, and it was obvious that he came prepared. He was determined to win, and this caused many people to worry about the future of the Nangong family. Look, it looks like the young clan head is back. Someone suddenly cried out. Many people raised their heads and looked into the sky above the Nangong family. They saw 3 figures flying across the sky toward the Nangong family's main palace. One of them was Nangong Wenyang, and everyone was familiar with him. The young man standing in the middle wore green clothes, and he looked ferocious and handsome. Although he had left the Nangong family for quite some time, everyone could still recognize him. He was the young master who they had been waiting for. It really is the young clan chief. He came back just in time. Who is that young man in white clothes next to him? Why haven't I seen him before? I'm sure he is a friend of the young clan chief, but it looks like his cultivation is just ordinary. That's right, but it seems like the young clan chief is only at the peak divine core realm. He hasn't broken through to the combat soul realm yet. There are only 14 days left until the duel, and if the young clan chief can't break through to the combat soul realm within this period of time, he won't be a match for Nangong Wenyan. But breaking through to the combat soul realm in just a dozen days? Sigh, I don't think there's any hope for him to do so. Nangong Wentian's return had lifted many people's spirits. However, Nangong Wentian's cultivation and combat strength had made many people feel discouraged. Although they had expected this, they still couldn't help but feel disappointed when they saw it for themselves. Many people had lost all hope for the duel in 14 days. Nangong Wentian arrived at the Nangong family's main palace without any obstructions. Right now, there were dozens of men gathered in the main palace, and all of them were mighty warriors of the Nangong family. The weakest among them was an early combat soul warrior. Dad, I'm back. After Nangong Wentian walked into the main palace, he immediately called out to the muscular middle-aged man who was sitting in front of the main palace. This middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s, and he was wearing embroidered clothes. His thick hair was messy and his eyes were extremely sharp, just like a pair of blades. His face looked as if it had been carved by a blade, and he gave off a domineering aura. This domineering middle-aged man was none other than the current family chief of the Nangong family, Nangong Yunfan. When you're finally back. A happy expression emerged on Nangong Yunfan's face when he saw his son. All the other men felt relieved as well. No matter what, his son was finally back. Wenyan, this is the most important place in the Nangong family. How could you just bring someone here? Right at this moment, an old mid-combat soul warrior said. This old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s, and he looked skinny and weak. However, the aura he was unleashing was extremely frightening. His name was Liang Zhui, an old man who had followed Nangong Yunfan to conquer the world. Although his surname wasn't Nangong, he had a very high status in the Nangong family, and even Nangong Yunfan had to give him some face. Dad, all the uncles and elders, let me introduce you. This is a brother I made while I was away. His name is Jiang Chen. He came here to help the Nangong family. Nangong Wentian introduced Jiang Chen. Help our Nangong family? Wenyan, are you kidding me? Grandpa too knows that you've always liked to joke around. Another old man said with a teasing tone. He had white hair and a white beard, and he looked like a noble as he sat there. His seat was the same as Nangong Yunfan's, and it was obvious that he had a high status in the family. Furthermore, this old man had a very strong cultivation base. He was a late combat soul warrior. His name is 2E, and his nickname is the Thousand-Hand Butcher. He is an old man who followed my grandpa to conquer the world, and he has a very important position in the Nangong family. Nangong Wentian told Jiang Chen the old man's identity through his divine sense. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Although this man's surname wasn't Nangong, just like what Nangong Wentian said, he had a very high status in the family. Wentian, you asked a divine core junior to help you. Don't you think it's a little too childish? There are so many people like him in the Nangong family. The old man, Liang Zhui, said with a hint of mockery in his tone. Not only him, the other people on the scene also had a smile on their faces. Obviously, they felt that Nangong Wentian's helper was a joke. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had just arrived at the Nangong family, and he had immediately become the center of attention. These old men were really something. Their young master had just returned, so they should at least ask him about how he was doing in the outside world. Why did they have to point their finger at an outsider like him? Family chief, elders, please don't look down on Brother Jiang Chen. If not for Brother Jiang Chen, Brother Wentian and I would be dead by now. Nangong Wenyang quickly said. Jiang Qin had saved his life, so he had to speak up for Jiang Qin. Furthermore, Jiang Qin really did have some abilities and his reputation wasn't undeserved. What happened? Nangong Yunfan's expression changed and he looked at Nangong Wenyang. Family chief, I'm sure you remember that there are two men working for eldest uncle. Their names are Zhang Feng and Li Gai. After I picked up brother Wentin, I was on my way back, but I didn't expect to be intercepted by these two men. They were sent by eldest uncle to assassinate brother Wentin in secret. As long as brother Wentin is dead, we can even skip the duel. Nangong Wenyang dared not hide anything, so he told Nangong Wenyang everything he knew. What? At this moment, everyone in the palace cried out in shock. Shameless, this Nangong Yunjing is too shameless. We are all from the Nangong family, but he still resorted to such a despicable method. What a bastard, the duel has already been decided, but he still resorted to such a despicable method. If Wentin is dead, we will have to choose a new young master, and only Nangong Wenyan will have the right to be the next young master. What a vicious scheme. Looks like we were too careless. We should have sent some powerful warriors to find Wentin, but I never expected Nangong Yunjing to resort to such a despicable method. Everyone in the palace were filled with anger. Everyone felt that Nangong Yunjing's actions were shameless. The duel had already been decided, but he still resorted to such a despicable method. What happened after that? Nangong Yunfan continued asking. He threw his glance at Jiang Qin as if he had already figured out what was going on. It was brother Jiang Qin who killed Zhang Feng and Li Gai, and that's how he saved brother Wentin and me. Nangong Wenyang honestly said. You said he killed two early combat soul warriors with just a late divine core cultivation base? Liang Zhui's eyes lit up. Not only him, the way everyone in the palace looked at Jiang Qin had changed. Killing two combat soul warriors with just a divine core cultivation base, this was something he could be proud of no matter where he went. After all, it wasn't defeating them, it was killing them. After breaking through to the combat soul realm, even if one couldn't defeat an opponent, it would be extremely easy for them to escape. However, Zhang Feng and Li Gai didn't even have the chance to escape, and were killed by a divine core junior. This didn't mean that they were weak, it just meant that this young man in front of them was too strong. Nangong Yunfan waved his sleeve, then 3 spacious chairs immediately appeared and were placed side by side in the palace. Nephew Jiang Qin, please have a seat. Nangong Yunfan extended his hand toward Jiang Qin. Being able to be given a seat by the family chief in the central palace was a great honor in itself. Chapter 395. Nangong Yunfan's attitude toward Jiang Qin suddenly changed, and he even gave Jiang Qin the treatment of a distinguished guest. No one felt anything strange about this, as Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyang's words couldn't be wrong. A genius who could kill 2 combat soul warriors at the divine core realm, just this talent alone made him worthy of being recruited by the Nangong family. More importantly for Nangong Yunfan, Jiang Qin had saved his son's life, and this alone was more than enough to establish Jiang Qin's status in the family. Thank you, Chief Nangong. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Nangong Yunfan. Without any hesitation, he sat down on a chair with Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyang. He had a calm expression on his face and a faint smile could be seen on his face. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. Just this calmness alone was enough to make everyone secretly praise him. This was an important place for the Nangong family, and even the geniuses of the family would have to be submissive in front of so many combat soul warriors. However, Jiang Qin was perfectly calm and he didn't show any signs of discomfort. It was a calmness that came from the bottom of his heart and it couldn't be faked. Nephew Jiang Qin has saved my son, and that's why I, Nangong Wentin, owe you a debt of gratitude. However, Wentin, I believe Wenyang has told you about the family's current situation. There are only 14 days left until the duel, and with your current cultivation, there is no way you can be a match for Nangong Wenyan. Nangong Yunfan changed the topic and got back to the main topic. Right now, the most important thing for the Nangong family was the duel that was going to take place in 14 days. This duel would determine the survival of the Nangong family. Not only Nangong Yunfan, everyone in the crowd were worried, especially after they saw Nangong Wentian's cultivation level. According to a reliable source, that bastard Nangong Yunjing has already contacted the Profound River Palace, and it's highly possible that he has already told them the secret of our family's treasure. That's why the profound river palace is paying attention to this matter. The thousand-hand butcher Tui said with a frown on his face. Nangong Yunjing, in order to get the position of the clan chief, he didn't even hesitate to break the rules set by Big Brother Nangong. What an abomination. Liang Zhirei's temper was a little irritable. As someone who had followed Old Master Nangong to conquer the world, his feelings for the Nangong family were the same as his own family. He and Tui treated the Nangong family's descendants as their own. Nangong Wentian was someone they had watched grow up. They had invested all their feelings into this family. Now that their big brother had passed away, they had the responsibility to protect the Nangong family. They absolutely did not want to see the empire they had fought for destroyed. The Nangong family has 100 years of history. The glory that my father has left for us must not be lost. Therefore we must win this battle. Nangong Yunfan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. If the Nangong family was destroyed in his hands, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors. Nangong Yunjing has decided to fight 3 battles. Wentian will fight against Wentian and Yunfan will fight against Yunjing. These 2 battles are unavoidable. As for the 3rd battle, I'm sure Nangong Yunjing will invite some powerful warriors from the profound river palace to fight him. We can't find any new helpers for now. Someone said, Dad, let little Chinzi fight the 3rd battle on behalf of the Nangong family. Nangong Wentian said. Nonsense. Nangong Yunfan scolded. Wentian, this is a crucial battle that will determine the survival of the Nangong family. Although Jiang Qin is quite strong, he doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the 3rd battle. With Nangong Yunjing's character, I'm sure he will invite a late combat soul warrior. Isn't asking Jiang Qin to participate in the 3rd battle ridiculous? Liang Zhirei said. The rest of the men shook their heads as well. They all felt Nangong Wentian's words were too childish. Letting a divine core young man represent the Nangong family in the war was just a joke to their opponents. Just as Nangong Wentian was about to say something, he heard Jiang Chen's voice through his divine sense. Brother Nan, don't say any more. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, although Nangong Wentian still had a dissatisfied expression on his face, he didn't say anything. The current situation was very clear. With Jiang Chen's cultivation level, it was impossible to convince him to participate in the 3rd battle. Besides, Jiang Chen's current plan was to wait and see what would happen. He would only make a decision when the day of the battle arrived. That Nangong Yunjing only invited an outsider. In my opinion, we can ask Elder Tu to fight the 3rd battle. Although Elder Tu is highly respected in the family, he doesn't have the Nangong surname after all. Asking him to fight the 3rd battle shouldn't be considered as breaking the rules. That's right, Elder Tu is a late combat soul warrior and he's very strong. If Elder Tu is willing to fight the 3rd battle, we still have a chance. Someone said as he threw his glance at Tui. I've dedicated my life to the Nangong family. However, since we can think of this, Nangong Yunjing can think of it as well. The profound river palace has a lot of mighty warriors, and I'm afraid even I won't be able to deal with the man Nangong Yunjing invited. Tui shook his head. As someone with the title of the thousand-hand butcher, one could tell that he was a ferocious man. However, this battle concerned the life and death of the Nangong family. Even he, Tui, did not dare to be careless. Although Tui was very strong, he was still far from being the strongest warrior below the Combat King realm. Compared to Nangong Yunfan, his overall combat strength was slightly weaker. On the other hand, the profound river palace had a lot of mighty warriors, and many of them were strong enough to suppress him. If the profound river palace was determined to help Nangong Yunjing, even if Tui was willing to fight the 3rd battle, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Uncle Tu, if it comes down to it, no matter what, I still hope Uncle Tu can help us. Nangong Yunfan cupped his fist toward Tui. Judging from the current situation, Tui was the best candidate for the 3rd battle. At least he would do his best. Don't worry, Yunfan. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll still protect the Nangong family. However, the best-case scenario is still to win the first 2 battles. With that, we can avoid the 3rd battle. Tui said. My cultivation level and elder brothers are about the same, and it won't be easy to determine the winner. But for the sake of our family, I'll do my best. It won't be easy for elder brother to defeat me either, and the key now lies with Wentian. Nangong Yunfan said. At this moment, everyone threw their gazes onto Nangong Wentian. All three battles were crucial, and Nangong Wentian's battle was the most crucial one. It's going to be difficult. Although Wentian is a talented genius, he is still only a peak divine core warrior. He grew up with Nangong Wenyan, and the resources he received from the family are the same, and their talent is the same. Now Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm. Unless Wentian can break through to the combat soul realm before the date of the battle, he will lose this battle. Liang Zhui said with a sigh. It wasn't that he looked down on Nangong Wentian, but the gap between them was huge. Breaking through to the combat soul realm from the divine core realm in just 14 days was an incredibly difficult task. Even if Nangong Wentian consumed some precious pills, he still wouldn't be able to break through to the combat soul realm. Furthermore, if he relied on external forces to break through to the combat soul realm, it would have a serious impact on Nangong Wentian's foundation. Furthermore, if he relied on external forces to break through to the combat soul realm, it would cause his cultivation base to be unstable, and he would still be no match for Nangong Wenyan. Wenyan, how's the progress of your 10,000 everlasting elephants skill? Nangong Yunfan asked. Nangong Wenyan had obtained this skill by himself. It wasn't a skill that belonged to the Nangong family. I've reached a bottleneck and I'm going to enter secluded cultivation right away. As long as I can break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to easily break through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Wentian said. And Wentian, don't push yourself too hard. The most important thing in the path of cultivation is to take things step by step. Sometimes, the more you want to achieve something, the harder it will be for you to achieve it. Just relax your mind, you can leave now. Nangong Yunfan said with a gentle voice. He was carrying a huge pressure on his shoulders, but he didn't want his son to feel any pressure. He really hoped that Nangong Wentian could break through to the combat soul realm before the date of the battle, but he also knew that when it came to cultivation, one couldn't just rely on pressure. Dad, don't worry, I won't let you down. Nangong Wentian stood up, bowed toward everyone in the palace, then turned around and left. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Nangong Yunfan, then he followed behind Nangong Wentian. Sighs could be heard coming from the palace. All of them knew that Nangong Wentian could be considered as one of the most outstanding warriors in the younger generation, but too bad it was still far from enough. Nangong Yunfan also knew that the reason why Nangong Wentian couldn't break through to the combat soul realm was because of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill. This skill was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be, and if a cultivator couldn't break through a bottleneck, they would be stuck for a very long time. If Nangong Wentian was only cultivating an ordinary skill from the Nangong family with his talent, he would have long since broken through to the combat soul realm, surpassing Nangong Wenyan. However, both Nangong Wentian and Nangong Yunfan knew that by cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, Nangong Wentian and Jiang Chen's achievements would be unimaginable. With the current situation, Nangong Yunfan could only hope that Nangong Wentian would be able to break through to the combat soul realm within the last couple of days. A quiet courtyard filled with flowers and trees. This was Nangong Wentian's residence. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, the decorations here were still the same. Every day a servant would come and clean the place. Nangong Wentian stood in the courtyard and let out a heavy sigh. He knew what his problem was. It was extremely difficult to break through a bottleneck. Brother Nan, circulate your 10,000 everlasting elephant skill. Let me see where your bottleneck is. Jiang Chen suddenly said. Nangong Wentian's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Only now did he remember that there was an omnipotent guy following him. This guy looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but there was nothing he didn't know. Skills, combat skills, formations, alchemy, combat weapons, there was nothing he didn't know. Chapter 396. All right. Nangong Wentian immediately nodded his head. When it came to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to expose all his secrets to Jiang Chen. That was his absolute trust in Jiang Chen. Furthermore, he believed that his 10,000 everlasting elephants skill might not even be able to catch Jiang Chen's eyes, because Jiang Chen's skill was much stronger than his own. After saying that, Nangong Wentian started adjusting his condition. Waves of dense yuan force burst out from his body. Under the influence of the yuan force, His robe fluttered and his hair fluttered in the wind. A layer of faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. Following the appearance of the golden light, Nangong Wentian's entire aura began to undergo an earth-shattering change. At first the golden light was extremely sharp, but gradually Nangong Wentian's aura became somewhat heavy as a mountain. As his aura continued to rise, the entire courtyard began to shake. Then an ancient qi overflowed from his body. Jiang Qin stared at Nangong Wentian without blinking his eyes. What a mystical skill. This skill has an ancient qi to it, as if it has been passed down for a very long time. It seems like Anan's luck is not bad. This skill is very powerful. It can continuously improve his innate potential, giving him endless benefits in the future. Jiang Qin praised in his heart. At first he thought that Nangong Wentian's skill was just an ordinary skill in Saint Origin World. At most it would be of a higher grade, but now it seemed like it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Anan, display all of your skills, don't hold back, unleash all of your qi. Jiang Qin shouted coldly. His voice was like a thunderclap that entered Nangong Wentian's ears, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. All right. Nangong Wentian didn't dare to hesitate and immediately responded. Little did he know that what was happening right in front of him was the dream of countless people. To be able to receive personal guidance from the greatest saint under the heavens was a blessing that could only be obtained through countless generations of hard work. Wang Wing Nangong Wentian's qi began to tremble. The golden light that rushed out from his body became thicker and thicker, as if it was made of pure gold. How? Finally, Nangong Wentian unleashed his energy to its peak. A muffled roar came from his body, and behind him, a 30-meter-tall golden elephant manifested. The elephant was only an illusion, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was extremely mystical. The barbarian elephant had 4 limbs and was covered in golden scales. There were spikes on its long trunk, and its fangs were like 2 world-shaking blades, ancient and sharp. The barbarian elephant's eyes were turbid and solemn, and it exuded the aura of a high and mighty king, as if it was a king of the heavens. That's an ancient desolate ancient elephant, the king of 10,000 elephants. I didn't expect Anan's 10,000 everlasting elephants to be able to manifest the desolate ancient elephant. This is unbelievable. Jiang Qin was quite knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the ancient desolate ancient elephant. It was a true king of beasts, a supreme existence. Unfortunately, Anan has only scratched the surface of the 10,000 everlasting elephants' mysterious art. The desolate ancient mammoth he manifested only has the feeling of being as heavy as a mountain. He hasn't revealed the desolate ancient mammoth's aura of a king of beasts. This is his bottleneck, Jiang Qin thought to himself. He immediately saw through Nangong Wentian's problem. Anan, withdraw your qi, Jiang Qin said. Nangong Wentian's body swayed slightly, and like a deflated balloon, all his qi was withdrawn. Little Qinzi, when I was cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants, I felt like my strength had reached its peak, and it was extremely difficult to increase it any further. I've reached a bottleneck and I can't break through it. Nangong Wentian said with a frown. Anan, your situation is normal. It's because you haven't found the true secret of cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants. Jiang Qin said. The true secret? Nangong Wentian was startled. That's right. Just now I saw that the wild elephant you conjured was a desolate ancient elephant. This ancient elephant is the king of all elephants, a natural king of beasts. When you were cultivating, you only focused on the power of the elephant, but you didn't think about the elephant's aura. This aura is the aura of a king of beasts. It is the essence of the 10,000 everlasting elephant's skill. Therefore you cannot focus on the power of the skill, you must feel the essence of the skill, feel the aura of the king of beasts in the desolate ancient elephant. As long as you find that aura, you will be able to completely solidify the desolate ancient elephant's shadow and break through the bottleneck. Once you do this, the skill will also transform and the benefits you will obtain will be unimaginable. Jiang Qin said. Focus on the qi of the origin. Nangong Wentian was startled. He had been cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill for a long time, but he had always thought it was a skill that focused on physical strength, and he had never thought about the inner side of it. But now, after being reminded by Jiang Qin, he suddenly felt enlightened. Haha, I understand now. It turns out I never understood the true essence of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill. Little Chinzi, I never expected you to have such sharp eyes, and your words are so accurate. I think I've found the way to break through. Nangong Wentian burst into laughter. His face was filled with excitement. It was rare for a warrior to suddenly gain enlightenment after being stuck in a bottleneck, so he couldn't help but feel excited. I believe you, you can definitely do it. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. Little Qin, we don't have much time left. I need to enter secluded cultivation immediately, and try to break through the bottleneck and break through to the combat soul realm before the day of the duel. During this period of time, you just need to rest in the Nangong family. As the Nangong family's esteemed guest, you can go anywhere you want. Nangong Wentian said. No, staying in the Nangong family won't do me any good, I need to go somewhere else. While you're in secluded cultivation, I need to find a way to break through to the combat soul realm as well. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The southern continent was filled with demon beasts, and it was much more violent than the eastern continent. He could use these few days to train himself and try to break through to the combat soul realm. He didn't come here for a sightseeing trip. Putting aside the matter regarding the Nangong family, he still had to deal with a lot of things in the eastern continent, which urged Jiang Qin to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Alright, I know you're a man who can't stay in one place for long. Besides, with your strength you can go anywhere in the southern continent. Nangong Wentian nodded his head. He wasn't surprised by Jiang Qin's decision. If Jiang Qin really decided to stay in the Nangong family, that would be a surprise. And let's not waste any more time, I'll go now. Let's see who can break through to the combat soul realm first. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. I'm afraid I'll be faster than you. I now know the cultivation method of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, and it won't take long for me to break through to the combat soul realm. Buddy, you have to break through to the combat soul realm as well. Although Jiang Qin was a formidable man with his late divine core cultivation base, there was no way he could represent the Nangong family in the third match. Only by breaking through to the combat soul realm would he have a chance. After that, Jiang Qin left the Nangong family. He simply chose a direction and flew toward it. Jiang Qin kept flying while admiring the scenery of the southern continent. It was indeed more beautiful than the eastern continent, and before he knew it, half a day had passed. In front of him was a vast mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a mountain range with a circumference of over 10,000 miles. A few tribes could be found in this mountain range. Jiang Qin scanned the area with his divine sense, and he could see the layout and buildings of the nearest tribes. It was a classic style. Something seems to be happening in front of us. With his sensitive senses, Jiang Qin threw his glance toward a tribe not far away from him. With a sway of his body, he flew toward it. Lianyun Castle was the name of this tribe. Right at this moment, outside of the tribe, people were crying and howling. No, we don't want to go to the demon palace. Chief, save us. We don't want to accompany those demon beasts. I'd rather die. 3 teenage girls were crying and wailing. These 3 teenage girls looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, and they had pretty faces. They could be considered as beauties. Right now, these 3 teenage girls were surrounded by a group of men in black robes. 3 of these men were holding them tightly, and no matter how hard they struggled, they just couldn't break free from these men's hands. These men were emitting strong demonic energies. Obviously, they weren't humans but demon beasts that had transformed into human form. At this moment, a group of people from Lianyun Castle were standing in front of the men in black robes. All of them were gnashing their teeth and their faces were filled with anger. They could only watch their people being taken away by the demon beasts, and they couldn't do anything about it. Demon Palace, don't go too far. In the past 2 years we have given you a lot of resources and now you want to take our people away? What is this? The leader of the group looked to be in his 50s and he was a little fat. He was the chief of Lianyun Castle, and at this moment his eyes were red and he was clenching his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. As a chief, he had to watch his people being eaten by the demon beasts. That kind of feeling was hard to imagine. Jia, old man, tomorrow is our 3rd master's birthday. It's their great fortune to have these 3 girls serve him in bed. If they serve him well, our 3rd master might even give you some treasures from Lianyun Castle. Such a great thing, why are you crying here? The leader of the group said with a sinister smile. No, I don't want to accompany that demon beast. I'd rather die. When one of the teenage girls heard that she was going to serve the third palace master, she immediately burst into tears again. "Shut up." The leader of the group slapped the teenage girl's face. "Bastard, let go of my sister." Right at this moment, a young man dashed out from the group of Lianyun Castle. He was holding a long sword in his hand, and he was a late heavenly core warrior at such a young age. Chapter 397. Lian Ming, come back. Seeing this, family chief Lian Haolong immediately shouted out in shock. Although Lian Ming was a late heavenly core warrior, there were a few divine core warriors in front of him. Lian Ming's actions were no different than courting death. Unfortunately, Lian Ming was completely enraged. He couldn't hear the clan leader's voice at all. Ever since his sister was taken away, he had lost his mind. The third palace master of the Demon Palace was a notorious sex fiend. If these three girls fell into the third palace master's hands, they would definitely be ravaged to death. "You're courting death." The leader of the group waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that smashed onto Lian Ming's body like a huge hammer. Bam! Puff! Lian Ming, who was charging towards Lian Ming, was hit head-on, and he was immediately knocked back. Along the way, he threw up a mouthful of blood, but the family chief quickly caught him. "Family chief, I beg you, please save my sister." Lian Ming didn't care about his own injuries. He grabbed the family chief's arm tightly with both hands. He knew that the strongest warrior in front of him was only a mid-divine core warrior, but his family chief was a late divine core warrior. If the family chief could help, his sister would definitely be saved. "Lian Ming, I want to help as well." Lian Haolong's body was trembling. He wanted to kill these damn demon beasts more than anyone else, but he couldn't do it. As the family chief, he had to think about all the people in Lianyun Castle. If he killed these demon beasts today, it wouldn't take long before Lianyun Castle was attacked by the Demon Palace. Blood would flow like a river and no one would be spared. "Old fool, control your men. I'm already being merciful by not killing him just now. If anyone from Lianyun Castle dares to go against the Demon Palace's will, I'll wipe out the entire Lianyun Castle. I'll kill every single one of you," the leading black-robed man said in a gloomy voice. He didn't take these human beings seriously at all. In his eyes, human beings were just prey, and these girls were just playthings for them to vent their anger on. As long as they wanted to, they could destroy all the human tribes in this mountain range at any time. "Let's go." The man in black waved his hand, turned around, and was about to leave. The three girls were crying and throwing a tantrum. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the Lianyun Castle were all trembling. They had seen their clansmen fall into the tiger's mouth with their own eyes, but they couldn't do anything about it. That kind of feeling was worse than death. Ever since the Demon Palace had taken over this mountain range, they had been like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "Put the three girls down." A ghostly voice suddenly sounded from behind. Then a white-robed youth appeared, blocking the path of the black-robed men. The sudden appearance of the young man caused everyone to be stunned. That was because the place where the young man was previously standing was completely empty. In other words, the young man had suddenly appeared like a ghost and no one had seen him. "Kid, who are you?" the leader of the black-robed men shouted. "I'll say it again. Don't worry about the three girls." The white-clothed youth's gaze was lowered, and his voice was as indifferent as water. He didn't even raise his head to look at these transformed demonic beasts. It was as if these black-clothed men weren't worthy of his attention. Where did this young man come from? "You're courting death." A heavenly core black-clothed man unleashed his energy. Then he stretched out his black claw and grabbed towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. The black-clothed man who was attacking Zhou Xian suddenly let out a miserable shriek. His body kneeled down on the ground and turned into a pool of blood. What? This turn of events was too frightening. Everyone, including the clansmen of Lianyun Castle, exclaimed in shock. Everyone looked at the white-clothed young man in front of them in a completely different light. They didn't even see how this young man attacked, but with just a cold snort he had killed a heavenly core demon lord. This was really frightening. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it was real. "Who are you?" the leader of the black-clothed men continued asking. "How dare you kill someone from the Demon Palace? You're really courageous. Looks like you didn't understand what I said." Zhou Xian suddenly raised his head. Two beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp, and it made the few black-clothed men tremble in fear. Swoosh! The white-clothed young man in front of them disappeared. In the next second, the young man reappeared at the same spot as if he had never left. It was as if what happened just now was just an illusion, but what happened next shocked all the men from Lianyun Castle. Plop, plop, all the black-clothed men fell onto the ground one by one. Blood started gushing out from their wounds and they were all dead, including the few divine core demon lords. Gasp. All the men from Lianyun Castle who witnessed this gasped. They stared at this white-clothed young man who appeared out of nowhere as if they were looking at a ghost. Oh heavens, how strong was this young man? How did he attack? They didn't even see it from such a close distance. What was even more frightening was that when this young man killed all the black-clothed men, his opponents didn't even have the chance to scream, let alone fight back. They were all killed on the spot. This didn't mean that these brutal demon beasts were weak. It just meant that this young man in front of them was really frightening. The three girls were stunned in place with their mouths wide open. They had already given up all hope and were prepared to die, but they didn't expect that a handsome young man would suddenly appear and kill all the demonic beasts in the blink of an eye, saving them from disaster. Thank you for saving us, young master. One of the teenage girls was the first to react. She hurriedly kneeled down. Thank you, young master. The other two teenage girls also kneeled down and kowtowed toward Jiang Chen. In just a split second, this young man who they didn't even know had left an unforgettable impression in their hearts. Stand up. Jiang Chen said casually. A gentle force emerged from his body and lifted the three teenage girls up. He happened to pass by this place, and when he saw these demon beasts bullying humans, he had to do something about it. Sister. Lian, The people of Lianyun Castle rushed forward and surrounded the three teenage girls. Thank you, young master, for saving my sister. Please accept my bow. The severely injured Lian Ming immediately kneeled down in front of Jiang Chen. Stand up. You do have some guts. Take this elixir and heal your wounds. Jiang Chen casually threw a healing elixir to Lian Ming. Lian Ming had good eyesight. Just by looking at the quality of the elixir, he could tell that it was a priceless elixir. Young master, this elixir is too precious. I can't accept it. Lian Ming couldn't stay calm. Just accept it. Jiang Chen glared at Lian Ming. This young man was willing to sacrifice his life for his sister. Jiang Chen admired him for his courage. Subsequently, Jiang Chen looked at Lian Haolong and said, You are the clan leader here. Yes. Lian Haolong greets the young master. Lian Haolong bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength made him not dare to be careless. Moreover, a person who could take out such a precious elixir was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, Lianyun Castle couldn't afford to offend such a person. You must be worried that after I killed those demon beasts, the demon palace will come back to take revenge on you, right? Jiang Chen knew what Lian Haolong was thinking. Of course, it was normal for him to have such thoughts. As the clan leader, he had to think about the whole clan at all times. Young master, you have killed the people of the demon palace, so they won't let you off easily. However, we are already very grateful that you helped us because of our Lianyun Castle. The demon palace is too powerful, so you should leave as soon as possible. Lian Haolong sighed. He knew that Lianyun Castle's doomsday was coming. Jiang Chen did it to save people, not to harm people. Don't worry, since I'm involved in this, I will definitely take care of it. Tell me more about the demon palace and I will help you get rid of them. Jiang Chen said. He had come here to train himself and his first target was powerful demon beasts. Now, the demon palace, which was bullying the human race, was his target. What? Many people in Lianyun Castle cried out in surprise. Getting rid of the demon palace? Just hearing about it made people's hearts jump. Young Master Jiang, the demon palace is too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. Lian Haolong said with a frown. Seems like you don't need my help. Fine, I will leave now. Lianyun Castle can fend for itself. Jiang Chen glared at Lian Haolong, then turned around and was about to leave. Young master, don't leave. The people from Lianyun Castle immediately stopped Jiang Chen. What a joke. If this young man left, their Lianyun Castle would definitely face destruction. This young man's strength was immeasurable, and he might really be able to deal with the demon palace. At least he was much stronger than Lianyun Castle. Besides, this young man was their only hope. Young Master Jiang, the demon palace belongs to the demon race and they are very powerful. They have a total of 3 masters and all of them are at the combat soul realm. They are the Lion King, the Wolf King and the Hawk King. Among them, the Lion King is a mid-combat soul warrior and he's extremely powerful. The Demon Palace has been running amok in this area, and all the human tribes in this mountain range have suffered a lot from them. We don't dare say anything about it. Tomorrow is the birthday of the 3rd master, the Hawk King and the Hawk King. The Hawk King loves women the most and he actually came to our Lianyun castle to kidnap some girls to sleep with him. Lian Ming said. When talking about the Demon Palace he was filled with hatred and fear. 3 combat soul demon lords. Chapter 398. After listening to Lian Tsong's explanation, Jiang Chen had a better understanding of the Demon Palace. It was a powerful demon clan and there were 3 palace masters, the Lion King, the Wolf King and the Eagle King. The existence of the Demon Palace made Jiang Chen understand more about the demonic beasts in the southern continent. In the eastern continent, although demonic beasts were quite common, there were very few powerful demon clans. It could be said that the entire eastern continent was under the rule of the human race. However, in the southern continent the demonic beasts were more organized and more terrifying. The battle between the human race and the demon race had reached a point where they were like fire and water. There were definitely more than one demon clan like the Demon Palace in the southern continent. Do you know the location of the Demon Palace? Jiang Chen looked at Lian Haolong and asked. Hearing this, everyone from Lianyun Castle was shocked. From the looks of it, Jiang Chen was really going to fight against the Demon Palace. This made them both worried and happy. If Jiang Chen could really help them get rid of the Demon Palace, it would be great news for all the human clans in this mountain range. At first the people from Lianyun Castle thought that Jiang Chen was just joking, but now it seemed like this young man was going to fight for real. After knowing the strength of the 3 palace masters of the Demon Palace, this young man didn't seem nervous at all. He was just as calm as before and that kind of indifferent expression couldn't be faked. This could only mean one thing. This young man in front of them indeed had the strength to deal with the Demon Palace. This could be seen from Jiang Chen's attack just now. Although the people from Lianyun Castle lived in the mountains, they weren't isolated from the outside world. They still knew a little about the outside world. The southern continent was a vast place and there were many geniuses in it. For example, the Nangong family and the Profound River Palace were the top powers in the southern continent, and they all had many geniuses. Even a demon clan like the Demon Palace was nothing in their eyes. In the eyes of the people of Lianyun Castle, this young genius who had appeared out of nowhere was probably a genius from one of the top powers in the southern continent. With such a genius attacking the Demon Palace would definitely be finished. Mr. Jiang, we don't know the exact location of the Demon Palace. We've been bullied all this time. If you had killed one of them it would have been better. Chief Lian Haolong said while shaking his head. They had been bullied by the Demon Palace for 2 years, but they didn't even know the exact location of the Demon Palace. It was really sad. Don't worry. Lian Tsong, throw the corpses of the people from the Demon Palace to a more conspicuous place in the mountain range. I believe it won't take long before the people from the Demon Palace come here in anger. I'll wait here. Jiang Chen said to Lian Kong, all right. Lian Tsong immediately agreed. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength as well as the fact that Jiang Chen had saved her sister, Jiang Chen was like a lofty mountain in her heart. She could only look up to him. Therefore she would obey every single one of Jiang Chen's orders. Lian Tsong immediately called a few people from Lianyun Castle to carry the corpses of the Demon Palace away. Within Lianyun Castle, Lian Haolong had prepared a very quiet place for Jiang Chen to rest. Jiang Chen casually pulled a chair and sat in the courtyard with his legs crossed, looking very relaxed. Compared to Jiang Chen's leisurely and relaxed demeanor, the people of Lianyun Castle couldn't remain calm. Including Patriarch Lian Haolong, all of them were restless and their hearts were beating like a drum. They knew exactly what was going to happen to Lianyun Castle. Going against the Demon Palace was something they had never even dreamed of, and in their minds doing something like this was insane. Even though they knew that a terrifying genius had come to their Dao clan, they still couldn't calm down. After all, for the past 2 years, the Demon Palace had left a huge shadow in their hearts, and it was impossible for them to get rid of it in just a short period of time. 1 hour later. A dense black smoke could be seen in the distant sky. It looked like a dark cloud and it was getting closer and closer to Lianyun Castle. Thunderous sounds could be heard wherever it went. They sure are fast. Xianxia raised his head and casually glanced at the black smoke. Sensing the intense demonic energy coming from it, Xianxia couldn't help but sneer. The demon palace had arrived in just an hour, much faster than he had expected. Look, the people from the demon palace are here. Heavens, what a powerful aura. Is that the pressure of a combat soul warrior? Don't tell me the master of the demon palace is here? This is terrifying. Where is that genius Xianxia? Only he can stop the people from the demon palace. The people of Lianyun Castle immediately fell into an unprecedented panic. Everyone stared at the black smoke that was getting closer and closer to them with fear, and they couldn't even breathe properly. The gap between their cultivation levels was just too huge, and coupled with the brutality of these demon beasts, the people of Lianyun Castle who had been bullied for 2 years had no way to fight back. They didn't even have the thought of fighting back. Bang! Finally, along with a deafening thunderous sound, the black smoke appeared above Lianyun Castle. After that, it exploded and over 100 muscular men in black clothes appeared like ghosts. All of these men in black clothes were in human form, which meant the weakest among these demon beasts was at least at the heavenly core realm. Over 100 transformed demon beasts, the weakest among them was at the heavenly core realm, and there were quite a few divine core realm as well. The man in the lead had an aquiline nose and he was skinny. He had a pair of eagle eyes that were extremely sharp, cruel and merciless. Sometimes an obscene light could be seen flickering in his eyes. Just by standing there he made it hard for everyone to breathe, and the beast pressure he was unleashing was terrifying. The man with the aquiline nose looked like he was in his 30s, and he was none other than the third master of the demon palace, the Hawk King. The Hawk King's eyes were extremely cold. He glanced at everyone from Lianyun Castle, then he said with Lung Lung, "Lianyun Castle, how dare you kill the people of the demon palace? Looks like you're tired of living. Since you're tired of living, there's no need for you to live any longer. Today I'll personally kill all of you and not even leave a single soul alive." Chapter 399. This was an extremely shocking scene. An early combat soul demon lord, the third palace master of the demon palace, was killed by an unknown young man with just a single strike. Heavens, what did I just see? Did the third palace master was really killed? This is too frightening. How strong is he? That was a combat soul demon lord, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He killed it with just a single strike. This is too shocking. I feel like I'm dreaming. Everyone in Lianyun Castle felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't accept this reality. The third palace master who had been bullying them all this time was killed just like that. Right at this moment, no matter if it was the people from Lianyun Castle or the demon palace, all of them were looking at this handsome young man in white with fear in their eyes. "You killed our third palace master." A man in black roared at Xianxia. However, his voice was trembling and he didn't seem to be very confident. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to these men in black. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden demon soul from the Hawk King's exploded body. "An early combat soul demon soul should be able to help me form 100 new dragon marks. If I can kill all 3 palace masters of the demon palace, I might be able to break through to the combat soul realm." A faint smile emerged on Xianxia's face. He unleashed the true dragon flame from his palm onto the fist-sized golden demon soul. Under the scorching heat of the true dragon flame, the demon soul started melting bit by bit. In just a few breaths' time, the demon soul was completely absorbed by Xianxia. Just as Xianxia had expected, this demon soul had helped him form 100 new dragon marks. Right now, Xianxia had a total of 4,700 dragon marks in his body, and he was only 300 away from reaching 5,000. His next target was clear: the other 2 palace masters of the demon palace. Xianxia liked doing things like this as it would benefit both himself and the others. Not only could it satisfy his own needs, it could also help the people get rid of a threat. "Boss, the third palace master was killed. What should we do now?" One of the demonic beasts whispered to the leader of the group. Let's go back and report this to the Grand Palace Master. The Grand Palace Master will definitely grind this brat's bones to dust." The leader of the black-clothed men gnashed his teeth and said. Then the hundreds of men in black leaped into the air, once again transforming into a cloud of black smoke, and flew into the distance. Beasts were violent and cruel creatures, but they were not idiots. This young man who appeared out of nowhere from the Lianyun castle had even killed the Eagle King. Why would they fight against him? Only death awaited them. Since you've come, then don't leave. All of you stay. Xianxia let out a loud laugh and unleashed the true dragon palm. All these brutal beasts deserved to die, and since he had decided to attack, he would definitely kill them all. He would completely destroy the demon palace and clear the path of this mountain range. Rumble. A crimson dragon claw descended from the sky like the vault of heaven and shrouded the black smoke. Shrill screams rose and fell from the black smoke. Blood mist filled the sky and severed limbs fluttered in the air. In just an instant, the void had turned into an azure battlefield, bloody to the extreme. To Xianxia, these demonic beasts were too weak. They were pitifully weak. Originally, there were more than 100 of them, but with a single attack from Xianxia, more than 70 of them had been killed and the rest were all injured. All of you must die. Xianxia snorted coldly. He waved his hand and unleashed a wave of golden light. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, interweaving into a huge golden net that shot forward. Pucci, the remaining demonic beasts didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. They were all pierced through and died on the spot. In front of them, Xianxia was like a gigantic elephant and they were like tiny ants. If a gigantic elephant wanted to trample ants to death, no matter how many ants there were, it would all be useless. This was the difference in strength. Come here. Xianxia extended his hand and grabbed the leader of the black-clothed men, then he pulled him to the front. This was the only survivor. Right now his face was pale and it was extremely unpleasant to look at. The leader's face was filled with fear. There was no way he wouldn't be terrified. This scene was too terrifying. The demon palace had dominated this region, and they had never suffered such a heavy blow before. This young man in front of him was not a human but a devil. The demon palace was so huge, but in less than a minute he had destroyed all of them and he was the only survivor. Spare my life. The leader begged for mercy. Under the pressure of Xianxia's aura, this was the first time he felt so tiny. Take me to the demon palace. Xianxia grabbed the black-clothed man's neck with one hand and disappeared in a flash. Only after Xianxia had left for a long time did the people of Lianyun Castle recover from the shock. Thinking back to what happened just now, they felt like they were in a dream. If it wasn't for the pile of broken limbs in front of them, they wouldn't have believed it was real. What a terrifying young man. He must be a peerless genius from some superpower. He must be a genius from the profound river palace, and he came out to gain experience. Our Lianyun Castle is really lucky. The profound river palace and the Demon King Palace have always been enemies, and the Demon King Palace is a superpower of the demon race. I'm afraid this young man is really from the profound river palace. No matter which superpower he is from, he's not someone we can imagine. I hope he can eradicate the demon palace and get rid of the biggest threat for us. The people of Lianyun Castle couldn't calm down for a long time. To them, everything that had happened today was too surreal, and they didn't even dare to dream about it. The man in black was under Xianxia's control, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately brought Xianxia and headed towards the demon palace. The demon palace was located in a valley in the deepest part of the mountain range. The valley was shrouded in mist all day long, and the demonic aura filled the air. The valley was dangerous, but the scenery was beautiful and it was filled with rich natural energy. It was a perfect place for cultivation. Mister, this is the demon palace. The man in black pointed at the valley in front of him and said in a low voice. He was afraid that if he spoke too loudly he would anger Xianxia and kill him with a slap. Very good. Xianxia nodded his head with a satisfied expression on his face. Seeing that Xianxia was satisfied, the man in black immediately showed an ecstatic expression and said, If that's the case, mister, can you spare my life? I'll let you die a quick death. Xianxia squeezed his hand and broke the man's neck, then he threw the dead body away. Clang. With a shake of his arm, the heavenly saint sword appeared in Xianxia's hand, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face and he stretched his body. Today he was going to start a massacre. Zhoosh. The heavenly saint sword was raised high by Xianxia, and it turned into a gigantic sword that was tens of meters long. As yuan energy was infused into it, the heavenly saint sword let out a melodious sword cry. Then Xianxia slashed down with all his might, and a dazzling gigantic sword light pierced through the mist in the valley. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion broke the tranquility of the valley, and a destructive energy spread out in all directions, engulfing the entire valley. Terrifying black smoke filled the air and row after row of buildings collapsed. Under the attack of Xianxia's sword, all of them were turned into dust. Screams could be heard coming from inside the valley. Obviously, someone was unlucky enough to be killed by Xianxia's sword. Who is it? Who dares to trespass into the demon palace? Damn it, the demon palace has been severely damaged. All of a sudden the entire demon palace became restless. One after another powerful figures flew out from the valley. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the demon palace was densely packed with people. There were powerful beasts in human form, and there were also powerful demonic beasts flying in the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. When the people of the demon palace came out, they immediately saw Xianxia. This uninvited guest in front of them, this young man dressed in white who was holding a long sword in his hand, was obviously the one who destroyed the demon palace. Who are you? How dare you? A late divine core demon lord shouted at Xianxia. Zhou. What welcomed him was a sword that couldn't be dodged. That great demon only saw a flash of light before he lost consciousness. His head was directly tossed into the air. He didn't even have the chance to react before he died tragically. Today I'm going to wipe out this place, leave no survivors. Xianxia carried a mighty force and he didn't show any mercy. With a sway of his body, he dashed into the demon palace's camp and swung the heavenly saint sword back and forth. Every time he swung the sword, blood would scatter in all directions. Large numbers of demon beasts were killed without any chance to fight back. Xianxia was going to uproot this powerful demon clan all by himself and leave no survivors. This was what he was going to do today. Arg! Someone is killing in the demon palace, hurry up and call the two masters. The demon palace was instantly thrown into chaos. For them, the arrival of Xianxia was their doomsday. Bang! The sky above the valley was filled with sword beams and blood could be seen everywhere. Rows of dead bodies were falling down from the sky, and the smell of blood had completely covered the entire valley. The sword beams were like death scythes from hell, mercilessly harvesting all lives in this place. Presumptuous. Right at this moment, a furious roar shook the heavens and earth. It sounded like a thunderclap coming from the valley. After that, two bright beams of light shot up into the sky and landed in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. The two beams of light transformed into two muscular middle-aged men. One of them was wearing a golden armor and he had a head full of thick golden hair, making him look like a lion. The other man was wearing a black robe, and his eyes were filled with the ferocity of a wolf. Chapter 400. Colorful lights filled the sky and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. There was also a pungent smell of blood that lingered in the air. The misty white mist had been completely dispersed, and the entire valley had turned into a living hell. Broken limbs could be seen everywhere and the broken buildings were stained with blood. This place had turned into a hellish battlefield. Looking at this scene, all the demon beasts in the demon palace had ugly expressions on their faces. When they thought about what happened just now, they couldn't help but feel terrified. The Lion King and Wolf King were both trembling with anger. Both of them stared at Xianxia like a pair of venomous scorpions. This uninvited guest who appeared out of nowhere had nearly destroyed the demon palace and killed countless demon beasts. This was a huge provocation to the demon palace. No, this was no longer a provocation, it was contempt. As the palace masters of the demon palace, the Lion King and Wolf King felt that they had to tear this young man in white into pieces. Only then would they be able to vent their anger. Did you do all this? The Lion King's voice was like a giant bell, and his voice turned into waves of sound that resonated throughout the valley. It was obvious how angry he was right now. He knew everything was done by this young man, but he still couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know what this young man was thinking, and why did he have the guts to come to the demon palace and cause trouble? What else could it be? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. With his experience, he had already figured out the Lion King and Wolf King's strength. The Wolf King was only an early combat soul warrior just like the Eagle King. For the current Xianxia, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. As for the Lion King, he was a mid-combat soul warrior, but Xianxia had killed many mid-combat soul warriors. Furthermore, after absorbing the dimensional purple sand crystal and the Eagle King's demon soul, Xianxia's combat strength had once again increased to the peak divine core realm. Even without the heavenly saint sword, he was confident he could kill the Lion King. Today the demon palace would be completely destroyed by his hands. "Who are you? How dare you attack the demon palace?" The Wolf King said with a loud voice. "The demon palace belongs to the demon clan. Originally we could have lived in harmony with the human clan. However, you've bullied the human clan and you're cruel and brutal. Naturally you'll be killed. The third palace master, the Eagle King, has already been killed by me. Now it's your turn." Xianxia was calm and composed. All that could be seen on his face was indifference and indifference. "What? You killed third brother?" Hearing this, the Wolf King cried out in alarm. There were 3 palace lords in the demon palace, and from this, it wasn't hard to tell that the 3 of them had a good relationship with each other. Now that they heard that their third brother had died, they were naturally furious. "Don't worry, you two are the same." Xianxia slowly raised the heavenly saint sword, pointing it at the Lion King and Hawk King. The tip of the sword was constantly emitting a brilliant light. It was extremely beautiful, but under this kind of beauty, it represented a boundless hell. To Xianxia's enemies, the heavenly saint sword itself was a sword of hell. It represented destruction. You human geniuses are really arrogant. You think that you can ignore everything just because you're talented? I don't care which power you're from, but since you've dared to break into my demon palace, only death awaits you. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll torture you to death and I'll avenge my third brother." The Lion King coldly snorted. His aura fluctuated and layers of light rippled out from his golden armor. In the next moment, the Lion King made his move. He abruptly stretched out his palm, and a tens of meters long golden lion claw appeared out of thin air. Then he attacked Xianxia. Facing the Lion King's attack, Xianxia remained calm. He casually waved his arm, and a beam of sword light shot out from the heavenly saint's sword. The sword light was extremely bright, and its aura was so strong that it could even cut the space apart. Puchi. The Lion King's claw was completely powerless against the heavenly saint's sword light. It was instantly cut into 2 halves, and then it turned into specks of golden light and disappeared. "What?" The Lion King's face turned pale with fright. The way he looked at Xianxia had completely changed. This young man in front of him, who was only at the divine core realm, was much more frightening than he had imagined. His full force attack with his mid-combat soul cultivation base had been shattered by a simple sword strike from Xianxia. This was simply unimaginable. "If this is all you've got, the demon palace is finished today," Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. "Second brother, this guy is strong. Transform into your true form and attack together." The Lion King roared at the Wolf King and made a prompt decision. In an instant he transformed into a male lion covered in golden scales. The size of the male lion was over 100 feet in circumference. It had a majestic demonic aura, and its demonic aura towered into the sky. On the other side, the Wolf King had transformed into a pitch-black battle wolf. He raised his head and let out a furious howl, and with just a single howl, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away. Boom! The Lion King opened his mouth and spat out a fireball toward Xianxia. After the fireball left his mouth, it became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia coldly harumphed. He abruptly punched out with his bright fist and smashed onto the fireball. In an instant, the fireball was shattered into pieces. Swoosh! The Wolf King moved with incredible speed. Its sharp claws pierced through the air and grabbed toward Xianxia's face. Too weak. Xianxia shook his head. When the Wolf King's attack was about to reach him, he suddenly stretched out his palm and gripped the Wolf King's sharp claws tightly like a pair of steel pincers. Xianxia's body was as firm as a mountain, and the Wolf King's attack didn't even make him move. Only when the Wolf King was fighting with Xianxia did he realize how strong this young man was. But too bad, since he was grabbed by Xianxia, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Crack! Xianxia squeezed his palm and crushed the Wolf King's steel-like hard claws. Ooh! The Wolf King let out a blood-curdling howl. Yuan energy surged out from its body, but this kind of attack was of no use to Zhou Xian. With an indifferent expression, Zhou Xian casually thrust the Heavenly Saint sword in his other hand upwards. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through the Wolf King's throat, piercing through the top of its skull. The giant Wolf King's corpse writhed a few times before it completely lost all signs of life. A sharp sword energy shot out from the Heavenly Saint sword and shattered the Wolf King's corpse. Blood splashed everywhere, but none of it landed on Zhou Xian's body. A golden demon's soul fell from the sky and landed right on Zhou Xian's palm. Second brother. After witnessing the Wolf King's tragic death, the Lion King immediately let out a furious roar. All the demon beasts in the demon palace were shocked. None of them had expected this young man to be so formidable. Even the Lion King didn't expect the early combat Soul Wolf King to be killed so easily, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was too frightening. Indeed, it was frightening. The Lion King's heart started pounding, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Xian. Even though he was a mid-combat soul warrior, he still felt fear in his heart. Perhaps the Lion King didn't know much about Zhou Xian, but he knew the Wolf King's strength very well. Even he couldn't kill the Wolf King so easily, but this young man in front of him had done it. In other words, this young man's combat strength was greater than his own. It's your turn. Zhou Xian unleashed his energy, then he turned into a trail of light and dashed toward the Lion King. He didn't want to waste too much time in the demon palace, he wanted to finish this battle as soon as possible. Swoosh. Fast as a ghost. The Lion King could only see a bright spot flickering in the air, and in the next second, a deadly sword had arrived in front of him. Facing such a fast and violent attack, the Lion King had no time to defend himself. The only thing he could do was defend himself. As a demon beast, his body was extremely strong and his defense was also the strongest. Furthermore, he had already formed a Yuan energy barrier around his body, making it very difficult for ordinary people to break it. Too bad this kind of amazing defense was only effective against ordinary people, it was useless against Zhou Xian. The Heavenly Saint sword was invincible. It pierced through the Lion King's Yuan energy barrier without any resistance. No. The Lion King had a bad feeling. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura, and he didn't expect his opponent's sword to be so powerful. Furthermore, his opponent's movement was too fast, and there was no time for him to do anything. Poochie. Without any surprise, the Lion King followed in the Wolf King's footsteps, and was pierced through by the Heavenly Saint sword, killing him instantly. Zhou Xian coldly harumphed, then he forcefully slashed the Lion King's body in half with the Heavenly Saint sword. After that, he grabbed the Lion King's demon soul in his hand. Since then, the 3 palace masters of the demon palace had all died tragically, and the famous demon palace had been annihilated. With the death of 2 combat soul masters, none of the remaining demon beasts had the will to fight anymore. They were now staring at Zhou Xian as if they were looking at a ghost. Die. Zhou Xian was a cruel and merciless man. He had no intention of letting these cruel demon beasts go. The Heavenly Saint sword turned into an arc as it swung back and forth. Every time it swung, it would be accompanied by a blood-red light. A few minutes later, the entire valley was engulfed in raging flames. In just a few minutes, Zhou Xian had burned the entire demon palace to the ground. In just a few minutes he had killed most of the demon beasts in the demon palace, and only a few of them managed to escape with their lives. Only when the raging flames had burned down every last inch of the demon palace did Zhou Xian turn around and leave. The demon palace could be considered as one of the strongest demon clans, and it was quite famous in this area. But now it had been completely wiped out in just a single day, and not even a strand of hair was left behind. This news would soon spread out, and it wasn't hard to imagine how shocking it would be. Half an hour after Zhou Xian left, many figures started appearing from different directions, and they all arrived outside the demon palace. These people were all from the human tribes in this mountain range. They didn't know the exact location of the demon palace before this, but because the battle today had caused such a huge commotion, it was impossible for them not to know about it. When they saw the scene in front of them, all of them were extremely shocked. The demon palace has been destroyed, it's really destroyed. Chapter 401. Thinking about the young man in white who had appeared in Lianyun Castle, Lian Haolong hurriedly bowed to the sky. Many people were curious about what he was bowing to, but Lian Haolong didn't stop bowing. He bowed 9 times in a row before finally standing up. Lian Haolong wasn't the only one who was excited. All the human clans in this huge mountain range couldn't contain their excitement. For the past 2 years, the Demon Palace had done many evil things and bullied them. Facing the Demon Palace, they didn't dare to say anything. They wanted to see the destruction of the Demon Palace even in their dreams, and they never thought that they would be able to witness it today. Who did it? Who did it? How could they destroy the Demon Palace? Our Savior. This is a great favor to our generation. Now that the Demon Palace has been destroyed, we won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. I wonder which hero destroyed the Demon Palace. If I know who it was, I'll definitely worship him. Could it be that the humans of the southern continent are going to start a war with the demon clans? Although the Demon Palace hasn't been established for a long time, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Demon King Palace. Now that the Demon Palace has been destroyed, I don't think the Demon King Palace will let it go so easily. I'm afraid the southern continent will be plunged into chaos in the future. Everyone was excited, but some of them couldn't help but worry. The humans of the southern continent and the demon clans were irreconcilable enemies, and they were like fire and water. The demon clans in the southern continent were very powerful, and the eastern continent couldn't be compared with them. The Profound River Palace was the strongest among the humans, and the Demon King Palace was the strongest among the demon clans. It was because of the support of these 2 peak powers that the southern continent hadn't been plunged into chaos. However, no one knew if the destruction of the Demon Palace would be the trigger for the war between the 2 clans. As for the consequences of this incident, it wasn't Jiang Chen's concern anymore. At this moment, Jiang Chen was already thousands of miles away. In the same quiet valley, Jiang Chen was sitting on a white boulder with his legs crossed. After regulating his breathing, he opened his eyes once again. Right now, Jiang Chen's aura was much stronger than before. After absorbing the demon souls of those 3 guys from the Demon Palace, I now have a total of 4,950 dragon marks, and I only need another 50 dragon marks to break through to the Combat Soul Realm. With these 50 dragon marks, as long as I want to, I can break through to the Combat Soul Realm. However, I'm currently cultivating the Dragon Transformation skill, and when I'm about to break through to the Combat Soul Realm, I suddenly feel a bit depressed. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. His current path of cultivation was the same as walking the path of his previous life. The bottlenecks that others would encounter along the way didn't exist for him. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through to the Combat Soul Realm without needing to comprehend anything. Initially, Jiang Chen was planning to break through to the Combat Soul Realm in one go after absorbing the 3 Palace Masters' demon souls, but in the end he stopped himself. This was because when he tried to break through to the Combat Soul Realm, he could feel a stifling aura. This stifling aura was preventing his divine core from transforming into a combat soul. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that this depressed aura wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. It was the same feeling he felt when he broke through to the Saint Realm in his previous life, right before he attracted the heavenly tribulation. Damn it, don't tell me Daddy is going to face the heavenly tribulation when I break through to the Combat Soul Realm? Isn't that a little too ridiculous? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Heavenly tribulation, it was something that was far away from him, and it was going to strike him again so soon. In the entire Saint Origin realm, there were very few people who were qualified to face heavenly tribulation. However, heavenly tribulation was something that every peak combat emperor warrior longed for. Once they experienced heavenly tribulation, they would immediately become a saint. However, the meaning of heavenly tribulation was also something that could make all peak combat emperor warriors tremble in fear. 9 out of 10 chances of survival, one would be reborn into a butterfly. Once they passed through the heavenly tribulation, they would become a saint. If they failed, they would be turned into ashes. However, facing heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the Combat Soul Realm was something that had never happened before. Jiang Chen had seen the Flood Dragon go through the 3 minor tribulations, but that was only a transformation of its essence. Only when something that defied the natural order appeared would it attract the punishment of the heavens, and the heavenly tribulation would descend. The heavens ruled over everything, and they would never allow anything that defied the natural order to appear. Since the moment Jiang Chen started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had decided to walk a path that defied the natural order. Now that he was about to form a combat soul, he had to shake the heavens and earth, and the heavenly tribulation would descend upon him. I have a very strong feeling about it. I think the heavenly tribulation will descend within the next 2 days. Although it's a bit ridiculous to face the heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm, I'm still looking forward to it. An excited expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Even though he was the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had never faced a heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. After that, Jiang Chen left the valley and flew toward the nearest city. He was going to face the heavenly tribulation soon, so Jiang Chen decided not to give himself any pressure, and he wanted to relax for a while. Dancing Sun City. The city was quite famous in the southern continent. Of course, it was only famous. Compared to Nangong City, there was still a huge gap between this city and Nangong City. Today the Dancing Sun City was extremely lively. The city was filled with people. After leaving the valley, Jiang Chen immediately arrived at the Dancing Sun City. In the center of the Dancing Sun City there was a gigantic square. Today on this square there was a towering golden altar. On top of the altar there was a dazzling golden light. On top of the altar, there were countless treasures that were emitting a dazzling light, dazzling everyone's eyes. There was still an hour before noon, but the square was already filled with people, and the place was filled with noise and excitement. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on, but he still came to the square to join in the fun. "Brother, what's going on with this altar?" Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward a warrior standing next to him and asked. "Little brother, are you kidding me? How can you not know what's happening in the Dancing Sun City today?" The warrior stared at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. "I've just arrived at the Dancing Sun City, that's why I don't know." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "I see. Today is the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu personally came back to organize it. Of course it's going to cause a commotion," the warrior said. When he mentioned Wu Ningzhu's name, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of infatuation. "Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu? Who's that?" Jiang Chen asked in a serious manner. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, countless people rolled their eyes at him. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. "Fuck. Brother, are you kidding me? You don't even know who Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu is? Are you even human?" The warrior had an urge to rush forward and beat up Jiang Chen. Not to mention in the Dancing Sun City, even in the entire southern continent, there were only a few people who didn't know who Wu Ningzhu was. Jiang Chen was stunned. He knew that he shouldn't look down on Wu Ningzhu, but he really didn't know who this Wu Ningzhu was. The Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden, the southern continent's #1 beauty, the Profound River Palace's #1 genius, the Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu. Who doesn't know her? Someone said with a look of admiration in his eyes. The southern continent's #1 beauty, the dream of countless men. Jiang Chen was enlightened. He never thought that he would be able to meet someone like her while passing through the Dancing Sun City. The Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden, the #1 genius, the southern continent's #1 beauty, Wonderhand Thousandton. Each of these titles was enough to push a person to the peak, and make them the center of attention. Furthermore, the Profound River Palace was the name that attracted Jiang Chen the most. The Profound River Palace was involved in the Nangong family's rebellion, and since he was here today, Jiang Chen decided to take a good look at this Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden. The Wu family is really lucky to have given birth to such a genius. This city wasn't originally called the Dancing Sun City, but because of young Miss Wu Ningzhu the name was changed. That's right. The Wu family's young miss is extremely talented, and she was recruited by the Profound River Palace when she was very young. I heard that not long ago Wu Ningzhu has broken through to the late combat soul realm, and she came back to pay her respects to her ancestors. This is a great honor for the Wu family. Amazing. That Wu Ningzhu is only 20 years old, but she has already broken through to the late combat soul realm. Such a monstrous talent, it's unimaginable. Discussions could be heard everywhere. When the Wu family was mentioned, everyone's faces were filled with envy. The Wu family used to be a small family in the Dancing Sun City, but with the rise of Wu Ningzhu, the current Wu family had become the overlord of the Dancing Sun City, and they had even changed the name of the city. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. This was vividly demonstrated by the Wu family. As for Wu Ningzhu herself, she was the dream of countless men. The main reason why the ancestral worshipping ceremony was so lively was because Wu Ningzhu was going to show herself. In order to see Wu Ningzhu, many people had traveled thousands of miles to the Dancing Sun City. No one was willing to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Ningzhu, what a nice name. Since she has the title of the prettiest girl in the southern continent, I'm sure she's pretty as well. Zhou Xian thought to himself. Initially, he wanted to rest in the city and prepare for his heavenly tribulation. But now that he had come across such an important event, he decided to stay in the square and wait for the arrival of the prettiest girl. Time passed by and it felt like a long wait. However, none of the people in the square seemed impatient. Let alone a short wait, it would be worth it even if they had to wait for a few months in order to witness Wu Ningzhu's beauty. Soon an hour had passed. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon, and it signaled the start of the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony. Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from the sky. In the next moment, the sky was filled with golden lights and many gorgeous figures appeared. Look, the people from the Wu family are here. The ancestral worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Wu Ningzhu is here as well? Where is she? Why are you panicking? Wu Ningzhu is the most important person. How could she appear so soon? Just wait patiently. Chapter 402. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and the sky was filled with bright lights. Every single person who appeared had a superior and arrogant expression on their faces. They were the nobles of the Dancing Sun City, and they were supposed to be superior to everyone else. A total of over 20 muscular men wearing luxurious clothes appeared in the first batch. They slowly landed on the huge altar, then they stood in 2 rows in an orderly manner. After these 20 muscular men appeared, more and more men started appearing in the sky. Each of these men were the upper echelons of the Wu family. Today was the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and those who were qualified to stand on the altar were all men with high status. The man who led the group looked to be in his 30s. He had a graceful and luxurious face, and he had both hands placed behind his back. He was walking calmly in the sky toward the altar. Look, that's Wu Tianyang, the chief of the Wu family and Wu Ningzhu's father. This guy really has a good daughter. That's right, and his cultivation base isn't weak either. I heard that he just broke through to the mid-combat soul realm not long ago. A mid-combat soul warrior, and with Wu Ningzhu's help, Wu Tianyang can really do whatever he wants no matter where he goes. The appearance of Wu Tianyang immediately attracted everyone's attention. This chief of the Wu family was the true ruler of the Dancing Sun City, and even a fart from him could cause the entire city to tremble. Zhou Xian nodded his head. This Wu Tianyang did have an extraordinary bearing, at least not someone ordinary could compare with him. However, if Wu Tianyang was the strongest warrior in the Wu family, then the gap between the Wu family and the Nangong family was huge. However, if the genius Wu Ningzhu was taken into consideration, and the relationship between the Wu family and the profound river palace was taken into consideration, then the Wu family's status wasn't any lower than the Nangong family's. Therefore, in the southern continent, the Wu family was an exception. They didn't have the same overall strength as the Nangong family, but they had the same status as the Nangong family. After Wu Tianyang appeared, all the upper echelons of the Wu family arrived one after another. The Wu family had a strong foundation. They had 4 combat soul warriors and nearly 20 late divine core warriors. All of them were standing on top of the altar. At this moment, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the sky. Everyone knew that the main character today was not the people on the altar, nor was it Wu Tianyang himself. It was Wu Ningzhu. The ancestral worshipping ceremony would not begin until the eldest daughter of the Wu family appeared. Right at that moment, a melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Before anyone could even see the silhouette of a person, the sound waves were already rippling in the air. Right after the sound waves were heard, the entire Dancing Sun City became completely silent. Zhou Xian couldn't help but be moved. The sound of the zither seemed to have some kind of magical power. It was as beautiful as a stream flowing in his heart, clear and transparent. The sound of the zither was neither fast nor slow, permeating every part of the void. It was as if it had become one with nature. It was too wonderful for words. It was too beautiful. Just the sound of the zither alone was so beautiful. One could only imagine the person who played the zither. Wonderhand Thousand Tune Wu Ningzhu definitely lived up to her reputation. Look, young Miss Wu Ningzhu is here. Someone shouted out. All the people who were immersed in the sound of the zither immediately opened their eyes. After that, the scene once again fell into an unprecedented silence, because right at this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the lone figure in the sky. Xianxia opened his eyes as well. The first thing that came into his sight was a beautiful woman who was sitting cross-legged while playing the zither. Although the woman was just sitting there, it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. She was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, revealing a large part of her snow-white neck. Her proud twin peaks were filled with a wild beauty, and her black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was covered by a thin black veil, which made her beautiful face faintly discernible. However, with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he was able to see through the black veil and see her impeccably beautiful face. The woman's eyes were very bright, like the stars in the night sky. No dazzling colors could cover her dazzling brilliance. Even the knowledgeable Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that the #1 beauty of the southern continent truly lived up to her name. Wu Ningzhu's beauty was different from Yan Qinyu's. Yan Qinyu was like an ice lotus, holy and ethereal, and could penetrate the heart. On the other hand, Wu Ningzhu was filled with a wild beauty. Every single movement of hers carried a hint of feminine charm. She was like a lone rose that could bloom with endless colors at any time. A woman like this was simply a fatal attraction to men. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was sitting cross-legged in midair. Her slender jade-like hands were constantly plucking the strings of the zither in her bosom. It was a black zither and even the strings were black. It matched her style perfectly. The sound of the zither was like jade beads falling onto a plate. It was clear and melodious, and it made people feel refreshed. That pair of jade-like hands were dancing on the zither like butterflies. Beautiful, she's so beautiful. Wonderhand Thousand Tune truly lives up to her name. Her zither music is so mesmerizing that I can't help but feel refreshed after listening to it. However, rumor has it that Wu Ningzhu's strength lies in her ability to change between the notes of her zither. Her beautiful zither music can soothe people's souls, but it can also change into a demonic tune that can kill at any time. It's impossible to defend against it. To be able to see such a beauty in the Dancing Sun City, this trip has not been in vain. The only flaw is that Wu Ningzhu is wearing a veil on her face. Damn it, why are you still so unsatisfied? Isn't it enough to see such a peerless beauty? As far as I know, no one has ever removed Wu Ningzhu's veil before, because no one has the right to do so. None of the men could move their eyes away from Wu Ningzhu. To them, being able to look at this legendary figure from afar was more than enough. They would never dare to have any improper thoughts. Wu Ningzhu's zither music lasted for a few minutes before it slowly faded away. The zither in her arms turned into a black light and disappeared. Wu Ningzhu slowly stood up, revealing her tall and proud figure. Such a marvelous figure was enough to make people's noses bleed. Wu Ningzhu raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the crowd below. Her star-like eyes were filled with a demonic charm. After that, Wu Ningzhu walked towards the altar with light steps. Right when Wu Ningzhu was about to reach the altar, an old man appeared in the sky and arrived next to her. This old man wore a gray robe and he wore an indifferent expression. Without saying a word, he just followed behind Wu Ningzhu. When the people of the Wu family saw this old man, they immediately bowed toward him. Even Wu Tianyong had to greet him with a smile on his face. Look, that man is an elder from the Profound River Palace, and he's a late combat soul warrior. A mighty warrior like this is going to attend the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony. The Wu family is so proud. That's all because of Wu Ningzhu. Not only is Wu Ningzhu the Wu family's eldest daughter, she's also the Profound River Palace's #1 genius. She's highly valued by the upper echelons of the Profound River Palace, so it's reasonable for them to send a late combat soul warrior to accompany her. Look, the ancestral worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Many people were talking and laughing. Everyone threw their gazes onto the altar. Haha, the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony is so lively. I wonder if I, the guardian, will be welcomed? Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An incomparably loud voice could be heard coming from afar, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. A dark cloud appeared in the sky above the dancing sun city. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone. When the crowd's gaze fell upon the dark cloud, they could clearly feel the monstrous demonic chi that was being emitted from it. Haha. Zhoush. The dark cloud dispersed, revealing 4 figures in the sky. All 4 of them were wearing strange clothes, and anyone could easily tell that they weren't humans. The leading man was holding a feather fan in his hand, and he was wearing a raincoat. A long feather was tied to his head, and he wore an evil smile on his face. The other man looked like a gigantic pagoda, and he was extremely muscular. Although he looked like a human, he looked no different from a bear. The third man was skinny and straight, and he had a pair of sharp eagle eyes. His eerie face also had an eagle's nose. The last man was wearing a loose black robe that was embroidered with bats. Both of his black ears were covered by his face, and he looked extremely ugly. However, the aura emitted by these 4 men was extremely powerful, and all 4 of them were late combat soul warriors. In the southern continent, the human race and the demon race were like fire and water. Since the Wu family was holding their ancestral worshipping ceremony, it was obvious that these demon warriors didn't come with good intentions. When the old man standing next to Wu Ningzhu saw these 4 men, his expression instantly changed. Yun Zhanghe, Baoshan Xiong, Iron-Winged Eagle, Heixin Fu, for out of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace are here. May I know why the 4 of you are here in the Dancing Sun City? The old man said with a loud voice. The Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace were rivals, and the upper echelons of both sides were very familiar with each other. The 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace were very famous, and almost everyone knew about them. Today the Wu family was holding their ancestral worshipping ceremony, and the Demon King Palace had actually come here. Xianing, we're not here for you today, we're here for young lady Wu Ningzhu. Our palace chief has been drooling over young lady Wu Ningzhu for a long time, so I wonder if young lady Wu Ningzhu can come with us? Yun Zhanghe, who was holding a feather fan, threw his glance at Wu Ningzhu and spoke with an indifferent tone. Presumptuous. The Profound River Palace's holy maiden is not someone you demons can touch. The old man's name was Xianxia. When he heard that the Demon King Palace was planning to touch Wu Ningzhu, he immediately became furious. Today is our Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, but I never thought that the Demon King Palace would be here. For out of the 8 great guardians are here, and judging from your appearance you're probably here for a fight, right? Wu Ningzhu spoke. Her clear voice was filled with power, and it seemed like she was a woman who was not inferior to any man. Ah, young lady Wu Ningzhu is indeed smart, but you're only half right. We're not here to fight, we're here to kill. Today we're going to kill everyone in this Dancing Sun City, and we'll bring young lady Wu back to our palace chief. Yun Zhanghe said without beating around the bush. Right after he finished speaking, dark clouds began to rumble in the sky, and an endless amount of demonic energy filled the air. Don't say that the Demon King Palace started a war. Not long ago, a genius of your human race annihilated a major power of our demon race. Our Demon King Palace isn't a pushover, so we'll use this opportunity to slaughter everyone in the city and teach you a lesson. Yun Zhanghe coldly harumphed. Chapter 403. What? A human genius annihilated one of the demon race's major powers? Who did it? Could it be Wu Ningzhu? When did this happen? The annihilation of a major power of the demon race should have caused a huge commotion, but why is there no news at all? Why haven't we heard anything about it? That's right, who is that human genius? Today the 4 great guardians of the demon race came to the Dancing Sun City at the same time. Are they here for revenge? Oh heavens, look at that demonic energy, it looks like the Dancing Sun City won't be peaceful today. Everyone was shocked. A major power of the demon race had been annihilated and none of them knew about it. Of course, no one would pay attention to the human genius who had done this. Now that the Demon King Palace's army had arrived, the Dancing Sun City had fallen into a dangerous situation. With the ferocious and brutal demonic beasts, If a fight broke out, the Dancing Sun City wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Among the crowd, Jiang Chen's expression changed. After annihilating the Demon Palace, he had come to the Dancing Sun City after absorbing the demon souls. The news of the Demon Palace's annihilation hadn't spread out yet, but the Demon King Palace had already found out about it. From this, one could see how powerful the Demon King Palace was. Rumble, dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire Dancing Sun City looked like it was doomsday. The once bustling city was now filled with panic. It looked like a war was about to break out. The faces of the people from the Wu family darkened. Today was the day of the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony, and they had never expected something like this to happen. It was just as Yunzhong he had said, the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace had come personally, and they definitely didn't come here just to chat. Not good. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. He had a very sharp sense, and he could sense that as the demonic energy in the sky continued to spread, the aura in the city was being isolated from the outside world. In other words, the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace had used a secret technique to seal off the entire Dancing Sun City from the outside world. Even if a great battle broke out here, no one would be able to hear it. If that was the case, by the time the Profound River Palace realized what was going on, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been slaughtered and turned into a ghost town. Shan Ying's face turned extremely unsightly as he stared at the dense demonic aura that looked like a spider web in the sky. Yunzhonghe, do you really want to stir up trouble? He shouted at the 4 great protectors. I've already said that you were the one who started this. We didn't come here today to chat. Yunzhonghe's eyes were already filled with killing intent. I'm afraid the 4 of you aren't enough to destroy my Dancing Sun City, right? Wu Ningzhu opened her mouth to speak. Even in the face of such a situation, she did not show the slightest bit of panic. Just this temperament alone was worthy of respect. I've heard that the miraculous Thousand Sounds Wu Ningzhu's Thousand Fantasy Zither Melody is a unique skill. Daddy would like to experience it today and see how powerful this so-called number 1 genius of the Profound River Palace is. Heixin Bat spoke. His voice was hoarse and gloomy, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. Right after he finished speaking, a pair of black wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he dashed toward Wu Ningzhu with incredible speed. Following Heixin Bat's attack, the battle immediately broke out. The demon aura in the sky above the Dancing Sun City started to spread out. Numerous demon beasts covered the entire sky and covered the earth as they let out ear-piercing howls. A bloodthirsty gleam could be seen in their eyes as they charged toward every corner of the Dancing Sun City. Swoosh! The entire Dancing Sun City had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Those unprepared warriors quickly reacted and took out their combat weapons to fight against the demon beasts. No one had expected that the Demon King Palace would suddenly attack the Dancing Sun City. Furthermore, there was no warning at all, and such a large-scale attack had never been seen before. Blood splattered everywhere and a massacre instantly took place. Jiang Qin just stood there and didn't do anything. He had been paying attention to the defense mechanism in the sky above the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, the defense mechanism had been completed, and the Dancing Sun City was completely sealed off from the outside world. Before the defense mechanism was removed, no one would know what was happening here. At first, Jiang Qin thought that the Demon King Palace was enraged because he had annihilated the Demon Palace. That was why they had sent their 4 guardians to attack the Dancing Sun City. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. His annihilation of the Demon Palace was just an excuse for the Demon King Palace. Even if he didn't annihilate the Demon Palace, what was happening in the Dancing Sun City today couldn't have been avoided. The Demon King Palace had clearly planned this for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come with such a large-scale attack. That defense mechanism was the most important part of the Demon King Palace's plan. It hadn't been long since he annihilated the Demon Palace, and no matter how fast the Demon King Palace reacted, there was no way they could have done this, and they wouldn't have specifically chosen the Dancing Sun City. Obviously, the Demon King Palace's target was Wu Ningzhu. In the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu's reputation was simply too big. She was known as the number 1 genius of the younger generation, and her dazzling talent was more than enough to make the Demon King Palace feel a sense of crisis. Once Wu Ningzhu was eliminated, the Profound River Palace's future would be destroyed. Therefore, the Demon King Palace had sent out 4 guardians to attack during the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere. Some of the demonic beasts had extremely strong bodies and they were as big as small hills. Wherever they went, all buildings would be destroyed and turned into dust. A fierce battle had unfolded without any warning. The Wu family wasn't prepared for this, and the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony hadn't started yet. Perhaps there was no chance for it to start, because the altar had been turned into a fierce battlefield. Such a large-scale war was something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine, let alone experience. Facing these ferocious demonic beasts, no one could remain calm. Only someone like Zhou Xian, who had seen the world, wouldn't take any battlefield seriously. Dong. A huge golden lion suddenly landed on the square. Just the shockwave alone was enough to turn 5 or 6 men into blood, killing them on the spot. The golden lion was extremely ferocious. It had transformed into its true form and it was a late divine core warrior. Its eyes were bloodshot and it was filled with killing intent. Bang! Just as everyone was panicking, a gigantic crimson dragon claw descended from the sky and landed squarely on the raging lion, shattering it into pieces. Swoosh! Many people were shocked by what they saw. Some of them were looking around but they had no idea who did it. The one who killed a late divine core demon lord with a single slap was definitely a mighty warrior. Everyone listen up. Follow me and fight these demonic beasts to the death. Wu Tianyong held a huge golden sword in his hand. His voice was like a clap of thunder, and it unleashed a powerful shockwave that resounded throughout the entire Dancing Sun City. The Wu family wasn't prepared for this, but they were still a big family. Therefore, they could still deal a fatal blow to the Demon King Palace if they attacked at the critical moment. Above the altar, Wu Ningzhu was dancing around like a black butterfly. She had fought dozens of rounds with He Xingfu and every single time she was able to force He Xingfu to back off. Damn it, this little girl is really strong. He Xingfu couldn't help but curse out loud. Even though he was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, he had to admit that Wu Ningzhu was really strong. She hadn't even used the zither that he was so proud of, but she had already defeated him. On the other side, Yunzhong He and Shan Ying had started fighting as well. Both men had similar cultivation bases, but Shan Ying was much older, and his body couldn't be compared with the demons. Yunzhong He was an immortal crane and his speed and attack were both extremely strong. Therefore, after a few rounds, Shan Ying was completely at a disadvantage. The mighty warriors of the Profound River Palace are nothing more than this. Yunzhong He kept waving the feather fan in his hand, causing bright lights to shoot out from it. Shan Ying's eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at the dancing sun city below him, and when he saw the tragic scene he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Yunzhong He, how dare you slaughter a human city? This is a huge provocation to the Profound River Palace. The Profound River Palace will soon find out what happened here. Today all 4 of you will die here. Pa, is that so? I don't mind telling you this, the entire Dancing Sun City has been sealed off by the 4 of us. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. Even if we overturn this place, the Profound River Palace will never find out. Yunzhong He burst into laughter. What? Shan Ying cried out in shock. Only now did he notice that there was indeed a faint layer of light hovering above the Dancing Sun City. When he noticed this, Shan Ying's heart sank. It looked like all of this was part of the Demon King Palace's plan, and their goal was to kill Wu Ningzhu. Now that the Dancing Sun City had been sealed off, no one would be able to spread the news. Soon this place would be massacred by the Demon King Palace and blood would flow like a river. Furthermore, if something were to happen to Wu Ningzhu, it would be a huge blow to the Profound River Palace. But with the current situation, the Dancing Sun City was completely defenseless, and they were no match for the Demon King Palace's army, which was led by the 4 great guardians. Therefore today this place will become a living hell. All of the living beings here will be killed under the iron hooves of the Demon King Palace, and no one will be left alive. A cruel smile emerged on Yunzhong He's face once again. He turned around and looked at the 2 men who were watching the show, then he said with a loud voice, Lao Xiong Lao Ying, work together with Hefei and Hefei will capture Wu Ningzhu. Remember, don't kill her, the palace master is still thinking about this little girl. Let's end this quickly. Jie, all right. Baoshan Xiong and Iron-Winged Hawk immediately joined forces with Hefei Shu. The three of them formed a triangle formation surrounding Wu Ningzhu in the middle. The three great guardians of the Demon King Palace are ganging up on a girl like me. You really don't know how to feel ashamed. Wu Ningzhu coldly harumphed. You won't feel ashamed if you win. Wu Ningzhu, if I were you, I'd surrender obediently so that I won't have to suffer any pain. Baoshan Xiong said. Don't even think about it. You three can just join forces, but I'm afraid we still don't know who will win. Chapter 404. Wu Ningzhu stood alone, holding the zither with one hand and placing the other on the strings. With a slight movement of her fingers, 3 substantial sound waves were unleashed. The sound waves turned into 3 sharp swords, slashing toward the 3 great guardians. Not only did the sound waves unleashed by Wu Ningzhu possess an extremely powerful offensive and destructive force, the quality of her sound waves was also very hard to defend against. Every single note could seep into the deepest part of one's soul, causing them to be unable to free themselves and be deeply affected by it. Be careful, this little girl's sound waves are extremely powerful. Don't be careless. Heixin Fu warned. The 3 great demons attacked at the same time, unleashing a series of dazzling energy waves to block Wu Ningzhu's sound wave attack. Illusionary Zither 1000. Wu Ningzhu coldly harumphed. The black zither in her hand floated in the air, and it was as big as her head. After that, Wu Ningzhu placed both of her hands on the strings of the zither and danced around like a butterfly, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ding ding ding. All of a sudden, the entire sky above the dancing sun city was filled with mystical musical notes. Each musical note represented a different type of energy and attack power. The sound waves were constantly changing, and every single one of them was emitting a different color. Blotting out the sky, the sound waves enveloped the 3 great guardians. Facing an attack like this, even the 3 great guardians were shocked. This Wonderhand 1000 tune, the #1 genius of the Profound River Palace, truly lived up to her reputation. Wu Ningzhu's sound waves could change at will, from gentle to wild, from ear-piercing, from elegant to barbaric, from the sound of nature to the sound of evil. Every change was natural, and it could directly affect the minds of those who heard it. Baoshan Xiong let out a furious roar. His body instantly grew to 3 meters tall, and his pair of iron fists glowed with a bright light as they collided with the incoming sound waves, shattering them into pieces. The iron wings of the iron-winged eagle were incomparably terrifying, and could be said to be indestructible. At this moment, the iron-winged eagle was dancing in the air, and not a single drop of water could escape from it. Heixin Bat kept roaring and also released ear-piercing sound wave attacks. However, compared to Wu Ningzhu, his attack power was still lacking. However, Wu Ningzhu was, after all, fighting against 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, her opponents were the protectors of the Demon King Palace. Even if she was extremely powerful, her strength was still scattered. It was impossible for her to defeat all 3 of them. For a moment, she couldn't even break through the defense of the 3 of them. It seemed like this was destined to be a long battle. Jiang Chen could tell that Wu Ningzhu was indeed a peerless genius, as she had reached such a high cultivation at such a young age. The 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace were not easy to deal with, and their combat strength was greater than Shan Ying's. No ordinary late combat soul warriors could compare with them. The fact that Wu Ningzhu was able to remain undefeated despite fighting against 3 of them at the same time was more than enough to prove her strength. If this was a one-on-one fight, none of the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. But if they were to fight together, it would be a different story. Wu Ningzhu unleashed her illusionary zither melody, and she was in a deadlock with the 3 great guardians. On the other side, although Shan Ying could only defend himself, he was still a late combat soul warrior, and a respectable elder of the Profound River Palace. He still had some trump cards up his sleeves, and it was impossible for Yun Zhonghe to kill Shan Ying in a short period of time. Shan Ying and Wu Ningzhu were fighting against the 4 great guardians, but the situation in the Dancing Sun City was not looking good. The most powerful family in the city was the Wu family, and when Wu Ningzhu came back to participate in the ancestral worshipping ceremony, she only brought back Shan Ying, who was from the Profound River Palace. Clearly, the Demon King Palace's attack had been planned for a long time, and it was a huge-scale attack. The Dancing Sun City was completely unprepared, and there was no way they could defend against the crazy attacks of the demon beast. With the Wu family's strength alone, there was no way they could fight against these violent demon beasts. All the men from the Wu family had joined the fight. Including Wu Tianyong, all the combat soul warriors were tied down by the demon beasts of the Demon King Palace, and they couldn't do anything for the time being. As for those innocent people in the Dancing Sun City, they had become the food of the demon beast. Some of the weaker ones didn't even have the strength to fight back, and could only become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Blood-curdling screams filled the air and the sounds never stopped. The entire sky was filled with the battles between the demon beasts and the human warriors. Below them was a battlefield as well, and all kinds of buildings were being destroyed. This place was isolated from the outside world, and no one outside of the Dancing Sun City could see what was happening. This was an extremely cruel massacre. Jiang Chen glanced at the scene and he couldn't help but shake his head. The situation between Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying was going to be broken soon, and it didn't matter if it was Wu Ningzhu or Shan Ying. It wouldn't take long before they couldn't hold on any longer. Even the men from the Wu family were going to be defeated soon, and there would be a huge number of casualties. As for the other battles, they were all extremely brutal. If this situation continued, Jiang Chen had no doubt that after today, the Dancing Sun City would become a dead city. Just like what Yun Zhonghe said, all the holy spirits here would die, and the entire Dancing Sun City would be slaughtered by the Demon King Palace. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to the Dancing Sun City today, just like what happened to the Demon Palace. A demon beast descended from the sky. With its mouth wide open, it charged toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lightly shook his head. When the demon beast was about to reach him, he casually pointed his finger forward, and a golden beam of light shot out from his finger, instantly slicing the demon beast in half. Looks like I have no choice but to do something today. As a member of the human race, I have to do something, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. In the next second, a sharp screech resounded through the sky. The screech was extremely ear-piercing, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. When they raised their heads, they saw a gigantic golden sword that was tens of meters long appearing in the sky. It was an extremely mystical sword. Although it wasn't being controlled by anyone, it was still flying in the sky. As if someone was controlling the golden sword from the dark, it began to rampage across the battlefield. Wherever it went, all the demon beasts would be sliced in half. It was as if the golden sword had a mind of its own. It didn't attack humans, but instead, it only targeted the demon beasts. Wherever it went, it was like a hot knife through butter. None of the demon beasts were able to withstand the attack of the golden sword. Look. What's with that sword? So mystical. That golden sword killed so many demon beasts. This is great. There are so many demon beasts here. That sword is so powerful. It looks like there's a powerful warrior hiding in the Dancing Sun City. The owner of such a powerful sword must be an extremely powerful warrior. I wonder who he is. When the humans who had lost all hope saw the golden sword, their faces were filled with joy. Many of them were saved by the sword when they were on the brink of death. The golden sword flew back and forth in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, killing a large number of demon beasts. Countless demon beasts' corpses fell from the sky, bringing hope to the humans who had lost all hope. However, none of them noticed that there was an inconspicuous young man in the crowd who was secretly controlling the golden sword. Good. Wu Tianyong couldn't help but laugh out loud while fighting with a mid-combat soul demon beast. The sudden appearance of this sword was really exciting. At least Wu Tianyong knew that there was a powerful warrior hiding in the Dancing Sun City. Wu Tianyong wasn't an idiot. With his experience, he could easily tell how frightening that sword was. No ordinary man would be able to possess such a mystical sword. Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, also saw the sudden appearance of the golden sword. All the guardians of the Demon King Palace also saw it. This sword is pretty good, I want it. He Xinfu's eyes lit up. He flapped his wings and grabbed toward the golden sword. Don't. Wu Ningzhu wouldn't let him get away with it. She immediately unleashed a mysterious sound and blocked He Xinfu's path. He Xinfu, there can't be a real powerful warrior in the Dancing Sun City. Let's take down Wu Ningzhu first, then we'll deal with that sword. Yunzhong, he said with a loud voice. He once again waved the feather fan in his hand, causing Xianxia to vomit blood. He staggered back and said, "Old fool, I don't want to play with you anymore." Crane cry. Yunzhong, he had gone mad. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Xianxia. Swoosh. An illusionary giant crane suddenly appeared above Xianxia and forcefully rammed into his body. Xianxia was already injured, so there was no way he could withstand such an attack. He was instantly knocked flying away and blood was shooting out from many parts of his body. This time his injuries were extremely serious and he had lost at least half of his combat strength. Swoosh. After Yunzhong he injured Xianxia, he didn't chase after him. Instead he turned around and charged toward Wu Ningzhu, joining forces with the other three guardians. With the addition of Yunzhong, Wu Ningzhu finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her zither tunes started becoming chaotic, and she couldn't maintain the balance of the sound waves anymore. On the other side, a powerful demon lord suddenly jumped out. This demon lord was a mid-combat soul demon lord, and he immediately transformed into his true form and dashed toward the golden sword. My sword wants to move as well. Right at this moment, a cold harumph sounded out. A man suddenly appeared in the sky and with a wave of his hand, the golden sword landed in his palm. Many people threw their glances at this young man in white. Many of them could tell that he was just a young man, but they couldn't see his real face. The young man's face was covered by a layer of golden light, concealing his true appearance. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen. In order to alleviate the pressure on the human army, he had decisively struck. Bang! When the demon lord saw that Jiang Chen was only a divine core warrior, he immediately leapt toward him. His mouth was like a black hole and it looked like he was going to bite Jiang Chen to death. Die for me. Jiang Chen raised the heavenly saint sword high up into the air, then he swung it down toward the demon. The sword beams swept across the demon's body like a waterfall. The mid-combat soul demon had no way to resist Jiang Chen's attack, and was instantly sliced in half. Jiang Chen waved his hand and grabbed a golden demon's soul from the demon lord's corpse. This was a mid-combat soul demon's soul, and as long as he absorbed it, the number of dragon marks he needed would be enough, and the heavenly tribulation would arrive. Chapter 405. The young man in white had appeared out of nowhere and instantly killed a mid-combat soul demon lord. This scene immediately caused a huge uproar, causing the already violent battlefield to become even more heated. Where did this young man come from? How can he be so strong? He looks like he's only a divine core warrior. He hasn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, but he's able to kill a mid-combat soul demon lord with just a single strike. This is unbelievable. A shocked expression emerged on Wu Tianyang's face. Where does this genius come from? The profound river palace doesn't have such a genius, and I've never heard of such a genius in the southern continent either. But a genius like this shouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu, who had a pale face, stared at the young man in white as well. Her heart was filled with shock. However, even with her eyesight, she couldn't see through the layer of golden light covering the young man's face. She couldn't see his true appearance. However, when she saw this young man in white for some unknown reason, Wu Ningzhu suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. It was a very strange feeling. Although this young man wasn't even a combat soul warrior, he seemed to be able to turn the situation around. After killing a demon lord, Jiang Chen didn't stop. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the deepest part of the battlefield. He was like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep. In just the blink of an eye, another 3 combat soul demons were killed by Jiang Chen's sword. As more and more combat soul demons were killed, the pressure on the Wu family was greatly reduced. That young man in white, he's the one who destroyed the demon palace. Yunzhong, he couldn't help but say when he saw Jiang Chen walking across the battlefield and stirring up a storm of blood. That's right. According to the survivors of the demon palace, the one who destroyed the demon palace was a 16 or 17-year-old young man dressed in white. And he had an extremely terrifying sword in his hand. It must be that young man. I've searched far and wide for him only to find him by chance. I'm going to kill him now. Bao Shanxiong shouted out loudly. Old Xiong, let's take down Wu Ningzhu first, then kill this guy. Yunzhong, he stopped Bao Shanxiong. After that, the 4 great guardians all took out their combat weapons. The four of them had been fighting together for a long time and they had great teamwork. A dark cloud that was completely condensed from combat weapons and demonic qi rushed towards Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu's complexion changed greatly. Her jade-like hands constantly danced on the zither strings. Mysterious notes rushed out like sickles. However, even with the Wonderhand Thousand Tune, she was unable to withstand the joint attack of the four great protectors. Bang! Puff! Wu Ningzhu's body was sent flying and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the black veil on her face. Wu Ningzhu's aura began to weaken, and it was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu was injured, Wu Tianyang and Shan Ying let out a cry of surprise at the same time. Shan Ying dragged his wounded body and came to Wu Ningzhu's side, facing the four great guardians. "Old bastard, I'll take your life now. Attack with all your strength and don't let Wu Ningzhu live." Yunzheng, he was a brutal man. With the four of them joining forces, they only needed one more attack to kill Shan Ying, and Wu Ningzhu would no longer have the strength to fight back. Bang! Right at this moment a sudden change occurred. A thunderclap suddenly sounded out from the sky above the dancing sun city. It was an earth-shattering thunderclap and it caused the entire city to tremble. Bang! That thunderclap was only the beginning. In the next second the sky was filled with thunderclaps and dark clouds began to roll. The demonic qi in the sky was immediately dispersed, and countless lightning bolts began to interweave in the sky like agile snakes. An endless amount of heavenly might poured down from the sky, and under such heavenly might, even the four great guardians felt an indescribable sense of fear. Crackle! The lightning bolts flickered and the demonic qi was quickly dispersed. Following the continuous rumbling of the lightning bolts, the defensive barrier that sealed the dancing sun city was finally broken. Dark clouds pressed down from the sky and rainbow-colored lightning bolts continued to circle around the city. It was as if a primordial wild beast was wreaking havoc in the sky, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. What's going on? I can feel an extremely powerful pressure, it's so unbearable. Thunderclaps are roaring, it's as if the end of the world is coming. Why would something like this happen? I know. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation. According to the legends, when a heaven-defying treasure appears, the heavens will send down a heavenly tribulation as a punishment. Could it be that some kind of heaven-defying treasure has appeared in the Dancing Sun City? This is too scary. A heaven-defying treasure only appears once every 10,000 years. I've never seen something like this before. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the demonic beasts or the humans, all of them stopped fighting and raised their heads to look at the sky. They could feel the pressure that was getting stronger and stronger, and the feeling of fear was even more indescribable. Damn it! Who's going through the heavenly tribulation? Yunzheng, he couldn't help but curse out loud. It seemed like some heaven-defying treasure had appeared in the Dancing Sun City, and the heavenly tribulation was about to descend upon the city. If the heavenly tribulation really descended, many people would be caught in it. Bang! The rumbling sounds were incessant, like the roars of wild beasts. Very soon, the dark clouds pressed down and stopped in the sky above a certain location. The people and the demonic beasts below were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly scattered in all directions far away from the area. After everyone had left, a young man in white clothes stood underneath the dark clouds. His face was covered by a golden glow, and he was standing there with a solemn expression. He raised his head and stared at the rumbling thunderclaps in the sky without making any sound. It's him. He is facing the heavenly tribulation. Are you kidding me? Facing the heavenly tribulation at the divine core realm? Is this some kind of joke? Where did this guy come from? He's just breaking through to the combat soul realm, but he's already attracting the heavenly tribulation. Everyone were shocked. The four great guardians felt like throwing up blood. Wu Ningzhu's gaze was locked onto the young man in white as well. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She was known as the #1 genius of the Profound River Palace, and she would never compromise in terms of talent. However, she had never seen a super abnormal genius who had to go through the heavenly punishment when breaking through to the combat soul realm from the divine core realm. However, no matter how hard Wu Ningzhu racked her brains, she just couldn't figure out when such a heaven-defying guy appeared in the southern continent. The heavenly tribulation had arrived and all the battles had stopped. No one dared to fight under the heavenly tribulation, and if they attracted the heavenly tribulation they would die an unjust death. Zhou Xian stood in the sky quietly under the heavenly tribulation. He stretched his arms, enjoying this moment. The frightening heavenly tribulation didn't make him submit at all. Soon 3 red lines appeared above the dark clouds. They were as red as blood, and they looked like 3 rivers of blood running across the sky, causing everyone to feel an unimaginable pressure. Minor 3 heavenly tribulation? A faint smile emerged on Zhou Qian's face. The 3 red lines meant that he was going to face the minor 3 heavenly tribulation. He had experienced this kind of heavenly tribulation in his past life. In his past life, Zhou Qian had experienced 2 heavenly tribulations. When he broke through to the minor saint realm from the peak of the combat emperor realm, he faced the minor 3 heavenly tribulation, and when he broke through to the great saint realm he faced the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulation. It was said that when a cultivator broke through to the immortal realm from the great saint realm, the immortal realm would face the 9 heavenly tribulation, also known as the tribulation of suffering. Too bad Zhou Qian didn't have the chance to experience the legendary 9 heavenly tribulation before he died. Perhaps, during the past 100 years, many people in the divine continent had experienced the 9 heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Those old bastards who had been suppressed for a very long time could easily ascend to the immortal realm once they obtained the immortal aura. Zhou Qian had no doubt about this. Now that he had reincarnated, the 9 heavenly tribulation was his goal. However, Zhou Qian didn't expect that the minor 3 heavenly tribulation that would only appear when one broke through to the minor saint realm would appear when he broke through to the combat soul realm. However, Zhou Qian knew that this was all thanks to the dragon transformation skill. Rumble. The first red line started swaying and producing thunderous roars. In the next moment the red line turned into a lightning dragon, and with its terrifying body swaying back and forth, it stared at Zhou Qian with a pair of furious eyes. Right at this moment, the entire Dancing Sun City had fallen into a deathly silence. Everyone were holding their breath as they stared at the lightning dragon. Even breathing was difficult for them. None of them had ever seen a heavenly tribulation before, and they never thought they would have the chance to experience it today. Luckily, the heavenly tribulation was only targeting this young man in white. If not, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been destroyed by this heavenly tribulation. Haha, bring it on. Zhou Qian let out a loud laugh. He didn't show any signs of fear. As if it had sensed Zhou Qian's provocation, the lightning dragon let out a loud roar and dove toward Zhou Qian. Right when the lightning dragon moved, Zhou Qian moved as well. He unleashed the dimensional shift, and with incredible speed he appeared right in front of Yunzhonghe in an instant. What? A frightened expression immediately emerged on Yunzhonghe's face, and he cried out in shock. But too bad it was too late. Haha, let's go through the heavenly tribulation together. Zhou Qian burst into laughter. He stood right next to Yunzhonghe, and the terrifying lightning dragon poured down from the sky like a waterfall of lightning, drowning Zhou Qian and Yunzhonghe. Arg! A blood-curdling scream came from within the lightning curtain, and everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. Many people saw a corpse that had been split into 2 falling down from the lightning curtain. The corpse was already charred, but it was still obvious that it was Yunzhonghe. In the next moment the lightning curtain disappeared and the young man in white appeared. His body seemed to be staggering, but his aura was still unparalleled. After experiencing the first wave of the heavenly tribulation he wasn't injured in the slightest. The heavenly tribulation itself had a specific target. For those who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation, if they had the potential to defy the heavens, then they would have the potential to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. But for other living beings who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation was truly fatal. For example, Yunzhonghe, who was directly under the heavenly tribulation, had triggered his own heavenly tribulation. The terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation wasn't something he could withstand, and he was split into 2 on the spot. Everyone gasped, especially the other 3 great protectors of the Demon King Palace. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at the young man in white as if they had seen a ghost. This young man was too ferocious, he could actually lock onto someone to accompany him in the heavenly tribulation. Motherfucker, stay away from this guy. Bao Shanxiong couldn't help but curse. Whoever accompanied this young man to undergo the heavenly tribulation would die. There was no other way, and the powerful Yunzhong he had already served as a warning. Soon the second wave of the heavenly tribulation also moved. Chapter 406. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook violently. The intense heavenly pressure caused everyone to panic. Regardless of whether they were demon beasts or humans, they all left this place. Jiangchen slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw the second red line wiggling, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a gigantic lightning dragon. This lightning dragon was twice as thick as the previous one. 3 minor tribulations would descend, and each one was more terrifying than the previous one. The second heavenly tribulation was much more frightening than the first one. Crackle. 7 colored lightning interweaved and wiggled like snakes, producing a sound that could numb anyone's scalp. Soon the lightning dragon locked its gaze onto Jiangchen, then it swung its sturdy body and dashed toward him. Everyone looked up at the sky and looked at the lightning dragon in horror. Even their breathing was about to stop. They had no doubt that if this lightning dragon attacked them, their bodies and souls would be destroyed and they would die miserably on the spot. There would definitely not be a second ending. Swoosh. Jiangchen's eyes lit up like torches. Right when the lightning dragon dashed toward him, he turned his gaze toward Bao Shanxiong. Not good. Bao Shanxiong had an ominous feeling and he immediately flew far away. He could tell what Jiangchen was thinking. If he ran any slower, he would end up like Yun Zhanghe. It's too late. Jiangchen Leng said. With a sway of his body, he immediately turned into a trail of light and dashed toward the fleeing Bao Shanxiong. Although Bao Shanxiong was a late combat soul warrior, Jiangchen's current strength was equivalent to an early combat soul warrior. With his incredible strength, Bao Shanxiong was no longer a match for him, let alone when it came to speed. Rumble. The lightning dragon descended from the sky and smashed into Bao Shanxiong, who Jiangchen had just caught up to. In an instant, the lightning dragon exploded and turned into a net of lightning, covering both Jiangchen and Bao Shanxiong. Arg! Another miserable shriek was heard. Not long after that, Bao Shanxiong's gigantic body fell from the Thunder King's net. He was dead and even his head was split open. His demon soul was taken away by someone. Rumble. Thunder and lightning raged and flashed. The sound of thunder constantly came from the sea of thunder. No one could see what happened to the white-robed youth inside, but the thunder was still restless, which meant that the youth's life was not in danger. Heavens, this is too terrifying. That's right. What an eye-opener today. A powerful protector of the Demon King Palace died in such a way. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Who exactly is that white-robed young man? He can actually trigger the heavenly tribulation and use it to kill people. Who knows, but we really have to thank him. If it wasn't for him today, I don't know what would have happened to the Dancing Sun City, and Miss Wu Ningzhu would have been in real danger. Everyone were still in a state of shock. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, none of them would believe what they were seeing. A heaven-defying existence from the human race had been born just like that. Facing a heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the combat soul realm from the divine core realm, this was the first time in the history of the southern continent that such a heaven-defying existence had appeared. This time the Sea of Thunder lasted much longer than the first. It lasted for a few minutes before it gradually disappeared. The white-robed young man once again appeared in everyone's eyes. Right now Jiangchen's aura was in a mess, his black hair was messy, and his white clothes were no longer as clean as before. Obviously he had suffered some injuries from the second heavenly tribulation. However, these injuries weren't enough to cause any real harm to him. The dragon transformation skill had the ability to heal itself, so these injuries were nothing to him. Rumble. After failing twice in a row, the heavenly tribulation was immediately angered by the fact that it couldn't destroy the man who tried to provoke the heavenly tribulation. The third heavenly tribulation appeared, and an even bigger lightning dragon was formed. Right when the lightning dragon was formed, Iron-Winged Eagle and Heixin Fu looked at each other, then they cried out at the same time, "Run!" After saying that, both men immediately increased their speed to the maximum, and started fleeing in different directions. That young man was too cruel. He had killed Yunzhong He and Bao Shanxiong with the heavenly tribulation, and if nothing unexpected happened, the next heavenly tribulation would be their turn. Today's plan to massacre the entire Dancing Sun City had obviously failed, as it had been ruined by this young man who came out of nowhere. They had lost 2 great guardians and some combat soul warriors of the Demon King Palace, and this was a huge loss for the Demon King Palace. Facing the arrival of the 3rd heavenly tribulation, the only thing Iron-Winged Eagle and Heixin Fu could do was run for their lives. If they were any slower, they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Let's leave one behind. It seemed like Zhou Xian had long predicted their actions. Without hesitation, he chased after Heixin Fu. Although Iron-Winged Eagle and Heixin Fu were both demon beasts that specialized in speed, Heixin Fu was much slower than Iron-Winged Eagle. Since Zhou Xian had to face the heavenly tribulation at the same time, he didn't have the ability to kill both of them. However, he could still kill one of them. With the help of the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift, Zhou Xian caught up with Heixin Fu in the blink of an eye. Heixin Fu turned his head around and saw the huge lightning dragon coming toward him from the sky. No! An unprecedented fear emerged in Heixin Fu's eyes. He knew he was going to die, and he immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. He wasn't afraid of the young man in white who was facing the heavenly tribulation, but the real heavenly tribulation. But too bad, fear couldn't change anything. When the lightning dragon came crashing down, Heixin Fu's fate was sealed. Arg! As expected, Heixin Fu let out a miserable scream and died within the ocean of lightning once again. His demon soul was forcefully dug out by Zhou Xian. It was a late combat soul demon soul, and it would bring him unimaginable benefits. On the other side, seeing Heixin Fu being killed as well, Iron-Winged Eagle was so scared that he shrunk his neck. Without hesitation, he threw his head back and let out a loud cry, then transformed back into his true form, a 30 meters long Iron-Winged Eagle. He flew into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! After the 3 great guardians were killed and the Iron-Winged Eagle fled, the rest of the demon beasts started fleeing the Dancing Sun City as if they had gone mad. Each of them ran at a faster speed, as if they were afraid that they would be roasted by the heavenly tribulation if they were any slower. 3 of the 4 great guardians had died and 1 of them had escaped. How were they supposed to fight this battle? To these demonic beasts, the moment the Huangjian Greatsword appeared, their will to fight had been extinguished. If the battle continued like this, the Demon King Palace would be the one that would be slaughtered, not the Dancing Sun City. The demon beasts of the Demon King Palace left as fast as they came. In just a few breaths' time, all of them had left and the Dancing Sun City had returned to its peaceful state. No, the Dancing Sun City wasn't peaceful at all. The violent ocean of lightning in the sky was still there. The demon beasts had disappeared and the Dancing Sun City had been saved. Normally the people should be cheering and jumping for joy, but no one was cheering right now. Everyone was staring at the ocean of lightning, including Wu Ningzhu and Shaning. Inside the ocean of lightning there was a hero. Without him, the Dancing Sun City would have been completely destroyed. Now everyone could feel that the 3rd wave of heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the previous 2 waves. They had no idea if the white-robed young man would be able to survive it, so they were all worried about him. Zhou Xian, who was inside the ocean of lightning, had blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. This was also the reason why he didn't chase after the Iron-Winged Eagle. He knew very well how powerful the 3rd wave of the Minor 3 tribulation was. After he killed Heixin Fu, he would have to use all of his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. Roar! As the lightning entered his body, Zhou Xian raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. One after another, the lightning entered his body, and every single dragon mark in his chi-si was undergoing a transformation. It was a transformation of his very essence. Gradually, the divine core in Zhou Qian's chi-si shattered. A palm-sized blood-red dragon appeared above Zhou Qian's head. Zhou Qian raised his head and looked at the little dragon. In an instant he had a feeling that this little dragon was a part of his body, as if it was a part of him. So this is my battle spirit. Zhou Qian's eyes revealed a look of amazement. In normal circumstances, a person's battle spirit would be a little person similar to a nascent soul, representing their source. In his previous life, his battle spirit was a little person which was equal to a smaller version of himself. But now his battle spirit was actually a dragon. However, Zhou Qian was well aware of the special nature of his cultivation method, so he wasn't too surprised by this little dragon. At this moment, Zhou Qian was carrying his own battle spirit with him, undergoing a qualitative transformation within the lightning. The transformation of thunder. With a thought from Zhou Qian, The little blood-red dragon drilled into his body from the top of his head and steadily fell into his qi. At the same time, changes began to occur within Zhou Xian's body. New dragon marks began to form. This was a transformation from his source, and the amplification brought about by this transformation was unimaginable. The power of thunder tempered Zhou Xian's body to an even more indestructible level. At this time, every muscle and cell in his body was restlessly absorbing the power of thunder and tempering his mortal body. Zhou Xian's background was constantly deepening as new dragon marks formed. Soon 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Within Zhou Xian's body, there were now 6,000 dragon marks. Such a massive increase was something that even he hadn't imagined. Even so, the help of thunder still hadn't ended. New dragon marks continued to form. At this time, Zhou Xian really didn't wish for the heavenly tribulation to disappear so quickly. If it could continue for a bit longer, then that would be a good thing. Everyone feared heavenly tribulation like a tiger. It was rare to see someone like Zhou Xian who wholeheartedly wanted to cross tribulation. It could even be called a marvel. After tempering my body with thunder, my background has become even deeper. I can borrow the power of thunder to refine Zhou Xian's 3 demon spirits and push my boundary to the peak. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, 3 demon souls appeared in his palm. Chapter 407. These 3 demon souls were not ordinary demon souls, they were all late combat soul demon souls, and they could provide Zhou Xian with an unimaginable boost in strength. Together with the lightning, if Zhou Xian were to completely absorb these 3 demon souls, he might be able to form another 1,000 dragon marks. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, the number of dragon marks in Zhou Xian's body would reach 7,000. Since he had a strong foundation, he wasn't afraid that absorbing these demon souls would affect his foundation. Therefore, without hesitation, Zhou Xian absorbed all 3 demon souls. The dancing sun city had fallen into a dead silence. No one was talking, and they were all staring at the ocean of lightning. All of them were longing to see the white-clothed youngster once again. They didn't know this white-clothed youngster, but he had saved their lives. Therefore, all of them hoped that this white-clothed youngster would be safe. Furthermore, it was a great thing for the human race to have such a heaven-defying genius, as he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the demon race in the future. Which family does this genius come from? How can he be so frightening? Why haven't I heard of him before? Xianxia said with a shocked expression while pressing his chest. He saved all of us. Wuxia said. For the first time, a gentle look could be seen in her eyes. Another 10 minutes passed and the lightning finally disappeared. The white-clothed youngster once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He didn't look as battered as the crowd had imagined. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, and he looked even better than he did after the second heavenly tribulation. Good. Seeing this, the people of the Dancing Sun City immediately burst into cheers. Even Wuxia had a smile on her face. The beautiful face underneath the veil was like a melting glacier, and a strange smile blossomed on her face. Wuxia and Xianxia immediately flew toward Zhou Xian. However, before they could say anything, Zhou Xian had already turned into a beam of white light and disappeared into the distance. Wuxia and Xianxia were startled. They never expected this youngster to have such a strange temperament. After doing such a big thing, he didn't even give them a chance to repay him and just left like that. What a young man. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. However, he wasn't too surprised by the white-robed youth's departure. If the white-robed youth wanted to show himself, he wouldn't have used the golden light to cover his face. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to know his identity. It's a pity that I can't get along with such a person. It would be great if the profound river palace could use him. Xianxia shook his head. Wuxia furrowed her brows. She couldn't help but complain about that young man in white. With her beauty, which man wouldn't drool over her? Even in the profound river palace, there were countless geniuses trying to get close to her. However, when this young man in white saw her, he just turned around and walked away. What was the meaning of this? Am I not charming enough? Damned brat, how dare you ignore me? Under the veil, Wuxia pouted her lips. She didn't realize that the white-robed youth had occupied a very special place in her heart. That special place made Wuxia want to look at a man's face for the very first time. She really wanted to know what that face looked like when it was covered by the golden light. Sigh. The hero has left and we didn't even have the chance to thank him. That's right. I have no idea where this white-robed youth came from, but he just left after saving the Dancing Sun City without asking for anything in return. He is a true hero. His heroic image will forever stay in my heart. All the people of the Dancing Sun City were extremely grateful toward Zhou Xian. Some of them even bowed toward the direction where Zhou Xian had disappeared in a pious manner. Not long after Zhou Xian left, 4 powerful figures arrived from afar. All of them had formidable cultivations, and their auras were no weaker than Shan Ying's. They were the late combat soul warriors from the Profound River Palace. When Zhou Xian triggered his heavenly tribulation and destroyed the defense mechanism that sealed the Dancing Sun City, the commotion had spread out. Everyone in the Profound River Palace knew that today was the day of the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and when they sensed the aura of war, they immediately sent some mighty warriors to investigate. When these few men saw the miserable state of the Dancing Sun City, their expressions instantly changed. They arrived next to Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying. Then an old man who led the group asked, what happened here? Elder Lu, the Demon King Palace suddenly attacked the Dancing Sun City, and they sealed the entire city. 4 guardians led a large number of demon beasts from the Demon King Palace, and they're going to slaughter the entire city. Wu Ningzhu said. What? For guardians? An old man cried out in shock. When he heard about the 4 guardians, his expression immediately changed. As a power that was hostile to the Demon King Palace, the 8 guardians of the Demon King Palace were their sworn enemies. Naturally, they knew how frightening these 4 guardians were. That's right. If it wasn't for that young man in white, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been slaughtered and turned into a city of death. Shan Ying said. Young man in white? Elder Lu was startled. I have no idea where this genius came from. He destroyed the entire Demon Palace, and now he's facing his heavenly tribulation in the Dancing Sun City, killing 3 guardians of the Demon King Palace. Shan Ying dared not waste any time. He immediately told Elder Lu everything that had happened, including how Zhou Xian faced his heavenly tribulation, and how he used it to kill the 3 guardians. I can't believe someone is facing his heavenly tribulation at the Combat Soul Realm. I've only heard about such a monstrous genius in the legends, and I never thought I'd see one in real life. Such a monstrous genius has appeared in the southern continent, and we, the Profound River Palace, didn't even know about it. We'll have to find out more about him. This man has severely damaged the Demon King Palace, and he has made a great contribution to the Profound River Palace. If we find him, we'll definitely reward him well. If we can recruit him into the Profound River Palace, that would be even better. Elder Lu couldn't help sighing. If these words didn't come from Dan Ying and Wu Ningzhu, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. After today's calamity, it looks like we need to rebuild the city. Let's cancel the ancestral worshipping ceremony. Wu Ningzhu shook her head and said. Looks like we're going to have a fierce battle with the Demon King Palace. Shan Ying coldly harumphed. The Demon King Palace has lost 3 great guardians, and that's a serious loss. I don't think they'll make any moves in a short period of time. However, we still need to prepare ourselves and prepare for a war with the Demon King Palace. Ning, both you and Elder Shan Ying are injured, you should go back and rest. Elder Lu said. His words were filled with concern for Wu Ningzhu. As the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu was the Profound River Palace's hope for the future. Therefore, these old men were naturally worried about her injuries. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She couldn't help but throw another glance at the direction where Zhou Xian had disappeared. Right now, Zhou Xian had already traveled more than 1,000 miles away. He was standing on a cloud and he was slowly flying toward the Nangong family. After coming to the southern continent, Zhou Xian had experienced such a huge transformation in such a short period of time, and this made Zhou Xian feel very satisfied. Zhou Xian flipped his palm, then an azure flame that looked like a lotus started dancing on his fingertip. The flame was filled with a masculine aura, and crackling sounds of lightning could be heard coming from it, giving it a mystical feeling. The purest lightning flame between the heavens and earth, it's the true heavenly flame, and its level is even higher than the true dragon flame. I now possess both the true dragon flame and the lightning flame, and after fusing them together, It will become the strongest flame between the heavens and earth. There's nothing that it can't burn, and it's the nemesis of all evil beings. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had obtained this lightning flame when he was facing the heavenly tribulation, and it was his biggest gain. In the future, no matter if it was used in battles, pill concocting, or weapon crafting, it would bring him unimaginable benefits. After going through the minor 3 tribulations, I've experienced an unprecedented transformation. I now have a total of 7,000 dragon marks in my body, and my cultivation base has completely stabilized at the early combat soul realm. However, in order to break through to the mid-combat soul realm, I'll need 10,000 dragon marks, and I'm still short of 3,000 dragon marks. Looks like I'll have to work harder. Luckily, I have a strong foundation and I'll be able to quickly break through in the future. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although he had obtained the approval of the dragon transformation skill and had full control over it, he still had to wait until he broke through to the next realm before he could find out what he needed to break through to the next realm. For example, right after he broke through to the early combat soul realm, he immediately found out how many dragon marks he needed to break through to the next realm. From the early combat soul realm to the mid-combat soul realm, he would need 5,000 dragon marks. With 7,000 dragon marks and having been tempered by the heavenly lightning, it'll be hard for me to find a worthy opponent in the combat soul realm. Only a true combat king warrior will be able to suppress me. Jiang Chen was extremely confident in himself. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the more monstrous it would be. He knew this since a long time ago. The heavenly tribulation caused a huge commotion and I had to hide my identity. If not, it would be hard for me to have a peaceful life in the future. Jiang Chen sighed. He recalled what happened in the Dancing Sun City and how he had to hide his identity. If not, the Profound River Palace would definitely try their best to find him. After all, no one had ever attracted a heavenly tribulation when they were only at the combat soul realm. The reason why Jiang Chen hid his identity was because he didn't want to attract too much attention in the southern continent. In the southern continent, he was just a passerby, and once he settled the issue with the Nangong family, he would return to the eastern continent. Therefore, he didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace. He just wanted to leave in a carefree and unrestrained manner. As for the prettiest girl in the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen didn't want to have anything to do with her. However, just because he didn't want to, it didn't mean he wouldn't have anything to do with her in the future. Of course, that was for the future. There's not much time left. I need to return to the Nangong family and check on Brother Nan's progress. Chapter 408. Jiang Chen took a few breaks along the way. While enjoying the scenery of the southern region, he continued his journey toward the Nangong family. When he arrived at the Nangong city, including the time he spent leaving the Nangong family, it had been exactly 2 days. There were still 12 days left until the duel with the Nangong family. After arriving at the Nangong city, Jiang Chen went straight to the Nangong family. Since Nangong Yunfan had personally arranged for Jiang Chen to be the Nangong family's esteemed guest, he was allowed to come and go as he pleased. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't encounter any obstacles, and he went straight to Nangong Wentian's courtyard. Just as Jiang Chen expected, Nangong Wentian had yet to break through to the combat soul realm. The step from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was extremely easy, and not everyone was like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's path of cultivation could be said to have no bottlenecks, but it was different for Nangong Wentian. The transition from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was the biggest hurdle for any cultivator. However, Jiang Chen was very confident in Nangong Wentian. As long as Nangong Wentian could master the essence of cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the combat soul realm before the duel. Late at night, the sky was filled with countless stars. The southern continent's night sky was much more beautiful than the eastern continent's, and the moon seemed rounder and bigger. Jiang Chen threw his glance toward the eastern horizon. He didn't miss his hometown, but he couldn't stop worrying about what was happening in the eastern continent. 5 days later. Eastern continent, Martial Saint Dynasty, Crown Prince Palace. On this day, the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince, came out from his secluded cultivation. Wuxia, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Within the Crown Prince Palace's main hall, the Crown Prince was wearing a golden robe. He was well-dressed and he had a tall stature. His face was like a piece of jade and his eyes were like the stars in the sky. He was a handsome man. Furthermore, the crown prince had broken through to the late combat soul realm at such a young age, and he was the next crown prince. The crown prince's cultivation has improved after going into seclusion. Looks like he's getting closer and closer to the Battle King realm. Congratulations. Wuxia hastily flattered the crown prince and saluted him. Although the two of them were uncle and brother, there was a huge gap between their statuses. Wuxia was only an heir, so when he saw the crown prince he still had to salute. The crown prince's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that this flattery was very effective on him. He had always been extremely confident in his cultivation and combat abilities. You brat, you don't come without a reason. This prince has just come out of seclusion and you're already here. There must be something. Tell me. The crown prince seemed to be in a good mood. His Highness, the crown prince, has been busy cultivating in seclusion recently. He doesn't know that a monstrous genius has appeared in the Eastern continent recently. That genius is known as the Eastern continent's #1 genius. Wuxia said. He narrowed his eyes and observed the change in the crown prince's expression. As expected, the crown prince's expression froze when he heard the words #1 genius. #1 genius? Tell me about it. The crown prince's interest was piqued. This man's name is Zhou Xian and he has done many big things recently. He killed many geniuses and elders from the Xianxia clan and Myriad Sword sect. During the trip to the Island of Ice I was nearly killed by him. He's a proud and arrogant man and he doesn't even put the Imperial Emperor in his eyes. Wuxia told the crown prince everything he knew about Zhou Xian, including how Zhou Xian killed the geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect and Xianxia clan, how the two superpowers brought the matter to the Imperial Emperor, how Zhou Xian knelt down in front of the Imperial Emperor, and how Zhou Xian sealed the dimensional crack with a formation. Of course, some of the details were exaggerated. The reason why Wuxia came to the crown prince was very obvious. Currently, the 9th emperor was protecting Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian was hiding in the martial palace. They had no chance to create a new conflict with Zhou Xian, and in the entire martial saint dynasty, perhaps only this young man in front of them had the ability to create a new conflict. Furthermore, the crown prince had always thought that he was the #1 genius among the younger generation of the martial saint dynasty. Wuxia purposely made Zhou Xian sound like a god in order to attract the crown prince's attention. A brat who came out of nowhere dares to disrespect my father? He's courting death. The crown prince coldly harumphed. In his mind, the imperial emperor's position was extremely high, and he would never allow anyone to disrespect the imperial emperor's prestige. That's right, this brat is extremely arrogant and lawless. Right now both the Xianxia clan and Myriad Sword sect wish they could eat him alive. But too bad, the Imperial Emperor's golden words made all the resentments in the past disappear. Now that Zhou Xian is hiding in the martial palace, there's no way for us to deal with him. Wuxia sighed. Little brother Tsong, it looks like you want me to deal with this Zhou Xian. The crown prince was a smart man. How could Wuxia's little scheme hide from him? Crown prince, you're a wise man. It's not like I don't have a way to deal with him. In the entire martial saint dynasty only the crown prince can deal with him. Besides, if this brat continues to grow, he will threaten the crown prince's position sooner or later. Wuxia said. He's just a divine core warrior. I, the crown prince, am going to be the imperial emperor in the future. How can a nobody like him compare with me? However, since my imperial father has given his golden words, and the martial palace is the 9th emperor's territory, it won't be appropriate for me to interfere. Besides, with my status, if I take the initiative to cause trouble with a divine core brat, it will just bring shame to my reputation. The crown prince coldly harumphed and said. He still had to give some face to Wuxia. More importantly, the crown prince was a proud man, and he didn't take Zhou Xian seriously at all. Of course, with that Zhou Xian's status, how could the crown prince take him seriously? The reason I came here today isn't to ask the crown prince to deal with that Zhou Xian. I have something good to tell you. Wuxia said with a smile on his face, as if the crown prince's reaction was within his expectations. Oh. What is it? The crown prince looked at Wuxia and said. That Zhou Xian has a girl next to him. Her name is Yen Qinyu. She is an outstanding beauty, Pure and holy like jade, she is a real fairy that descended from the heavens. Only someone like the crown prince is worthy of such a beauty. Who does that Xianxia think he is? Wuxia said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Brother, I think you're exaggerating. I, the crown prince, have seen all kinds of beauties in my life. The crown prince said with a smile. If the crown prince doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, when I saw Xianxia, I was shocked like a goddess. If the crown prince doesn't believe me, you can go to the martial palace and have a look. I'm not going there to cause trouble, and I don't think I'm going to offend the 9th emperor. Wuxia said. He knew the crown prince's problem very well. Xianxia couldn't attract the crown prince's interest, but this Xianxia would definitely be able to. Indeed, after hearing what Wuxia said, the crown prince's eyes immediately lit up. He slowly stood up from his seat and said, let's go to the martial palace and have a look. If that Xianxia is just an ordinary girl, I won't forgive you. Don't worry, the crown prince. I can guarantee with my head that she is definitely the girl that the crown prince likes. Wuxia smiled. The first step of his scheme had succeeded. Following behind the crown prince, both men left the crown prince palace and flew toward the martial palace. With their speed, it wouldn't take them too long to reach the martial palace from the martial Saint dynasty. Soon after, both men arrived at the martial palace. With their status and identity, no one would stop them from entering the martial palace. Where is that Xianxia? Since I'm here, I might as well meet him. The crown prince said. Over there. Wuxia had already found out where Xianxia and the others were staying. He brought the crown prince and flew toward one of the courtyards. Right at this moment, within the courtyard, Xianxia and a Huang dog were bathing in the morning sunlight. Han Yan wasn't here as he had gone into secluded cultivation to break through to the combat soul realm. Only Xianxia and a Huang dog were here. Suddenly, the dispirited De Huang dog suddenly stood up from the ground. Two bright lights immediately shot out from his eyes as he stared at the two men who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He didn't know the handsome man who wore the imperial robe, but Wuxia was no stranger to him. Back on the island of ice, Wuxia had tried to make things difficult for him several times. Since the man in the imperial robe was with Wuxia, he couldn't be a good person either. This was De Huang dog's first impression of the crown prince. When the crown prince landed in the courtyard, he immediately saw Xianxia. After that, he couldn't move his eyes away from her. Pure and holy like the snow, dressed in white like a fairy, her entire body was spiritual and her beautiful face was flawless. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? In just an instant, the crown prince's heart had been completely conquered by Xianxia. He admitted that he had seen countless women, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as her. What a beautiful woman! The crown prince couldn't help but praise. The crown prince's gaze was extremely passionate. This kind of gaze made Xianxia feel extremely disgusted. She slightly frowned. Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic De Huang dog blocked in front of Xianxia. His long tongue kept spitting saliva at the crown prince and Wukong. The beautiful scene was immediately interrupted. Only now did the crown prince notice that there was a dog next to him. Instantly, he had an urge to tear this dog into pieces. Who are you two? What are you doing here? De Huang dog asked impatiently. Presumptuous. You stupid dog, do you know who you are talking to? This is the crown prince. Wuxia shouted loudly. Can a crown prince trespass into private property? This is the martial palace. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just leave. De Huang dog scolded impatiently, but he didn't forget to wave his hooves in the air like a human. You're courting death. Wuxia was infuriated on the spot. His impression of this dog could be said to be extremely bad. Back when they were on the island of ice, he wished he could skin this dog alive. This dog's mouth was extremely vicious. Just as Wuxia was about to make his move, the crown prince stopped him and said, "Be a gentleman, we are not here to fight." The crown prince tidied up his clothes in a gentlemanly manner. Of course, this gentlemanly behavior was only what he thought. Xianxia didn't agree with him. In Xianxia's eyes, there was only one man, Xianxia. Where is Xianxia? Tell him to come out, the crown prince wants to see him. Wuxia said loudly. No one knew that Xianxia and Nangong Wentian had secretly left the martial palace for the southern continent. Chapter 409. Xianxia isn't here, you guys can leave now. De Huang Dog said impatiently. He had always hated that Prince Wukong. Back on the island of ice, if it wasn't for Wu Lang stopping him, Wuxia would have been killed by Xianxia. As for this crown prince, he was looking at Yan Qinyu with a lecherous gaze. Obviously he wasn't a good guy either. Thus De Huang Dog immediately hated him. Bastard. You're just a dog, how dare you talk to me like that? Is that Xianxia hiding somewhere? Hurry up and tell him to come out and greet the crown prince. Wuxia gnashed his teeth in anger. He wished he could tear this dog into pieces. Damn it, who do you think you are? You're nothing but a defeated opponent of Xianxia. Back on the island of ice, if it wasn't for Wu Lang stopping you, you would have been killed by Xianxia. If Xianxia was here, he would have thrown you out like a chicken. De Huang Dog's mouth was indeed vicious, but he would never show any mercy to someone like Wukong. You're courting death. Wuxia was enraged. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to stand such a mean dog, let alone a prince. Wuxia reached out his hand and tried to grab De Huang Dog. Big Yellow just stood there without moving, but the crown prince moved. He casually unleashed a strong wind and blocked Wuxia's attack. After that he scolded, Wuxia, we're not here to cause trouble, you better pay attention to your image. Yes, crown prince. Wuxia hurriedly bowed toward the crown prince, but the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He knew the crown prince's temper too well. If it was in the past, this dog would have already been smashed into pieces by the crown prince. But now, the crown prince had to pay attention to his image and maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Yan Qinyu and he wanted to leave a good impression on her. As long as the crown prince took a fancy to Yan Qinyu, his plan would be successful. The crown prince said to Yan Qinyu in a refined and courteous manner, I've heard that Miss Yan is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen you today, I'm sure you're like a celestial being. I wonder if Miss Yan would do me the honor of visiting the crown prince's palace? The crown prince directly sent out an invitation. His smile was as warm as jade, his demeanor was elegant, handsome, and at ease. Such a man, coupled with his status, almost no woman would refuse his invitation. Unfortunately, Yan Qinyu was one of them. Many thanks for the crown prince's good intentions. Little you appreciates it, but I won't go to the crown prince's palace. Yan Qinyu rejected him without any hesitation. In her mind, besides Xianxia, all the other men were nothing but shit. The crown prince, who had been smiling, was suddenly stunned. He had been rejected, and in such a decisive manner. This was the first time something like this had ever happened before. However, the crown prince put on a bright smile again. Since Miss Yan doesn't want to go to the crown prince's palace, I will ask someone to arrange a better place for Miss Yan to cultivate in the martial palace. This place is too shabby. No need, this place is pretty good. After Yan Qinyu finished speaking, she turned around and walked away without even turning her head back. This action made the crown prince's face twitch. Ever since he was born, he had never been rejected by a woman. There had never been a woman who didn't give him face. This Yan Qinyu was the first one. Presumptuous. Wuxia shouted at Yan Qinyu, but the crown prince waved his hand and stopped him. Crown prince, our little Yu is already taken, I suggest you save your breath. De Huang Dog said to the crown prince with an indifferent tone. This dog didn't care about the crown prince at all. Even if it was the imperial emperor, as long as he wasn't happy, De Huang Dog wouldn't give him any face. A woman like Lady Yan is not someone that just anyone can match up to. The crown prince, Leng Leng, gave De Huang Dog a glance, then turned around and left with Wukong. Fuck, what's so great about that? De Huang Dog spat at the back of the two men. Along the way, the crown prince's face darkened. This was the first time in his life that he had been defeated. Crown prince, that Yan Qinyu is really looking down on you. In my opinion, you should teach her a lesson, force her into the crown prince palace and let her be yours. Wuxia was fanning the flames. I, the crown prince, have never failed to get a woman that I want. Who does that Xianxia think he is? With Yan Qinyu's stunning beauty, she should be a match for me. Since that little girl dared to reject me like this, when she's in my bed in the future, I'll definitely teach her a good lesson. The crown prince coldly harumphed. Crown prince, what do you plan to do? A cunning look flashed across Wuxia's eyes. Don't worry, I can't force a woman like her. I'll take it slow, I have plenty of time. I don't believe that with my charm I can't win a woman's heart. the Crown Prince said with a confident smile. Of course. The Crown Prince is a handsome and burly man, and you've broken through to the late combat soul realm at such a young age. Not only that, you're the Crown Prince, the next emperor, and you're also the leader of all the Golden Guards. Which woman under the heavens doesn't dream of throwing themselves into your arms? Yan Qinyu is no exception. Wu Tsong flattered the Crown Prince once again. He was feeling really happy. Judging from the Crown Prince's expression, he was determined to win Yan Qinyu's heart, and this was the best result he wanted. With the Crown Prince as the fuse, the conflict between him and Jiangchen would definitely erupt. Southern Continent Nangong family. Recently, Jiangchen had been accompanying Nangong Wentian in secluded cultivation. While Nangong Wentian was breaking through to the combat soul realm, Jiangchen was stabilizing his cultivation. He had obtained a lot of benefits from the minor 3 tribulations, and he needed some time to digest them. There are 7 more days until the duel. Judging from Brother Nan's aura, it should be soon. Jiangchen could sense that Nangong Wentian's aura was constantly changing, and it was becoming more and more profound. This was a good thing for Nangong Wentian. Besides that, Jiangchen was really interested in the Nangong family's hidden treasure that could produce 9 solar holy water. However, his current status was quite special and he was just a guest in the Nangong family. Therefore he couldn't check it out. It looked like he could only wait until the duel was over and find an opportunity to get in touch with Nangong Wentian. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, the Crown Prince had gone to the Martial Palace to look for Yan Qinyu almost every day. He had tried everything he could to invite Yan Qinyu to the Crown Prince's palace, but all of his requests were rejected by Yan Qinyu. Although the Crown Prince hadn't lost his temper yet, his patience was clearly running out. At the same time, the Nangong family's most important day had finally arrived. Early in the morning, the Nangong family's residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Nangong Yunjing and his men had arrived at the central square, waiting for the duel to begin. Next to Nangong Yunjing stood a handsome young man. He had a powerful aura, and although he was still young, he was a mighty combat soul warrior. An arrogant expression could be seen on his face. He was none other than Nangong Yunjing's son, Nangong Wentian's opponent, Nangong Wenyan. Behind him was a group of people from Nangong Yunjing's family and some guests. Each of them had a certain status. Standing opposite of them were the people from the Nangong family's main force. The men leading them were the current family chief, Nangong Yunfan Elder 2E, and a group of combat soul warriors from the Nangong family. However, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces, because Nangong Wenyan was still in secluded cultivation, breaking through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Yunfan, don't waste any more time, let's start the duel. I heard that Nangong Wentian has returned, so let's have the first duel with Wenyan. We'll decide the winner of today's duel with 3 duels, and we'll decide who gets the treasure. Nangong Yunjing said. He was fully prepared this time and he was very confident in himself. Nangong Yunjing, you traitor of the Nangong family. Tui was infuriated. Elder 2, cut the crap. If you join my camp right now, I can still guarantee your position in the Nangong family. Nangong Yunjing said. Bullshit, you unfilial son. Tui scolded. Let's see who's the real deal. Nangong Wenyan coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, he leapt onto the fighting stage and shouted, Nangong Wen, come out and face your death. Don't be a coward. His shout resounded throughout the entire Nangong family, but no one responded to it. Nangong Wentian was still in his secluded cultivation. Jiangchen stood in front of Nangong Wentian's room, and he could clearly sense Nangong Wentian's aura. Obviously, Nangong Wentian's aura had undergone a huge change, and he had broken through to the combat soul realm. The fact that he was still in his secluded cultivation meant that he had gained a new understanding of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, and was at a crucial moment. On the central square of the Nangong family, Nangong Wenyan was standing alone on the fighting stage, and he kept sneering and ridiculing. However, the young family chief, Nangong Wentian, was nowhere to be seen. This scene made all the people from the Nangong family feel extremely humiliated. Haha, looks like Nangong Wentian is just a coward who's afraid of death. How can a man like him be the young family chief of the Nangong family? I think it's better for him to just come out and admit defeat. It's meaningless for him to keep hiding like this. A guest on Nangong Yunjing's side burst into laughter and started mocking Nangong Wenyan. That's right, this is too embarrassing. Nangong Wenyan, come out and face your death. Why don't you just come out and surrender? Nangong Yunjing's side kept making all sorts of comments. Nangong Wentian's absence had caused Nangong Yunfan's side to feel extremely humiliated. This was even more humiliating than just admitting defeat. What's wrong with Wentian? This isn't his style. Even if he hasn't broken through to the combat soul realm with his temper, he would still come out and accept the challenge. Tu Yi said with a frown on his face. Nangong Yunfan, it's meaningless to keep wasting time like this. Let's wait for another 5 minutes, and if Nangong Wentian still doesn't come out, Nangong Wenyan will be the winner. Nangong Yunjing coldly harumphed and said. Boom. Right after Nangong Yunjing's words left his mouth, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out from the southern side of the Nangong family. A powerful shockwave shot up into the sky, and after that a muscular young man jumped out from the explosion. Who said Nangong Wentian won't accept the challenge? Chapter 4:10. After Nangong Wentian appeared, a young man dressed in white followed him. He automatically stood on the Nangong family's side. However, since everyone's attention was on Nangong Wentian, no one paid any attention to this young man in white. Nangong Wentian's domineering appearance at the last moment immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. At this moment, Nangong Wentian's aura was extremely powerful, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. His entire being was extremely powerful, as if he had been reborn. The aura he was emitting was not any weaker than Nangong Wenyan's. Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm. Good. Nangong Yunfan was really surprised, and he was so excited that his body was trembling. Haha, good job, Wenyan. We finally have a chance to win this battle. Tu Yi burst into laughter. He was really happy that Nangong Wentian had broken through to the combat soul realm at the last moment, and this had given the Nangong family hope for today's battle. So young master was in a critical moment just now, that's why he didn't show himself. Thought he was scared. Fuck you. Young master is fearless, how could he be a coward? Now that he has broken through to the combat soul realm, I'm sure he can beat that Nangong Wenyan into a pig's head. It's hard to say. Both of them have similar talents, but Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm for quite some time, while young master has just broken through. If they really fight, I don't think young master will have the upper hand. There's still hope, he's much stronger than before. Let's just watch the show. The battle between two geniuses of the younger generation is going to be exciting. All the people of the Nangong family were discussing among themselves, guessing who was stronger between Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyan. In short, since Nangong Wentian had broken through to the combat soul realm, this battle was going to be interesting. If Nangong Wenyan was still at the same stage as before, he would just be courting death. This little bastard really broke through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Yunjing's expression instantly darkened. Initially he thought Nangong Wentian would only be a divine core warrior when he came back, but he never expected Nangong Wentian to break through to the combat soul realm in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, it looked like Nangong Wentian was strong enough to fight his son. Don't worry, this guy just broke through to the combat soul realm at the last moment. Compared to young Master Wenyan, there is still a gap between him and young Master Wenyan. If they really fight, I'm sure he won't be a match for young Master Wenyan. A guest beside him said. Alright, let the duel begin. Nangong Yunfan let out a loud shout, signaling the official start of today's duel. Since they were going to win 2 out of 3 duels, the first duel between the younger generation was the most crucial one. On the high fighting stage, Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyan were facing each other. Wherever their gazes met, sparks would immediately fly. Wenyan, if I were you, I would just admit defeat and ask your father to give up the position of clan chief. That way you won't have to come out here and die. You should know that today's match is a death match, and I will never show any mercy when I attack. Even though you've broken through to the combat soul realm, you are still no match for me. Nangong Wenyan said. He was extremely confident in his own strength. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Nangong Wenyan, you and I have been fighting against each other since we were young. Today let's put an end to this. Nangong Wentian's aura was unstoppable. He did not put Nangong Wenyan in his eyes either. Wenyan, what you're doing is useless. Since we were young, you've never been better than me in any aspect, and your talent is lower than mine as well. How are you going to fight against me? The position of young clan chief should have been mine. It's all my grandfather's fault. Since you and your father are so stubborn, I'll kill you today and take back what belongs to me. Nangong Wenyan coldly harumphed. A powerful energy wave burst out from his body and swept across the entire fighting stage. The energy wave turned into a strong gale and swept toward Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian coldly harumphed as well. He completely unleashed his energy, causing it to surge toward his opponent like a tidal wave. Rumble. The two energy waves collided with each other, producing a loud explosion. A huge energy whirlpool was formed at the center of the collision, and the shock waves spread out in all directions, giving everyone a suffocating feeling. Fortunately, the fighting stage was protected by some powerful warriors. Otherwise, the two attacks alone would have been enough to destroy the entire fighting stage. Below the fighting stage, it didn't matter if it was Nangong Yunfan's group or Nangong Yunjing's group. Everyone were nervously watching the fight. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. With his eyesight, he could easily tell the difference between the two men. Both of them are equally powerful. It won't be easy to determine a winner between them. However, Nan's 10,000 everlasting elephants skill is not as simple as it looks. It's extremely powerful during fights. Therefore, Nan has a great chance of winning this fight, or it could even be said that he has a 100% chance of winning. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He was certain that Nangong Wentian would win this fight. If that was the case, the Nangong family would have won the first fight, and as long as they won the second fight, they wouldn't have to fight the third fight. A stone raises 1,000 ripples. Nangong Wenyan suddenly let out a loud shout. His body flew high up into the sky, then he abruptly threw a punch towards Nangong Wentian. This punch brought along an endless gust of wind, and a gigantic fist shot out from the energy whirlpool. The energy waves spread out in all directions, and it looked like countless waves were dancing in the air. The power of this punch was extremely great. The frightening energy attack arrived in front of Nangong Wentian in the blink of an eye. Sky-trampling barbarian elephant. Nangong Wentian let out a loud shout as well. His majestic body leapt into the air as well. Right at this moment, an illusionary barbarian elephant appeared around his body. It was a gigantic golden barbarian elephant, and it had completely merged with Nangong Wentian. At this moment, it gave people the illusion that Nangong Wentian was the barbarian elephant, and the barbarian elephant was Nangong Wentian. Bang! The barbarian elephant transformed from Nangong Wentian raised its huge hoof and stomped on the illusionary fist. With a loud bang, the fist shattered and the energy whirlpool dissipated as well. However, at this moment, the barbarian elephant's illusionary figure became even fainter. Good. Tui couldn't help but shout out. Nangong Wentian's powerful performance had exceeded his expectations. It seemed like there was still hope for today's battle. Mountain grabbing. Since Nangong Wenyan's first attack had failed, he immediately unleashed his second attack. He waved both of his hands in the air, causing an endless amount of golden energy to surge out. In the next moment, a 10-zhang tall golden mountain appeared in the air. It was a giant mountain completely formed by condensing energy and was as heavy as a mountain. Such a barbaric attack was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Bang! The golden mountain emitted a loud bang as it was thrown out by Nangong Wenyan, smashing towards Nangong Wentian. 10,000 everlasting elephants. Nangong Wentian was not afraid at all. He once again transformed into a barbarian elephant, and an extremely majestic barbarian elephant's illusionary figure appeared around his body. It was as big as a golden mountain, and it charged straight towards the golden mountain. It was obvious that Nangong Wentian had mastered the essence of the 10,000 everlasting elephant's skill, and any random attack he unleashed would be extremely powerful. Bang! This was the fiercest collision. Frightening energy ripples swept across the place, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyan had collided dozens of times in a row, but there was still no clear winner. So powerful. Both of them are only early combat soul warriors, especially Wenyan. He has just broken through to the combat soul realm, but he already possesses the combat strength of a mid-combat soul warrior. Even if I were to fight him myself, I might not be his match. A mid-combat soul elder standing next to 2E couldn't help but say. Although both Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wentian were only early combat soul warriors, they both possessed the combat strength of a mid-combat soul warrior, and that was more than enough to fight a mid-combat soul warrior. This was what a genius was. They had extraordinary potential and abilities that surpassed ordinary people. I'm done playing with you, ancient barbaric elephant. Nangong Wentian let out a muffled roar and his aura rose once again. This time the silhouette of a desolate ancient elephant appeared behind him, and with the pressure of a wild beast he pounced toward Nangong Wenyan. What? Nangong Wenyan cried out in shock. A look of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. He never thought that Nangong Wentian would still have a skill like this at the last moment, able to increase his combat strength once again, causing him to feel a tremendous pressure. I'll block it. In a panic, Nangong Wenyan unleashed his trump card, unleashing a huge amount of energy beams toward Nangong Wentian. But too bad, under the pressure of the ancient barbaric elephant, these energy beams were simply not enough. Crack. The energy beams were instantly destroyed by the ancient barbaric elephant, causing Nangong Wenyan to be knocked back a few dozen meters before he was able to stabilize his body. Roared the desolate ancient elephant let out another roar, and returned to Nangong Wentian's body. Even though it had severely injured Nangong Wenyan and achieved an unexpected result, it had consumed a lot of Nangong Wentian's energy to summon the desolate ancient elephant's form. This could be seen from his gradually weakening aura. However, his current condition was still a lot better than the injured Nangong Wenyan. What? Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock upon seeing this, and he nearly jumped up from the ground. All the men behind him had pale faces as well. They never thought that Nangong Wentian, who had just broken through to the combat soul realm, would be able to defeat Nangong Wenyan. This was completely different from what they had expected. Haha, good. Compared to Nangong Yunjing's performance, although Nangong Yunfan was shocked as well, he was happy. His son was about to win, how could he not be happy? Today's match was related to the Nangong family's future, and if Nangong Wentian could defeat Nangong Wenyan and win, not only would it increase the Nangong family's chances of winning, more importantly, Nangong Wenyan had used his strength to defend his position as the young family chief, and he had used a domineering method to tell everyone that he, Nangong Wentian, was more qualified than anyone else to be the young family chief. Wenyan is really frightening. Looks like Nangong Wenyan is going to lose this match. Chapter 4:11. Nangong Wentian's strength had caused the people of the Nangong family to become excited. Although the battle was not over yet, judging from the current situation, Nangong Wenyan's situation was no longer optimistic. He was unable to withstand Nangong Wentian's attacks even when he was at his peak condition, let alone now that he was injured. Nangong Wenyan, didn't you say that you've always been stronger than me since you were young? How about now? Nangong Wentian borrowed Nangong Wenyan's previous tone and sneered. Do you really think you've won? Today's battle of life and death will determine who lives and who dies. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you've gained the upper hand with just one attack, you're too naive. Nangong Wenyan coldly harumphed. He flipped his palm and a golden pill appeared in his palm. He swallowed it, and after swallowing the pill his aura started to rise rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he had returned to his peak condition. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Nangong Wentian coldly harumphed, then he threw out a punch. This punch contained an endless amount of qi and the might of a barbarian elephant. A golden beam of light was shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Nangong Wenyan. Plang! Nangong Wenyan's black hair was fluttering in the wind. With a wave of his arm, a silver spear made of unknown materials suddenly appeared in front of him. The spear was extremely terrifying, its body was covered with mysterious patterns, and its sharp spearhead looked like it was made of ice. It kept emitting a cold light, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Buzz! The silver spear slightly swayed and a buzzing sound immediately rang out, causing the air to tremble. A huge energy whirlpool was formed. Nangong Wentian moved, he held the spear in his hand and dashed forward. The indestructible spearhead accurately pierced the golden beam of light unleashed by Nangong Wenyin. Bang! Nangong Wenyin, who had returned to his peak state, was extremely powerful as well. Adding the terrifying battle spear in his hand, his battle prowess had once again increased by leaps and bounds. With a single strike he shattered Nangong Wentian's attack. After that the power of the battle spear did not decrease at all. It continued to thrust towards Nangong Wentian like a poisonous snake. However, even though Nangong Wenyin was fast, Nangong Wentian wasn't slow either. After mastering the quintessence of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, Nangong Wentian felt as if he had been reborn. With a bright flash, the myriad star ruler appeared in Nangong Wentian's hand. He had obtained this combat weapon together with the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, and had long since refined it into his natal weapon. Not only was the ruler extremely powerful, it could also absorb the power of the stars. Nangong Wentian would use the power of the stars to temper his battle weapon almost every night. At the same time, he would also use the power of the stars to temper his own body, obtaining boundless benefits. Chua. Nangong Wentian raised the giant ruler high up in the air and slammed it down. The giant ruler light turned into a sky-piercing waterfall, like a blue starry dragon. In just a blink of an eye, the natural yuan qi above Nangong Wentian was sucked dry. Rumble. The myriad star ruler's power collided with the silver spear, causing a massive explosion that shook the hearts of those who heard it. The energy beams that gathered in the sky immediately turned into a huge whirlpool, just like a tornado. If anyone were to accidentally step into the energy whirlpool, they would immediately be killed. Tap tap tap. The collision caused Nangong Wenyin to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. The aura in his body was once again fluctuating, and his arm that was holding the spear was trembling. Impossible. He has just broken through to the combat soul realm. How could his combat strength be so strong? It's even stronger than mine. This time Nangong Wenyin was utterly shocked. All along he had looked down on Nangong Wentian in his heart, and had never placed him in his eyes. Therefore he was 120% confident that he would win this battle. But now he had been defeated by Nangong Wentian twice in a row. How could he possibly accept this reality? Nangong Wenyin, take this. Nangong Wentian's hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked like a ferocious beast that came from the ancient times. His entire body was unleashing a violent aura, and the myriad star ruler in his hand suddenly turned into a gigantic ruler that was more than 30 meters long. After that, it pierced through the sky and smashed down toward Nangong Wenyin's head. I don't believe you can defeat me. Nangong Wenyin gnashed his teeth in anger. Once again he thrust his silver spear forward and collided with the gigantic ruler. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. A faint smile emerged on his face. Nangong Wenyin's mind was in a mess, and his combat strength was severely affected. There was no way he could fight Nangong Wentian, and the result of this duel was obvious. Nangong Wenyin was going to be defeated. Bam! The myriad star ruler smashed down. The silver spear couldn't withstand it any longer. Once again Nangong Wenyin coughed up blood from the impact, and the spear in his hand almost flew out from his hand. He was falling down from the sky. Nangong Wentian let out a loud laugh. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't show any mercy. The gigantic ruler in his hand kept smashing down like a violent storm. Bam! Finally, Nangong Wenyin couldn't withstand the final strike. The spear in his hand flew out and was caught by Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wenyin's body was covered with wounds and blood was dripping down from his body. He fell onto the fighting stage with a plop. What? Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. This was something that he had never even dreamt of, or perhaps this was something that he had already predicted, but the target had changed. In his mind, the person who was going to be beaten up was Nangong Wentian, not his son. How is this possible? Young Master Wenyin lost. Kuchuan, who was standing next to Nangong Yunjing, was also shocked. This was completely different from what he had expected. Good. Nangong Yunfan burst into laughter. Right at this moment, only the word good could describe how proud he was feeling right now. Nangong Wentian had won. Not only did it mean that there was hope for him to win today's duel, it also meant that his son was stronger than everyone else, and he was the best candidate for the position of young master. Young master is really amazing. He has such incredible combat strength right after breaking through to the combat soul realm. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Did you see that? This is what a peerless genius looks like. A man like young master can't be judged with common sense. Even though he has just broken through to the combat soul realm, Nangong Wenyan still can't compare with him. Look, this is a death match. I wonder if young master will kill Nangong Wenyan. Nangong Wenyan is Nangong Yunjing's only son, and if he is killed, I'm afraid he will go crazy on the spot. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected the result to be like this. Nangong Wenyan, who had been looked down upon and mocked for being a coward, had actually won. Nangong Wenyan, who everyone had placed their hopes on, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. Boom! Nangong Wenyan descended from the sky. With a ruler in one hand and a spear in the other, he walked toward Nangong Wenyan step by step. Then he pointed the sharp tip of the spear at Nangong Wenyan's head. Gasp! At this moment, everyone gasped as their expressions turned extremely serious. The duel today was a duel of life and death. Even if Nangong Wenyan were to kill Nangong Wenyan, it would not be considered as breaking the rules. Stop! Nangong Yunjing shouted out loudly. With a sway of his body, he flew toward the fighting stage. His movement was extremely fast, but someone was even faster than him. Right when Nangong Yunjing moved, the family chief Nangong Yunfan moved as well and stood in front of Nangong Yunjing. Elder brother, what are you doing? A grin emerged on Nangong Yunfan's face. Yunfan, Wenyan has already lost, there's no need to kill him. Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. This is a death match, you should know the rules, even I can't interfere. Whether Nangong Wenyan is killed or not is Wentian's business. No one can stop him, not even you. Nangong Yunfan stood in front of Nangong Yunjing, blocking Nangong Yunfan's path. It was obviously impossible for Nangong Yunjing to step over Nangong Yunfan to save his son. Furthermore, this rule was set by Nangong Yunfan himself, and if Nangong Yunjing tried to interfere now, he would be breaking his own rule. How could a man like this convince the crowd? Even if he became the family chief in the future, he wouldn't be able to convince the crowd. Crack crack. Nangong Yunjing clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard, but it was useless. All he could do was stare at the fighting stage. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the fighting stage, and the spear that was pressed against Nangong Wenyan's forehead. At this moment, Nangong Wenyan's life was in Nangong Wentian's hands. No, I can't accept this. Nangong Wenyan struggled to stand up from the ground, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wenyan, although this is a death match and what you and your father did deserve to die, you are, after all, a member of the Nangong family, and I, Nangong Wentian, don't want to kill a fellow member of the same family. Therefore, I'll spare your worthless life today, but if you see me again in the future, get the hell away from me. Right after Nangong Wentian finished speaking, he kicked Nangong Wenyan's body, sending him flying out of the fighting stage. Once again, Nangong Wentian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Half of the blood was from the kick and the other half was from his anger. This was a great humiliation, and he would never be able to raise his head again. Nangong Yunjing moved his body and caught Nangong Wenyan, then he stuffed a pill into Nangong Wenyan's mouth. Although he had lost the battle, his life was saved. On the fighting stage, Nangong Wentian put away the myriad star ruler and the silver spear. Then he returned to the Nangong family's camp. He wouldn't return the silver spear to Nangong Wenyan, and since he didn't kill Nangong Wenyan, the silver spear could be used as interest. Kid, well done, well done. Chapter 4:12. Wenyan, that's great. Tu Yi's eyes were curved into crescent moons. He had no reason not to be happy as he had watched Nangong Wentian grow up. Now that he had witnessed Nangong Wentian's growth, how could he not be happy? More importantly, the first victory had boosted the Nangong family's morale, and it had given them a ray of hope. It's great that Wentian was able to defeat Wenyan. As long as family chief can defeat Nangong Yunjing in the second match, we won't have to fight the third match anymore. After that, even the elders of the Profound River Palace wouldn't dare to say anything. Elder Liang Jue said, "That's right. Yunfan, the second battle will depend on you. However, your strength is about the same as Yunzhang's, and all that you have learned in your lifetime was passed down from your father. It really won't be an easy matter to determine a victor. Tu looked at Nangong Yunfan. They had already won the first match, and although the second match wasn't the most important one, it was still the most important one for the Nangong family. As long as they could win the second match, they would win the match, and if they lost the second match, the consequences would be severe. The third match required both sides to send out their helpers, but for Nangong Yunjing, that mysterious helper still hadn't shown himself. Although he hadn't shown himself, it wasn't hard to imagine that he was a powerful warrior from the profound river palace, and even Tu might not be a match for him. Nangong Yunfan nodded his head. He knew the key to the second match. On the other side, after consuming the pill, Nangong Wenyan's injuries had slightly recovered, and he was now able to stand on his own. He glared fiercely at the high-spirited Nangong Wentian in front of him, as a great sense of humiliation arose in his heart. The battle today was a great humiliation to him. His father had placed great hopes on him, but he had been defeated so miserably. Don't worry, just stand here and watch the show. I'll definitely defeat Nangong Yunfan in the second match, and we'll still win the third match when a real powerful warrior shows up. I thought that warrior wouldn't have to show up, but I didn't expect him to show up. A cold smile emerged on Nangong Yunjing's face. With a sway of his body, he stepped onto the fighting stage. This time he was even more confident than Nangong Wenyan. Yunfan, don't waste any more time, get on the fighting stage. Nangong Yunjing looked at Nangong Yunfan. Humph. Nangong Yunfan coldly harumphed. He leapt into the air and landed on the fighting stage, standing in front of Nangong Yunjing. Big brother, it's all your fault that we've ended up like this. If father is watching us from the heavens, he wouldn't be able to see the Nangong family in such a state. Nangong Yunfan said. His tone was filled with helplessness and pain. If you were willing to give up the position of patriarch, this would not have happened. I am the eldest brother, the position of patriarch should have been mine. Since father is being unfair, I will take it out myself. Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. He didn't think what he did was wrong. In his mind, what he did today was just to get back what belonged to him. Even so, you can't tell anyone about our family's secret. You're using our family's treasure to get help from the profound river palace, and that's going against the rules our father told us. If we lose our family's treasure, how are you going to bear the responsibility? Nangong Yunfan scolded loudly. Cut the crap. All these years, the profound river palace has been taking care of our Nangong family. Furthermore, the profound river palace doesn't want our treasure. The palace chief of the profound river palace just wants to see the appearance of that treasure. In fact, even you and I have never seen the appearance of that treasure, and I want to see it for myself. Nangong Yunjing said as if it was a matter of fact. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, Nangong Yunjing, as long as I'm still alive, I won't let you get what you want. Father's treasure will never be taken by an outsider. I'll use all my strength in today's battle. Let's do it. Nangong Yunfan was furious. In order to get the position of patriarch, Nangong Yunjing had resorted to any means possible, and he even wanted the family's treasure. For hundreds of years, the treasure had been the biggest secret of the Nangong family, and no one had ever told anyone about it. Only the higher-ups of the family knew about its existence. Now that the old man had passed away as the current family chief, Nangong Yunfan had to protect the treasure. Come, let's see how you're going to use all your strength. Nangong Yunjing's body moved, and he completely unleashed the energy of a late combat soul warrior. It covered the entire sky above the Nangong family, and the powerful energy waves made it difficult for everyone to breathe. On the other side, Nangong Yunfan's gray robe was fluttering in the wind. He had also completely unleashed his energy, and when the two energies collided with each other, sparks were produced. He's so strong. A mighty late combat soul warrior is indeed not someone ordinary men can compare with. Just the energy he unleashed is enough to suffocate everyone. That's right. A mighty warrior like this is not something we can imagine. I wonder when we'll have the chance to reach such a level. Stop dreaming. With your talent, you'll be lucky if you can break through to the combat soul realm in your lifetime. You'll have to wait until the sun rises from the west to reach the family chief's level. Who do you guys think is stronger? Between the family chief and Nangong Yunjing, who will win this battle? It's hard to say. They are brothers and they've been cultivating the same skills since they were young. Now that their cultivation levels are at the same level, it's going to be really difficult to determine a winner. All the onlookers of the Nangong family were discussing among themselves. After the first match had ended, the situation had become more and more intense. Everyone was paying close attention to the next match, because today's match would directly determine the future of the Nangong family. Rumble. The battle was about to begin. Nangong Yunfan and Nangong Yunjing both had the same attack and skills, and they were equally matched. It looked like it would be really difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. Nangong Wenyin turned around and placed his arm on Jiang Chen's shoulder, then said, "Little Chenzi, I really have to thank you for your guidance. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the Combat Soul Realm so easily. Now that you've broken through to the Combat Soul Realm as well, that's great. If I can't avoid the third match today, I'll have a better chance of winning with you. I hope Uncle can win. If that's the case, I won't have to fight anymore." Jiang Chen casually shrugged his shoulders. Since he came to the southern continent, he needed to keep a low profile. He had been in the limelight when he annihilated the Demon Palace and Dancing Sun City, but luckily he had covered his face with the golden barrier. Nangong Wentian raised his head and looked toward the fighting stage. Energies were tumbling about and destructive energy vortexes could be seen everywhere. Two figures were moving back and forth, leaving afterimages everywhere. They were locked in a fierce battle. However, both of them were at the same level and it was unrealistic for them to determine a winner in a short period of time. "Little Chenzi, you have sharp eyes. Let's see if my dad can defeat my uncle," Nangong Wentian asked. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's judgment. Both of them are at the same level and their combat strength is also at the same level. If they keep fighting like this, they won't be able to determine a winner even if they fight for a year. The key is to see what skills they have up their sleeves, and judging from this, Uncle might be in danger," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. "What do you mean?" Nangong Wentian's expression turned serious. With his eyesight, he couldn't see any signs of his dad losing. At least for now, Nangong Wentian seemed to be in danger. He had no idea how Jiang Chen came to the conclusion that Nangong Yunfan was in danger. It's very simple. If there's a person who knows Uncle the most in this world, it must be Nangong Yunjing. Since he dares to fight Uncle today, he must be well prepared and he has enough confidence in himself. In other words, he has a trump card that's enough to defeat Uncle, because he has already established a relationship with the Profound River Palace. The Profound River Palace is very powerful, and since this superpower has decided to meddle in the Nangong family's internal affairs, they will definitely provide Nangong Yunjing with help. Therefore, I'm sure that Nangong Yunjing has a terrifying trump card, and if Uncle doesn't have it, this battle will be very dangerous," Jiang Chen said slowly. He didn't try to lower his voice, so all the upper echelons of the Nangong family could hear him clearly. Including 2E, all of their expressions changed. If Jiang Chen didn't remind them, they wouldn't have thought of this. But now, after hearing what Jiang Chen said, they immediately felt that it made sense. Since Nangong Yunjing started the fight, it was impossible that he didn't have a trump card. At the same time, Nangong Yunjing knew Nangong Yunfan very well, including what powerful trump cards Nangong Yunfan had. Under such circumstances, Nangong Yunjing had a very high chance of winning. 2E and Liang Zhui couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. They had never taken this friend of Nangong Wentian seriously, but after listening to Jiang Chen's words just now, they had a new impression of Jiang Chen. Regardless of how strong he was, just his eyesight and intellect alone were enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary man. "Let's see what powerful trump cards Yunjing has," 2E said as he squinted his eyes. Rumble. On the fighting stage, thunderous booms could be heard, and the shockwaves from the fight could be felt everywhere. The fighting stage below the stage had cracks all over it. It was certain that after this fight, the fighting stage would be destroyed. And this was because the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they were fighting on the fighting stage would have already been turned into ashes. This was a fight between two of the strongest warriors of the Nangong family. Just the shockwaves and aura emitted from the fight were enough to suffocate the onlookers. They could only look up to this kind of power. Rumble. Another muffled explosion was heard. Both of them had exchanged another attack and both of them were pushed back a few dozen meters. Once again they were equally matched. "Yunfan, if this goes on it's going to be hard for us to decide the winner," said Nangong Yunjing. However, his eyes were glowing with a strange light as if he had a card up his sleeve. Chapter 413. "You're right, just finish this quickly." Nangong Yunfan nodded his head. He felt that what Nangong Yunjing said made sense. If the two of them continued to fight like this, even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, there would still be no winner. Playing. Nangong Yunfan didn't want to waste any more time. With a wave of his arm, a huge long sword immediately appeared in his hand. The sword was extremely dazzling and it was emitting a cold light. It was long and wide with a sharp edge. There were runes engraved on it, and it was obviously a top-grade perfect-ranked combat weapon. On the other side, a long sword appeared in Nangong Yunjing's hand as well. Compared to Nangong Yunfan's sword, his sword was much more nimble. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and a buzzing sound could be heard as he swung it. It was easy to imagine how powerful this sword was. Tianggang slash. Nangong Yunfan let out a loud shout. He waved the huge sword in his hand, unleashing countless sword lights that interweaved into a huge net made of sword lights. Even the air was torn apart by the net and strong wind kept coming out from the sword. Nangong Yunfan's sword was as fast as lightning. He swung his sword, which was powerful enough to shatter a mountain, and arrived in front of Nangong Yunjing in the blink of an eye. Boundless sword chi. Nangong Yunjing didn't show any signs of weakness. He raised his sword to meet the incoming attack. It was a simple and fast attack. The sword was emitting a bright light, and it looked like a poisonous serpent as it rushed towards the incoming sword. Playing. The two perfect-ranked combat weapons collided with each other, creating a large amount of sparks. At the center of the collision, a chaotic color immediately appeared, and the surrounding space was almost destroyed. That energy vortex was a land of death. If someone were to enter that area, they would definitely die on the spot. There was no doubt about it. Tap tap tap. Both of them were pushed back dozens of meters by the counterforce before they could stabilize their bodies. The collision this time was also equally matched. "Yunfan, I'm not done with you." Nangong Yunjing coldly harumphed. The smile on his face became even brighter. He flipped his palm and a bright golden talisman appeared in his hand. After the talisman appeared, it exploded and turned into tiny sparks that seeped into Nangong Yunjing's body. Crack crack. In the next moment, cracking sounds could be heard from Nangong Yunjing's body, and his energy began to rise like a rising tide. What's going on? Why did Nangong Yunjing's aura suddenly become so powerful? Tu-yi, who was already filled with worry, cried out in alarm. It's because of that spirit talisman. Sure enough, this guy has a backup plan. He can actually increase his combat power in a short period of time. This time the clan leader is finished. What a powerful aura. It's more than twice as powerful as before. The gap between him and the patriarch has been widened. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Only the people on Nangong Yunjing's side had excited expressions on their faces. No matter what, it seemed like they were going to win the second match. Little Chinzi, what kind of talisman is that? Why is it so powerful? It's able to double my uncle's battle prowess. Nangong Wentin was extremely shocked. That's a source of combat strength talisman, and it should be made by a combat king warrior. This kind of source of combat strength talisman is extremely difficult to make, and only those who have reached the combat king realm are qualified to make it. However, ordinary warriors would never make this kind of talisman. Not only does it consume a lot of energy, it also consumes a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, only those warriors who are about to pass away would make a talisman for their descendants to save their lives. I think Nangong Yunjing got this source of combat strength talisman from the Profound River Palace. It looks like the Profound River Palace has spent a lot in order to get your Nangong family's treasure. Jiang Chen said. His words immediately attracted many surprised gazes from the crowd, including Tu-yi. None of them dared to look down on this ordinary-looking young man anymore, because none of them had ever heard of this source of combat strength talisman before. However, this young man seemed to know everything about it. How could they not be shocked? Nangong Yunjing used the source of combat strength talisman to double his combat power. Uncle is going to lose for sure. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Yunfan, just admit defeat. Tu Yi shouted toward the fighting stage. Judging from the current situation, Nangong Yunfan was going to lose for sure. Therefore it was better for him to just admit defeat and save himself some injuries. In the sky, Nangong Yunfan's expression kept changing. This match was extremely important, and if he lost he would have to fight the third match and the Nangong family would have a very slim chance of winning. However, if he fought with his life on the line, it would be meaningless as it would only cause him unnecessary injuries. Nangong Yunjing, whose combat power had doubled, was not someone he could handle. At this moment Nangong Yunfan was caught in a dilemma. Uncle, admitting defeat is the best choice. It's meaningless to fight with your life on the line. Jiang Chen said. Even if Nangong Yunfan admitted defeat, he wouldn't think that Nangong Yunfan was a coward. After all, Nangong Yunfan's status was different. He was not only representing himself, but also the entire Nangong family. He was the leader of the Nangong family, and if something bad happened to him, the entire Nangong family would collapse, and the Nangong family would fall into an unprecedented panic. At that time, Nangong Yunjing would be able to take over the Nangong family and become the new leader. Since he was going to lose anyway, there was no need for him to take any risks. Nangong Wenyan had already won the first match and there was still the third match. As waves of airwaves rolled out, Nangong Yunjing's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and he had completely suppressed Nangong Yunfan. Dad, just admit defeat, I promise I will win the third match. Nangong Wenyan said to Nangong Yunfan through divine sense. Leader, just admit defeat, it's not shameful. That's right, the opponent cheated. This kind of battle is meaningless. All the members of the Nangong family began to shout out. To Nangong Yunfan, this battle was already unfair. His opponent had used the source of combat strength talisman, which was already considered as cheating. If he continued to fight when the gap between him and his opponent was already too wide, it would not be brave, it would be stupid. Sigh. Nangong Yunfan let out a heavy sigh and said helplessly, I admit defeat. After saying that, Nangong Yunfan put away the huge sword in his hand, turned around and returned to the Nangong family's camp. Nangong Yunjing burst into laughter. He quickly retracted his aura and returned to his own camp. He had no reason to be unhappy. As long as he won today's match, he would be considered to have won. Because for the third match he had invited a famous person. With Nangong Yunfan's ability, he could only ask Tu Yi to help him. Although Tu Yi, the thousand-hand butcher, was quite famous compared to the person Nangong Yunfan invited, there was still a huge gap between them. Nangong Yunfan's expression darkened. He had lost this match in such a stupid way. Dad, don't be discouraged. Eldest uncle cheated, he couldn't do anything about it. Nangong Wenyan comforted his father. We've lost the second match and the third match is about to begin. I'm afraid it's going to be tough. I wonder what kind of person Nangong Yunjing invited. Nangong Yunfan furrowed his brows. His face was filled with worry. If there's really no other way, let me participate in the third match. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I won't let them win. Tu Yi unleashed his energy and said, Dad, let little Qinzi participate in the third match. Nangong Wenyan said, Wenyan, this is a crucial match, you can't joke about it. Liang Zhui said with a frown on his face. Although his impression of Jiang Chen had changed a lot, asking Jiang Chen to represent the Nangong family in the third match was just a joke. Sect Elder Liang, Jiang Chen has broken through to the early combat soul realm, and he was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors when he was still a divine core warrior. With his current cultivation, unless a combat king warrior is here, no one can be his match. Nangong Wenyan said with a serious expression. He had the utmost confidence in Jiang Chen. His words caused everyone to throw their glances at Jiang Chen. Although they doubted Nangong Wenyan's words, they believed that Nangong Wenyan wouldn't joke around with the future of the family. But an early combat soul warrior fighting a late combat soul warrior, wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? Let's see who our opponent is. Tu Yi said. To put it bluntly, they still didn't have any confidence in Jiang Chen. In their minds, Jiang Chen was just an outsider. On the other side, Nangong Yunjing had retracted his energy. He turned to Nangong Yunfan and said with a loud voice, "Yunfan, you've won one and lost one of the previous 2 matches. Now we're going to proceed to the 3rd match, and just like what we agreed before, you'll have to find your own helper for the 3rd match. I don't care who your helper is, my helper is about to enter the arena." The smile on Nangong Yunjing's face was like a blooming flower. That helper would definitely win the 3rd match, and no one from the Nangong family would be his match. "Young lady Wu Ningzhu, please show yourself." Nangong Yunjing shouted toward the sky. After that, a black figure appeared from afar, and in just a few blinks, it arrived above the Nangong family and landed on the fighting stage. When people's gazes landed on that black figure, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. That woman's figure was extremely hot, and her black clothes made her look even more alluring. Her exquisite figure was simply the most perfect proportion. Just this figure alone was enough to make all the men in the world spurt out blood. The woman had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall, and her face was covered by a black veil, revealing her delicate facial features. Heavens, it's the Profound River Palace's holy maiden Wu Ningzhu. How are we going to fight this match? Nangong Yunjing actually invited the #1 genius among the southern continent's younger generation. Although Wu Ningzhu is still young, she has already broken through to the late combat soul realm, and is known as the #1 warrior below the combat king realm. I heard that not long ago, during the incident in the Dancing Sun City, Wu Ningzhu fought against 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace alone, and she didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. None of us from the Nangong family are her match. We're finished, we're all finished. Wu Ningzhu is invincible. Even if Elder 2E were to fight her, I don't think he could last more than 10 strikes. Chapter 4:14. Everyone was shocked, even Jiang Chen. He never expected that the 3rd opponent would be Wu Ningzhu. Back in the Dancing Sun City, he could be considered as Wu Ningzhu's savior. That day when he hid his identity and left in a low-profile manner, Jiang Chen never thought that he would have any contact with Wu Ningzhu again. He didn't even care about the battle between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace. He was just waiting for the Nangong family's matter to settle, then he would return to the eastern continent. After all, he was just a passerby in the southern continent. Unfortunately, God's plans superseded his own. Today he met Wu Ningzhu again, the famous #1 genius of the southern continent. With Wu Ningzhu's eyesight, as long as he fought, she would definitely be able to see through his identity. However, if he didn't fight, no one from the Nangong family would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. This was God's will. How could it be Wu Ningzhu? It's over, the Nangong family has lost all hope. Nangong Yunfan's expression darkened. As the family leader of the Nangong family, he knew better than anyone else how frightening Wu Ningzhu was. This peerless genius of the Profound River Palace had fully matured, and someone like 2E was no match for her. Sigh. If it's the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, there's basically no need for us to fight the 3rd match. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand more than 10 strikes from her. 2E sighed. Although he had a powerful cultivation base, he knew his own limits. He knew the gap between him and Wu Ningzhu, and judging from the current situation, the Nangong family was bound to lose. Dad, Elder 2, it doesn't matter. Let Jiang Chen fight. Only Jiang Chen has a chance of defeating Wu Ningzhu. Nangong Wendian said. He had blind confidence in Jiang Chen. Anyone who understood Jiang Chen would also have blind confidence in him. Furthermore, what happened in the Dancing Sun City not long ago, where a young man in white faced heavenly tribulation in front of everyone and killed 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, had spread across the entire southern continent. Therefore, the Nangong family wasn't surprised by this. However, Nangong Wendian had been in secluded cultivation recently, so he hadn't heard about this. If not, he would have known that the young man in white was Jiang Chen. If there was someone in this world who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, it would be Jiang Chen. Nangong Yunfan, 2E, and the others all remained silent. Asking an early combat soul warrior to fight Wu Ningzhu was simply a joke. His opponent was Wu Ningzhu, the #1 genius of the Profound River Palace, and no ordinary late combat soul warrior could compare with her. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, his talent was at most on par with Wu Ningzhu's. But there was a huge gap between their cultivation bases and there was no way he could overcome this gap. Wenyan, our opponent is Wu Ningzhu. Although nephew Jiangchen has some abilities, there is no way he can be a match for Wu Ningzhu. Nangong Yunfan shook his head. Yunfan, have you finished your discussion? Let's not waste any more time. I really want to know what kind of helper you found to fight against the profound river palace's holy maiden. On the opposite side, Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. All the people from his family had bright smiles on their faces. There was basically nothing that could be compared to this battle. There was no one in the Nangong family who could fight against Wu Ningzhu. Chief Nangong, I don't have much time. Wu Ningzhu said. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but no one from the Nangong family was in the mood to enjoy it. Dad, let Jiangchen fight unless you can find someone more suitable. Nangong Wentian became anxious as well. Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi looked at each other, then both of them sighed. Finally they threw their glances at Jiangchen. Nephew Jiangchen will be relying on you for this last fight. If you're not a match for Wu Ningzhu, don't force yourself. Safety first. Nangong Yunfan said. Don't worry, uncle, Jiangchen knows what he's doing. Jiangchen bowed toward Nangong Yunfan. Little Chenzi, I believe in you. Nangong Wentian patted Jiangchen's shoulder. He would only be relieved if Jiangchen fought in the third fight. Jiangchen nodded, then with a sway of his body he jumped onto the fighting stage and stood opposite of Wu Ningzhu. Wentian, can you do it? Liang Zhui couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I can't do it without him. Nangong Wentian said confidently. Nangong Wentian's confidence was the reason why Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi decided to let Jiangchen fight. They didn't believe in Jiangchen, but they believed that Nangong Wentian wouldn't harm their family. Besides, apart from Tu Yi, they couldn't find anyone else to help them. With Tu Yi's strength, it wouldn't make any difference if he fought against Wu Ningzhu. Letting Jiangchen fight was like trying to save a dead horse. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Why did Nangong Yunfan find such a helper? A man from Nangong Yunjing's group looked at Jiangchen on the fighting stage and said with a surprised expression. This guy is only an early combat soul warrior. What kind of joke is Nangong Yunfan trying to pull? If he's going to give up, he should just admit defeat. There's no need to find someone like this. It's disrespectful to the holy maiden. Nangong Yunjing nearly burst out laughing. He had expected Tu Yi to fight in the third fight, but a young man he had never seen before had suddenly appeared. What was going on? Did Nangong Yunfan really think an early combat soul young man could defeat the profound river palace's holy maiden? This was ridiculous. Not only them, even the members of the Nangong family were shocked. Although they didn't have much hope for the third match after seeing Wu Ningzhu, they still felt that it was a joke when they saw a young man on the fighting stage. No way, who is this guy? Why is he representing the Nangong family in the third fight? Can he really do it? His opponent is Wu Ningzhu. He's someone young master brought back, and I heard he's a friend of the young master. Don't tell me he's a helper hired by the young master? Helper? This is ridiculous. I'm afraid Wu Ningzhu could crush him to death with just one finger. Zai. Looks like the Nangong family has given up. Even if he has given up, he can't just find someone like this to fight in the third fight. This is simply damaging the image of the Nangong family. Even if Elder Tu Yi loses in the end, it'll still be an honorable defeat. Let's wait and see. Since the Nangong family has asked this guy to fight in the third fight, perhaps he really does have some powerful abilities. The people from the Nangong family became restless. For all of them, Jiangchen was a stranger. They had never heard of this young man before. They knew he was just a friend young master brought back, and he was only a combat soul warrior. How could he be qualified to fight Wu Ningzhu? At this moment, the scene on the battle stage was completely different. After Jiangchen appeared, Wu Ningzhu's eyes that were as bright as the stars immediately fell on his body. After that, she started sizing him up. Miss Wu, looks like you've fully recovered from your injuries. Jiangchen said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wu Ningzhu's expression instantly changed. She immediately confirmed Jiangchen's identity. It's you? Wu Ningzhu's voice was filled with shock. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Jiangchen's face. It was her biggest regret that she wasn't able to see this young man's face that day. Now that she had met him, she really didn't expect him to be so handsome. That's right, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded his head. At this point, there was no need for him to hide his identity anymore. With Wu Ningzhu's eyesight, she should be able to recognize him at first glance. Ningzhu, thanks young master for saving my life that day. I never thought I'd be able to meet young master again. Wu Ningzhu slightly bowed toward Jiang Chen, expressing her gratitude for what he had done that day. She was very clear about what happened that day. The Dancing Sun City had been completely locked down, and if it wasn't for this young man in front of her, the entire city would have been destroyed. Her father and family would have been killed by those beasts, and she herself would have been captured by the Demon King Palace as well. Even if she didn't die, she would definitely be humiliated. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Wu Ningzhu was, she would never forget Jiang Chen's kindness. Ever since that day, his figure had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Wu Ningzhu's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. What's going on? Why is Wu Ningzhu thanking him? Why is she being so polite to him? Wu Ningzhu wants to thank him for saving her life? I remember now. Dozens of days ago, when the Demon King Palace attacked the Dancing Sun City, a young man dressed in white appeared out of nowhere and faced heavenly tribulation in the city. He killed 3 guardians of the Demon King Palace in a row. So it was him. Oh heavens, it's him. The hero that the Profound River Palace has been searching for all this time is actually in the Nangong family. We were really blind before this. He's able to kill the guardians of the Demon King Palace and attract heavenly tribulation. He's an incredible monster. Everyone became excited. Obviously, they had all recalled what had happened in the Dancing Sun City not long ago. When they looked at the young man's clothes, they realized that he was exactly the same as the rumors said. An existence who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. He was a peerless monster. Ah, so it's nephew Jiang Chen. I'm such an old fool, I didn't expect this. Amazing, truly amazing. With nephew Jiang Chen's help, the Nangong family will definitely be safe. Nangong Yunfan suddenly burst into laughter. I never thought this would happen. That peerless monster has been hiding in our Nangong family all this time. It looks like we've all neglected him. This is a true genius. Wu Ningzhu owes Jiang Chen a favor, and today's battle is really beneficial to us. Tu Yi suddenly felt relaxed, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen had become serious. Liang Jue and all the upper echelons of the Nangong family were looking at Jiang Chen with different expressions. Although they didn't experience what happened in the Dancing Sun City, they had heard a lot about it. Someone was facing heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, and it was impossible for them not to know about it. Dad, what are you talking about? How did little Chenzi know Wu Ningzhu? Nangong Wentian was puzzled. Chapter 4:15. Nangong Wentian had a confused expression on his face. He had no idea what had happened, but judging from the drastic change in everyone's attitude toward Jiang Chen, even an idiot could tell that Jiang Chen had done something incredible, and now even the Profound River Palace's holy maiden had to thank him in front of everyone. Wentian, you've been in secluded cultivation for the past few days, so of course you don't know what happened in the southern continent. A young man dressed in white suddenly appeared, and he killed a superpower from the demon race, the Demon Palace, all by himself. On the same day, the Wu family held their ancestral worshipping ceremony, and Wu Ningzhu was there in person, along with the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. They led a huge group of demon beasts from the Demon King Palace and locked down the entire Dancing Sun City, wanting to slaughter everyone in the city. Right at that moment, that young man dressed in white struck again, and he faced his heavenly tribulation in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, killing 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, and repelling tens of thousands of demon beasts all by himself. He was hailed as a hero, and the Profound River Palace has been looking for that young man, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Who would have thought that such a peerless genius and great hero had been hiding in our Nangong family all this time? Nangong Yunfan told Nangong Wentian everything that had happened in the Dancing Sun City. He was extremely excited as he didn't have any confidence in Jiang Chen before, but after knowing who he was, his attitude had instantly changed. Furthermore, Nangong Yunfan felt a sense of shame. The great hero that the southern continent was looking for had always been by his side, and he had neglected him. Haha. Nangong Wentian burst into laughter upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? Tui asked. Dad, Elder Tu, do you even need to ask? If I knew about this, I would know that it was little Chinzi who did it. I can tell you with absolute confidence that little Chinzi is the strongest genius I've ever seen in this world. If there's someone who can face a heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, that person would definitely be Xianxia. Nangong Wentian said. Although his words sounded exaggerated, it was the truth. The members of the Nangong clan had no idea about Xianxia's achievements in the eastern continent. If they did, they wouldn't be so shocked. Wenin, do you mean that Xianxia can defeat Wu Ningzhu? As far as I know, when Xianxia killed the three great protectors, he used the heavenly tribulation to attack and did not reveal his own strength. Wu Ningzhu is not easy to deal with. Tui was still a little worried. Don't worry, Elder Tuesday. If they really fight, even two Wu Ningzhu won't be a match for Xianxia. But judging from their expressions, I don't think it'll be easy for them to fight. This guy is really lucky. He just came to the southern continent and he's already hooked up with the prettiest girl. Nangong Wentian said he felt extremely proud to have such a brother. This white-robed young man is the same young man from the Dancing Sun City? What a coincidence. Nangong Yunjing's expression darkened. I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome. This kid is Wu Ningzhu's savior. How are we going to fight this battle? The people around him were also feeling gloomy. Don't worry, Wu Ningzhu was sent here by the palace chief of the Profound River Palace. She will definitely fight. Nangong Yunjing said. On the fighting stage, after Wu Ningzhu thanked Xianxia, she immediately gave Xianxia a flirtatious glance with her bright eyes. What the hell, she's seducing me. Xianxia shuddered. This pair of eyes was really captivating. In terms of beauty and body, this Wu Ningzhu was on par with Yan Qinyu, but she was more charming and feminine and men couldn't stand it. Wu Ningzhu's eyes shone brightly. Hee, I didn't expect Benefactor to be so young. Big sister thanks you again for what you did that day. May I know why little brother is here in the Nangong family? Wu Ningzhu giggled. The way she addressed Xianxia as little brother caused Xianxia to stagger, nearly causing him to fall down from the sky. Those who were familiar with Wu Ningzhu knew that this high and mighty saintess was usually a serious person. But today she actually teased Xianxia. Her temperament was very different from before. It looked like Xianxia's charm was really extraordinary. I'm here to fight for my friend. Big sister, do you think we should still fight? Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Although you've saved my life, I'm here today because of the palace chief's order. Therefore I have to fight. Besides, Big Sister also wants to know how strong a peerless genius who can attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm is. If I'm not mistaken, you used the heavenly tribulation to kill the three great guardians of the Demon King Palace. Since that's the case, let Big Sister witness your true abilities. Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I attack. Wu Ningzhu once again gave Xianxia a flirtatious glance. She had completely changed her cold attitude, and when she saw Xianxia again she became more talkative. God damn it, this bastard actually let Wu Ningzhu talk to him so much and she seems to be very happy about it. The Profound River Palace's holy maiden is a proud and arrogant woman, and she has never been interested in any man. I never thought she would change so much today and even reveal her flirtatious side. I'm so jealous. That guy is so lucky. I really want to go up there and leave a big footprint on his face. This is called charm. What do you know? No matter how arrogant Wu Ningzhu is, she is still a woman. Right at this moment, any man would be jealous of Xianxia. Being able to make Wu Ningzhu smile was the dream of many men. Alright, I also want to see if the #1 genius of the southern continent is worthy of his title. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Both he and Wu Ningzhu had a good impression of each other. However, since he had broken through to the combat soul realm, he really wanted to see how strong this #1 genius of the southern continent was. This was a battle between geniuses and only geniuses could attract other geniuses. Come little brother. Wu Ningzhu's eyes lit up. With a wave of her hand, 7 bright flowers immediately appeared. These flowers were condensed by Wu Ningzhu using her yuan energy, and they looked extremely beautiful. Go. Wu Ningzhu gently opened her mouth, then the 7 petals flew toward Xianxia. Wherever they went, they would cause strong gusts of wind. Each of the petals carried a sweet fragrance, and they looked extremely beautiful. Amazing. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. Not only did Wu Ningzhu's attack contain a strong offensive power, the fragrance emitted from the petals was also able to confuse one's mind, causing one to be immersed in a beautiful feeling. In a battle like this, losing one's concentration for a short moment could be fatal. Wu Ningzhu was an extremely frightening opponent, and any slight carelessness would lead to death. However, Zhou Xian had a firm mind and he wasn't even afraid of the great illusion realm, let alone this little charm skill. Roared Zhou Xian unleashed his energy, then he waved his hand and unleashed 3 silver-white flood dragons. Each of these flood dragons were extremely powerful and they looked just like real dragons. They coiled around each other and dashed forward. Clang, clang, clang. The flood dragon collided with the 7 petals, producing a metallic sound. The 7 petals were incomparably powerful, but they still couldn't withstand the attack of the 9 murdering flood dragons. After the 7 petals were completely destroyed, there was still a tyrannical flood dragon that didn't lose its momentum and rushed toward Wu Ningzhu. So strong. Wu Ningzhu's eyes trembled and her expression changed dramatically. She had always thought that Zhou Xian had only killed the Demon King Palace's guardian with the help of heavenly tribulation, and as for his true strength, how strong could a man who had just broken through to the combat soul realm be? Only now did she truly feel how frightening Zhou Xian was. Chapter 416. Zhou Xian obtained the 9 murdering flood dragons by accident, but after absorbing the flood dragon's blood essence, he was able to unleash the full potential of the 9 murdering flood dragons, turning it into one of his strongest attacks. With his current condition, he was able to unleash the 4th or even the 5th attack of the 9 murdering flood dragons. However, to deal with Wu Ningzhu, using 3 flood dragons was more than enough, as Zhou Xian didn't want to hurt Wu Ningzhu. Facing the huge flood dragon, Wu Ningzhu's reaction was extremely fast. With a flash of light, a black guqin appeared in her hand. With a flick of her jade-like hands, a string of musical notes drifted out, slicing the flood dragon into pieces. Little brother, looks like I've underestimated you. With just an early combat soul cultivation base, you're actually able to gain the upper hand when fighting me. You're indeed a monster who attracted heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. I, Wu Ningzhu, have never seen someone like you before. However, since I'm here on a mission, I won't be polite with you. Take my illusionary zither melody. Wu Ningzhu said. Wonderhand Thousand Tune. Wu Ningzhu, you're indeed good at playing the zither. Let me see how powerful your illusionary zither melody is. Zhou Xian said in an imposing manner. With his current cultivation base, it was very difficult to find a worthy opponent below the Combat King realm. Even a genius like Wu Ningzhu wasn't worthy of his attention. However, being able to fight with the #1 genius of the southern continent, and also the #1 beauty of the southern continent, made Zhou Xian feel really good. Buzz. The void trembled. As Wu Ningzhu's jade-like hands danced in the air, one after another, strange musical notes shot out from the zither. These musical notes emitted multicolored light waves, and each of them had a different color as if they were filled with magic. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the Nangong family was covered by the musical notes, as if they had fallen into a sea of musical notes. Sure enough, it was like 1,000 illusions in a dream, shocking everyone. Miraculous Hand Thousandton's reputation is well-deserved. It's said that her zither music is extremely pleasant to listen to, but it's also extremely lethal. Look at how beautiful these musical notes are. However, if you fall into that ocean of musical notes, I'm afraid that you'll die without a doubt. Of course, the #1 genius of the Profound River Palace is no joke. Wu Ningzhu's illusionary zither melody is very difficult to find a worthy opponent below the Combat King realm. I heard that even some of the highly respected elders of the Profound River Palace are no match for her. That's right. The 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace are extremely powerful. If it's a one-on-one battle, none of them would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. I heard that 3 great guardians couldn't defeat Wu Ningzhu even when they joined hands. Later on, it was the 4 of them who joined hands to put Wu Ningzhu in a dangerous situation. Luckily, Zhou Xian resolved the crisis at the last moment. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Although Wu Ningzhu is still young, she is already a late combat soul warrior, and her illusionary zither melody is so dreamy and mesmerizing. As for that Zhou Xian, he is even more terrifying. Although he's only an early combat soul warrior, he has attracted heavenly tribulation. A monster like him is one of a kind. During the battle just now, he was able to gain the upper hand, and any random attack he unleashed was enough to force Wu Ningzhu to use her zither to defend against it. I'm guessing this Zhou Xian has even more terrifying skills up his sleeves. I think he might be able to defeat Wu Ningzhu today, and create a legend among the younger generation of the southern continent. Many people were paying close attention to this match. Many of them had high hopes for Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian had just broken through to the combat soul realm, he was someone who had killed 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace all by himself. Furthermore, during the battle just now, it was obvious that Zhou Xian had gained the upper hand. High up in the sky, colorful lights could be seen everywhere, and beautiful musical notes could be heard, causing those who heard them to feel intoxicated. However, these beautiful musical notes had a completely different feeling when they entered Zhou Qian's ears. Since Zhou Xian was the target of Wu Ningzhu's attacks, not only did these musical notes carry a great deal of damage to him, they also seriously affected his mind. If he wasn't careful, he would be struck by them. However, Wu Ningzhu's opponent today was Zhou Xian, so the illusionary zither melody was destined to be useless. Facing the colorful musical notes that blotted out the sky, a smile emerged on Zhou Qian's face. With a sway of his body, he forcefully waved both of his hands, unleashing the 9 murdering flood dragons once again. Roar! This time, Zhou Xian directly unleashed 5 silver flood dragons. The flood dragons danced in the sky, emitting earth-shattering roars as they charged towards the ocean of musical notes in front of them. Clang, clang, clang. The blade-like musical notes collided with the huge body of the flood dragons, emitting clanging sounds and creating a large number of sparks. On the opposite side, Wu Ningzhu's hands fluttered like a beautiful dance, like a group of butterflies fluttering in the air. The densely packed musical notes were truly terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. The dancing flood dragons and the flying musical notes collided continuously. The battle between the two fell into a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor for a while. Zhou Qian's face was relaxed and satisfied, as if he wasn't fighting at the moment, but playing around. On the opposite side, the shock in Wu Ningzhu's eyes became more and more intense. This was because as she continued to attack with the illusionary zither melody, she was incomparably shocked to find that her musical notes had no effect on Zhou Qian's mind at all. Only the powerful attacking power of the musical notes was fighting against the flood dragons. How can this guy's mind be so firm? Wu Ningzhu felt like coughing up blood. Her illusionary zither melody had never failed before, and the most frightening thing about it wasn't its killing power, but its ability to affect the opponent's mind. When Wu Ningzhu unleashed the illusionary zither melody, even the elders of the Profound River Palace would be affected by it. However, this young man in front of her seemed to be completely fine. This really shocked Wu Ningzhu. "Dad, Elder 2, did you see that? Zhou Xian is dealing with Wu Ningzhu with such ease. He's just playing with a beauty, and as long as he wants to, he can defeat Wu Ningzhu in the next second," Nangong Wentian said with a prideful expression. This was the person whom he had recommended with all his might. Nephew Zhou Xian is indeed a peerless genius. Even I have to admit that Wu Ningzhu is no match for nephew Zhou Xian. Nangong Wentian nodded his head. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that Wu Ningzhu had unleashed her trump card, the illusionary zither melody, while Zhou Xian had only unleashed one attack, and he hadn't even taken out his combat weapon yet. This is really shocking. I can't believe there's such a peerless genius in this world. I've truly underestimated him. 2E sighed. Such a young hero, it's our Nangong family's fortune that Wentian is able to befriend someone like him. Zhou Qian's future is limitless. Liang Jue, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but praise Zhou Qian. He thought back to the first time he met Zhou Qian and how he mocked and ridiculed him. Instantly, his face turned red and he wanted to slap himself in the face. With his current strength, if he were to fight against Zhou Qian, he would definitely be killed in an instant. That day, Zhou Qian didn't argue with him, which was giving him a lot of face. All of a sudden, the musical notes in the air stopped, and the floating colors disappeared as well. Wu Ningzhu stood still with her zither in her hand and stopped her attacks. Zhou Qian stopped attacking as well. With a calm expression, he stared at Wu Ningzhu. He had no idea what this little girl was going to do next. What's wrong? Why did you stop? I don't think there's a winner yet, right? I don't know. The spectators were all taken aback. They didn't know why Wu Ningzhu suddenly stopped attacking. Little brother, your sister admits defeat, Wu Ningzhu said. This was the first time in her life that she admitted defeat, but Wu Ningzhu knew very well that she had already lost. She knew it even better than all the spectators. As long as her zither music couldn't affect Jiang Chen's mind, she had already lost, and there was no point in continuing the fight. What? Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock. He felt he was staggering and couldn't stand steadily. After that, he threw a glance at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. All the plans he had painstakingly arranged had failed because of this young man's appearance. How could he accept this result? Oh my God, Wu Ningzhu admitted defeat. This is unbelievable. This is the first time this invincible holy maiden admitted defeat. Everyone was shocked. Wu Ningzhu admitted defeat. This was unbelievable. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Jiang Chen was startled as well. He didn't expect this holy maiden to be so straightforward. She knew she was going to lose, so she admitted defeat right away. She didn't even care about her reputation as a holy maiden. This kind of attitude made Jiang Chen's impression of Wu Ningzhu rise to another level. However, although your sister has admitted defeat, I still want to taste the feeling of being defeated. Little brother, let's have one last attack. I hope you can use the sword you used that day to fight against my zither. It might be helpful to your sister. Wu Ningzhu said again. She could still vividly remember the miraculous giant sword she saw in the Dancing Sun City. If she could be defeated by that sword today, it would be a glorious defeat. Perhaps she might even gain some unimaginable benefits during the process of defeat. Wu Ningzhu's eyes lit up. Fine, but if I win, can you take off your veil and let me see your true face? Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation, but he had one condition. When facing the prettiest girl in the southern continent, any man would have the desire to take off her veil and see her true face. No, no man can take off my veil. Wu Ningzhu's tone suddenly turned sharp. After that, she floated her zither in front of her, and the sound waves once again drifted toward Jiang Chen. Your father specialized in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness. If you don't want to take off your veil, then I'll do it myself. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. With a wave of his arm, the heavenly saint's sword appeared with a bright flash. Chapter 417. Fast. It was too fast. Everyone could only see a ray of light rushing past, leaving a mark in the sea of musical notes. Playing. The originally rapid music came to an abrupt stop, and a sonorous sound rang out. Wu Ningzhu turned pale with fright. She didn't need to lower her head to know that her string had broken. Swoosh. In the next moment, Wu Ningzhu felt a cold light flash past her face. The cold light was extremely sharp and she couldn't avoid it. It was only at this moment that Wu Ningzhu truly saw how terrifying Jiang Chen was. It turned out that she wasn't on the same level as him at all. She was sure that if he wanted to, he could cut off her head with this sword. However, when the cold light disappeared, the figure in front of her also disappeared. In the next moment, all the musical notes disappeared. Jiang Chen returned to his original position with the long sword in his hand. The whole process was completed in an instant. It was too fast. Jiang Chen stood at the place where he had attacked as if he hadn't left at all. However, on the opposite side, Wu Ningzhu's zither had a string broken in the middle. The string was made of the strongest material and was very difficult to break. However, it was easily broken into two by Jiang Chen, and this was nothing. The veil on Wu Ningzhu's face seemed to be blown by the wind. It slowly slid down, and a pair of exquisite and impeccable beauty was completely revealed to the world. Ah! Wu Ningzhu exclaimed. Only then did she recall the cold light that had appeared on her face. It turned out that the cold light had cut off her veil, but it hadn't hurt her skin. Such swordsmanship required superb skills. However, at this moment Wu Ningzhu wasn't in the mood to worship that sword. All her thoughts were on her veil. He actually removed my veil. A man actually removed my veil. Wu Ningzhu stood rooted to the ground, muttering to herself as if she had received a great shock. At this moment the entire Nangong family was strangely silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the beautiful face. It was definitely a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away, just like a painting. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her lips were red even though they weren't lipstick. Her fair complexion was as lustrous as pearls and jade. Such a woman's lethality was too strong. So beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty of the southern continent. She's too beautiful. There's actually such a stunning woman in this world. It's worth it to be able to see her face once. It is said that no man has ever removed Wu Ningzhu's veil. Today it has been removed by this young man in white. I wonder what will happen next. Some people began to discuss in low voices, while others continued to stare at Wu Ningzhu in a daze. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but praise her from the bottom of his heart. Any man who could obtain a woman like her would be the greatest success and pride of his life. Wu Ningzhu's expression kept changing. It was obvious that Zhang Chen's removal of her veil had a great impact on her. After a long time, Wu Ningzhu finally reacted. She raised her eyes and stared at Zhang Chen without blinking. Her eyes contained many different meanings and were extremely complicated. "You are the first man to remove my veil," Wu Ningzhu said calmly. "Just treat it as a reward for my victory. Lady Wu, you are indeed an outstanding beauty. Even I can't help but be moved by your beauty," Zhang Chen said. Are you moved?" Wu Ningzhu hurriedly said. A hint of desire could be seen in her eyes. Zhang Chen was startled by Wu Ningzhu's words, and his brain instantly short-circuited. What did this girl mean by asking such a question? Suddenly, Zhang Chen regretted unveiling her veil. He already had Yan Chenyu, and when it came to love he was an idiot. He didn't have any experience with women. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had only come to the southern continent to help the Nangong family. He had never thought that he would have any interaction with anyone here. Although Wu Ningzhu was extremely beautiful, Jiang Chen was not a lecherous person. Everyone had a desire for beauty. When Jiang Chen removed Wu Ningzhu's veil, he was merely curious. He had no interest in Wu Ningzhu at all. Rumble. Just when Wu Ningzhu was about to say something, a sudden change occurred. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from the deepest part of the Nangong family. It was an extremely violent movement. Over there, an ancient building was smashed into pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Nangong Yunfan's expression changed dramatically. He knew that place very well. It was the place where the Nangong family's treasure was kept. What's going on? Nangong Yunfan was shocked. That treasure was protected by the profound sun formation, which made it extremely difficult for anyone to attack it, let alone exploding on its own. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Nangong family's history. The expressions of everyone from the Nangong family changed, especially those who knew about the treasure. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen was even more shocked than the people from the Nangong family. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand began to vibrate violently, producing an ear-piercing sword cry. At the same time, Jiang Chen sensed a very familiar aura. It was the aura of the heavenly saint sword, a resonance between the sword and the man. There's a third broken part of the heavenly saint sword here. Jiang Chen almost cried out in shock. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a thunderous sword cry suddenly sounded out from within the Nangong family. Following that, everyone saw a tens of meters long broken golden sword shoot up into the sky. The broken sword was extremely dazzling, and it looked extremely excited, as if it was a peerless treasure that had been suppressed for a very long time had finally found its master. Swoosh. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand also let out a sharp whistle, which was exactly the same as the broken sword's whistle. In the next moment, the tens of meters long broken sword suddenly shrunk down to only 1 meter long. With a swoosh, it flew next to Jiang Chen and started to circle around Jiang Chen. Seemed like it was very intimate with him. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With a thought, the broken sword stopped moving and landed on his palm. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He would never have thought that he would have such a great harvest on this trip to the southern continent. He had actually found the third broken part of the heavenly saint sword. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that the treasure of the Nangong family was actually his broken sword. In the past, Jiang Chen had used the 9 solar energies to refine the heavenly saint sword, and this broken sword in front of him was the part that he had refined. With the help of the mystical sun formation, It wasn't strange that it could produce 9 solar holy water. This harvest was truly great. The heavenly saint sword had a total of 7 broken parts, and Xianxia had to find them one by one. This trip to the southern continent was really a stroke of luck. What's that? What a mystical broken sword. I don't know, but it's definitely a good treasure. This broken sword came from the Nangong family, so it should belong to the family. How did it end up in Xianxia's hands? Many people were shocked. Even Wu Ningzhu's gaze fell onto Xianxia's hand. With her wisdom, she could already guess that this broken sword was the treasure of the Nangong family, and it was also one of the reasons why she came here to help Nangong Yunjing. Dad, this. Nangong Wentian was shocked as well. Even he didn't expect this to happen. Obviously, the broken sword wasn't snatched by Xianxia. It had jumped out of nowhere and landed in Xianxia's hand. That's the treasure left behind by the old man. It's the foundation of our Nangong family. We can't let it fall into someone else's hand. Tui was extremely excited. On the other hand, Nangong Yunfan had a calm expression on his face. He stared at Xianxia without blinking his eyes. I remember now. Dad, when I first came to the island of ice, little Qinzi found a broken sword like this. It's exactly the same as our Nangong families. The broken sword came to Xianxia on its own, as if it had always belonged to him. Nangong Wentian suddenly recalled the scene on the island of ice, and he finally understood why the broken sword jumped out of nowhere. Presumptuous. Put down the broken sword. Right at this moment, Nangong Yunjing shouted at Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at Nangong Yunjing with disdain. The heavenly saint sword was originally his, and now that it was in his hands, not even the god of heaven would be able to take it away. So the reason you came to our Nangong family is for our family's treasure. Let me tell you, this treasure is the foundation of our Nangong family. Don't even think about taking it away. Nangong Yunjing said with a stern expression. What if I insist on taking it away? Can you stop me? Xianxia said in an indifferent tone, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Nangong Yunjing's body trembled and he couldn't help but gasp. Only now did he realize how terrifying this young man in front of him was. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could stop him. If this young man really wanted to leave, even if everyone in the Nangong family joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Little brother Xianxia, please, for Wentian's sake, leave the treasure here. Tui said. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but furrow his brows. There was no way he would leave the heavenly saint sword, but Nangong Wentian was his brother. If he took the treasure away just like that, how was he going to explain it to Nangong Wentian? No need. Right at this moment, Nangong Yunfan spoke and everyone's gaze fell onto him. Yunfan, what are you talking about? Nangong Yunjing looked at Nangong Yunfan. When the old master passed away, he left behind his last words. He said that this treasure has its own intelligence and sooner or later, it will find its own master. If one day, it finds a fated man who can move this broken sword, no one from the Nangong family is allowed to stop him. Because of this treasure, the Nangong family has enjoyed hundreds of years of benefits, and this is a gift from the heavens. Everyone here has seen what happened today. It wasn't nephew Xianxia who tried to steal our treasure. It was the broken sword that jumped out and looked for nephew Xianxia. This has never happened before. Therefore, nephew Xianxia is the fated man mentioned by the old master. Taking this broken sword away from us today can be considered a great deed for the Nangong family. Chapter 4:18. Nangong Yunfan's voice was very loud, so everyone on the scene could hear him clearly. It also let those who were not powerful enough to know that the Nangong family actually had such a treasure hidden away. In other words, the reason why the Nangong family was able to rise so quickly in the past 100 years was because of this treasure. At this moment, many of the younger generation who had once obtained the 9 solar holy water realized that the source of their 9 solar holy water was actually this broken sword. Nangong Yunfan, do you know what you're saying? This is the treasure left behind by father. It's the foundation of our Nangong family. If it's taken away by someone else, how will our Nangong family survive in the southern continent? Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. He had schemed and plotted all of this for the sake of becoming the family chief. In order to obtain that treasure, he even told the profound river palace about the treasure, so that he could get their help and ask their holy maiden to help him. However, he never expected that it would be ruined by a young man who came out of nowhere. Not only did he ruin his plan, he even wanted to take away the treasure. How could he accept this? Elder brother, don't be so stubborn. This is the rule left behind by father, and only the family chief can know about it. I don't mind telling you this. I've seen this magical broken sword with my own eyes, and Zhou Xian is the fated person. As the family chief of the Nangong family, I have the right to decide whether this broken sword will stay or not, and I have to follow the rule left behind by father. Nangong Yunfan coldly harumphed, then he cupped his fist toward Zhou Xian and said with a clear voice, "Nephew Zhou Xian, this treasure has finally found its home. Even without this treasure, our Nangong family can still stand tall in the southern continent in the future. Don't worry, uncle. Zhou Xian will definitely make up for the loss of our Nangong family." Zhou Xian stood on the fighting stage and bowed toward Nangong Yunfan. Taking away someone else's foundation was indeed immoral, but Zhou Xian had no other choice when it came to the Heavenly Saint sword. As for the loss of the Nangong family, he would find a way to make it up for it. He would never let the Nangong family fall into decline because of losing this treasure. Bullshit. You want to make up for it? What can you do to make up for the loss of our Nangong family? Nangong Yunjing's eyes had turned red and he roared at Zhou Xian with a loud voice. Today's result had thrown him into chaos and all his plans had been ruined. In the future he would no longer be able to fight for the position of the family chief. Noisy. Zhou Qian's expression turned cold. With a sway of his body, he turned into a trail of light and appeared in front of Nangong Yunjing in the blink of an eye. The cold tip of the Heavenly Saint sword was pressed against Nangong Yunjing's neck, and the razor-sharp sword beam had pierced through Nangong Yunjing's skin, causing blood to flow out from the tip of the sword. Gasp. Nangong Yunjing gasped. Only now did he regain his composure. The shock in his mind had reached an extreme level. This young man's strength had actually reached such a level. Even with his late combat soul cultivation base, he couldn't react in time. Sensing the cold sword in front of his neck, Nangong Yunjing had no doubt that if this young man wanted to, his head would have already been separated from his body. In other words, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from this young man. What could he use to fight a man like this? Say one more word and I'll kill you. Zhou Qian slowly put away the Heavenly Saint sword. His tone was extremely cold. Nangong Yunjing felt his throat becoming dry. He wanted to say something but he didn't have the courage to do so. He believed that this young man in front of him wasn't joking with him. That pair of cold eyes made it seem like they came from the depths of hell. The killing intent unleashed from this young man's body simply belonged to someone who had killed countless people. Nangong Yunjing had no doubt that if he said one more word, this young man would immediately kill him. On the other side, including Nangong Yunfan and 2E, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts trembling. Only now did they realize how ridiculous they had underestimated this young man. He was simply a peerless genius, and if Zhou Qian wanted to, he could take the broken sword and leave at any time he wanted. Who could stop him? Zhou Qian, I'll be back for you. After saying that, Wu Ningzhu disappeared from the sky above the Nangong family. For her, today's mission was considered a failure, and she didn't want to get involved in the Nangong family's internal affairs. Of course, the conflict between her and Zhou Qian was far from over. Ever since Zhou Qian unveiled her veil, the conflict between the two of them was destined to never end. Looking at the black figure disappearing into the distance, Zhou Qian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Damn it, why did he remove her veil? But who cares, Daddy will be leaving soon, and I don't think I'll ever have the chance to come to the southern continent again. Let the Profound River Palace and Demon King Palace do whatever they want. Zhou Qian thought to himself. Now that he had solved the problem with the Nangong family, he needed to return to the eastern continent as soon as possible. It was easy for him to come here from the eastern continent, as he could just use the Island of Ice's teleportation formation. However, it wasn't so easy to go back. If Zhou Qian wanted to use the teleportation formation, he would have to find the Island of Ice. The Island of Ice was located deep within the ocean and it was too far away from here. Therefore, Zhou Qian could only rely on his own speed for this return trip. However, for Zhou Qian, his trip to the southern continent had brought him a huge harvest. Not only had he broken through to the combat soul realm, he had also obtained the third piece of the Heavenly Saint's sword. Let's go. Nangong Yunjing waved his sleeves. Then he brought his men and started walking toward the exit of the Nangong family. Since Wu Ningzhu had left, there was no point for them to stay here any longer. Besides, there was a peerless genius here, and if they continued to stay here they would be the ones suffering the most. Within the Nangong family's main hall, Jiang Qin and Nangong Yunjing were sitting at the head of the hall. In this world where strength was everything, as long as you had the strength, it would mean that you had the status and you would be respected by everyone. It's all thanks to nephew Jiang Chen's help today. If it wasn't for you, the Nangong family would have been in great danger. Nangong Yunfan once again expressed his gratitude toward Jiang Chen, but he didn't mention anything about the broken sword. Nangong Yunfan was a smart man. He knew that he would never be able to get the broken sword back. Also, with the teachings left behind by the old man, he didn't mind losing the precious sword. Besides, he knew how great Jiang Chen's potential was, and it would only benefit the Nangong family if they could form a good relationship with a man like Jiang Chen. Even if they couldn't form a good relationship with Jiang Chen, they couldn't afford to make an enemy out of a man like Jiang Chen. Brother Nan's matter is my matter. Please don't take it to heart, uncle. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Hearing the words "don't take it to heart," the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You've taken away the most important thing of the Nangong family, and now you're telling me not to take it to heart? Can you be any more shameless than this? How could Jiang Chen not know what the others were thinking? Actually, he didn't plan to take the broken sword with him. At least he wanted to leave some benefits for the Nangong family. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out a milky white jade bottle. An extremely masculine aura immediately came out from the bottle, causing everyone to feel refreshed. What is this? 9 solar holy water. Liang Zhui was the first to exclaim. Everyone present was a high-ranking member of the Nangong family. Over the years they had all benefited from the 9 solar holy water. Therefore they were all too familiar with the aura of the 9 solar holy water. The aura coming from the bottle was none other than the aura of the 9 solar holy water. Nephew Jiang Chen, this is? Nangong Yunfan looked at Jiang Chen. That's right, this is a bottle of 9 solar holy water. If we calculate the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword in the profound Sun Grand Formation, this bottle of 9 solar holy water is equivalent to the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword in the past 100 years. Please accept it as compensation for the loss of the Nangong family. Jiang Chen handed the bottle over to Nangong Yunfan. What? A bottle full of 9 solar holy water? Tui cried out in shock. Everyone else had their eyes wide open and were no longer able to keep their calm. They had no idea how Jiang Chen did it, but the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword was equivalent to the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the Nangong family in the past 100 years. This caused everyone's attitude towards Jiang Chen to change once again. Not only did they no longer feel dissatisfied, they even felt grateful towards Jiang Chen. The reason why the Nangong family hid that treasure was because they wanted to produce 9 solar holy water. Now that they had 100 years' worth of 9 solar holy water, it no longer made any sense for them to keep that treasure. As for Jiang Chen, although it was a bit strenuous for him to produce so much 9 solar holy water, it was still an easy task. This third fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was the one that he had created using the 9 solar energies in his previous life. It had the ability to absorb the sun qi and transform it into 9 solar holy water. Now that it was in Jiang Chen's hands, for someone like Jiang Chen who had mastered the 9 solar energies, producing some 9 solar holy water was just a matter of consuming his energy. After Jiang Chen obtained the broken sword, he immediately started producing 9 solar holy water. Once he had enough 9 solar holy water, he would be able to take the broken sword with him without any worries. Nephew Jiang Chen's kindness to our Nangong family will never be forgotten. Nangong Yunfan stood up and bowed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately took a step forward and bowed towards Nangong Yunfan. If it was someone else, he would be able to accept such a bow. However, the person in front of him was Nangong Wentian's father. For the sake of Nangong Wentian's face, he couldn't accept such a bow. Furthermore, if this person wasn't Nangong Wentian's father, Jiang Chen would be able to take the broken sword and leave with a clear conscience. There would be no need for him to waste so much effort to leave behind 9 solar holy water. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. Nan and I are brothers who have gone through life and death together. The reason I came here was to help the Nangong family get out of this crisis. Now that the Nangong family's problem has been solved, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to leave immediately. Zhou Xian said. Chapter 419. Nephew, you're leaving so soon? Why don't you stay here for a few more days? We've been neglecting you during your stay, and we haven't had the chance to show our hospitality. Hearing that Zhou Xian was leaving, Nangong Yunfan was a bit reluctant. He still wanted to build a good relationship with a genius like Zhou Xian. Dad, little Chinzi has something important to take care of. It's already a rare opportunity for him to come to the southern continent. Now that the Nangong family's problem has been solved, he should go back. Nangong Wentian hastily said. Others might not know about Zhou Xian's situation, but he knew it very well. The current situation in the eastern continent was very unfavorable to him, and the Martial Palace and Martial Saint dynasty couldn't do without Zhou Xian. As for the Nangong family, it had basically stabilized. After this battle, Nangong Yunjing wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. As for the profound river palace, without the temptation of treasures, they wouldn't interfere in the Nangong family's business. Furthermore, the situation in the southern continent was very tense. The incident at the Demon Palace and the Dancing Sun City had angered the Demon King Palace, and sooner or later, a war with the Profound River Palace would break out. With the Demon King Palace's interference, the Profound River Palace wouldn't have the time to care about the Nangong family's business. Therefore, the Nangong family's situation had stabilized. Even if Zhou Xian stayed, he wouldn't be able to help much. On the other hand, the eastern continent desperately needed Zhou Xian's help. Alright, if that's the case, nephew, I won't keep you any longer. Once you're done with your business, you must come to the Nangong family as a guest. Let me be your host. Nangong Yunfan said. Of course, uncle. Zhou Xian replied with a smile. That night, in Nangong Wentian's courtyard, the two of them were fighting side by side. Little Chinzi, it's all thanks to you. However, I really want to know one thing. Nangong Wentian said. If it's about the broken sword, it's better if you don't ask because I don't know how to answer you. Zhou Xian knew what Nangong Wentian wanted to ask. The broken sword flew out on its own. This was the first time something like this had happened. Adding on the fact that Zhou Xian was able to create so much 9 solar holy water, even an idiot could guess that the relationship between Zhou Xian and the broken sword was not ordinary. All right. Nangong Wentian shrugged. He really wanted to know the relationship between broken sword and Zhou Xian, but since Zhou Xian didn't want to tell him, he didn't ask anymore. Little Chinzi, how are you going to get back? Can we still find the teleportation formation we came from? Nangong Wentian asked. No, the bronze plate in my hand can only sense the location of the island of ice. Although the island of ice is constantly moving, it is still within the boundaries of the eastern continent. Therefore, if I want to return, I'll have to fly by myself. Zhou Xian said. That will take a long time. Nangong Wentian furrowed his brows. That's right. With my previous speed, it would take me at least 2 months to get back from the southern continent without any rest. But now that I've broken through to the combat soul realm, combined with my movement skill, my speed has improved tremendously. With my current speed, I should be able to reach the southern continent in half a month. Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. He was very confident in his speed. As his cultivation continued to improve, his dimensional shift had become more and more powerful. Although he couldn't unleash its true power before he mastered the dimensional force, this movement skill was still a profound skill, and it could greatly increase his speed. Once Zhou Xian broke through to the Combat King realm, he would be able to unleash the true power of the dimensional shift. Little Chinzi, the Nangong family isn't stable right now, so I won't be accompanying you back. Once everything here is settled, I'll immediately head to the eastern continent to find you. Nangong Wentian said. Alright, you better focus on your cultivation. Once everything in the eastern continent is settled, we'll head to the divine continent. Zhou Xian patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. Divine continent. Nangong Wentian's face lit up. That was a pure land located at the center of the Saint Origin realm, the biggest piece of land. It was a place that countless warriors dreamed of visiting. That's right, a man born in this world doesn't seek to live forever, but to shine brightly like a shooting star. There's a more beautiful world out there and we have no reason not to explore it. Our blood will never be extinguished. The Divine Continent is a place where true warriors gather, and a combat king warrior is nothing to us. Only by working hard will we be able to find a foothold there. Therefore, brother, work hard. Jiang Chen smiled at Nangong Wentian. After that, he turned into a trail of light and disappeared into the night. He had left and started his journey back to the southern continent. Blood, passion, Nangong Wentian don't lack it. Nangong Wentian murmured to himself. Looking at Jiang Chen disappearing into the night, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. He knew that at this moment he had finally set a goal for himself. Nangong Wentian stood under the full moon for a long time, before he turned around and went into seclusion to cultivate. He was clear that with his cultivation and talent he might be considered a genius in the southern continent, but in the divine continent he was nothing. Jiang Chen was on his way back to the eastern continent. He couldn't stop worrying about the situation in the eastern continent, as there were too many enemies there. The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect wouldn't let this go easily. He could only hope that nothing bad would happen while he was away. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't worry about the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect at all. These two superpowers were at most on par with the Nangong family, and with Jiang Chen's current strength he could easily destroy them. What worried Jiang Chen the most was the Martial Saint dynasty. It was a true colossus. Eastern continent, within a special courtyard located in the center of the Martial Palace, two powerful energies suddenly appeared. They turned into two beams of light that illuminated the night sky. Not long after, the beams of light disappeared and two men walked out from their rooms. One of them wore blue clothes, had white hair and had a handsome face. He was none other than Han Yen. The other man looked majestic and had golden fur all over his body. He was none other than De Huang Dog. At this moment the man and the dog's aura were extremely powerful. They looked at each other and laughed out loud. Brother Yen, De Huang, congratulations on breaking through to the combat soul realm. Yen Qinyu walked out from her room after sensing the powerful energies. When she saw Han Yen and De Huang Dog breaking through to the combat soul realm at the same time, a joyful expression emerged on her face. You broke through at the same time as this guy. De Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. A few days ago, De Huang Dog suddenly felt sleepy, so he immediately went back to his room to sleep. He never expected that he would break through to the combat soul realm at the same time as Han Yen, who was still in secluded cultivation. This was indeed something worth celebrating. More of Gu Tianma's bloodline has awakened in my body. After breaking through to the combat soul realm, I feel extremely powerful. Even a mid-combat soul warrior won't be a match for me. Han Yan's white hair was fluttering in the wind, and his face was filled with confidence. The strength of Gu Tianma's bloodline was similar to De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline, and the further he progressed, the more frightening he would become. Daddy too. Furthermore, after breaking through to the combat soul realm, Daddy has also awakened an extremely frightening innate ability, Kaka. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Abnormal. Han Yen couldn't help but glare at De Huang Dog. For some unknown reason he felt this dog's laughter was extremely perverted. He had no idea what kind of innate ability this damn dog had awakened, but he was sure it was something extremely frightening. Little Chinzi has been gone for half a month and I have no idea when he'll be back. Han Yen said. He went to the southern continent and I don't think he'll be back anytime soon. Oh right, Xiaoyu, did that dog shit crown prince come to bother you again? De Huang Dog looked at Yen Qinyu and asked. Hearing the word crown prince, Yen Qinyu immediately furrowed her brows, and a disgusted expression emerged on her face. What crown prince? Han Yen was startled, then he asked. The crown prince of the Martial Saint dynasty, the son of the imperial emperor. That bastard likes Xiaoyu and he's been bothering me every day. Damn it. De Huang Dog cursed. He really hated this crown prince. The crown prince comes every day and he just came this morning. But I think his patience is running out. Yen Qinyu said with a frown. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. Han Yen furrowed his brows as well. Although they didn't have to worry about the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect's revenge with Wu Jiao's help, the crown prince was no ordinary man. Although Han Yen had never met the Crown Prince before, with the Crown Prince's status and perspective, he would definitely try his best to get the woman he liked. Why don't we just leave the martial palace? Yan Qingyu said. She really hated the Crown Prince. Since the first time the Crown Prince came with Wuxia, he had been coming every single day. Where can we go if we leave the martial palace? The entire eastern continent belongs to the martial Saint dynasty, and it's going to be very difficult for us to escape from the Crown Prince's eyes. Besides, if we leave the martial palace, we'll have to face the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sects' relentless pursuit. Han Yen said. Martial Saint dynasty, the 10th Emperor's mansion. Is that Jiang Qin really not in the martial palace anymore? Shangguan Xing asked. That's right. The Crown Prince has been coming to the martial palace to harass Yan Qingyu every single day, and he hasn't seen Jiang Qin even once. With Jiang Qin's temper, he didn't even kneel down in front of the emperor. If the Crown Prince went to harass his woman, I'm afraid he would have already shown up. Wuxia said. That guy has left the martial palace and it's very dangerous to let him leave our sight. This guy has extraordinary talent and he's improving at an incredible speed. If we let him continue growing, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. We have to find a way to lure him out. Tiangang Yi said in a cold tone. But we don't even know where he is right now. How are we going to lure him out? The 10th Emperor furrowed his brows. Don't worry, just wait. The Crown Prince has lost his patience with Yan Qingyu, and I'm guessing he's going to use some tricks. Chapter 420. The next day early in the morning. In the deepest part of the martial Saint dynasty, in the Imperial Emperor's palace, the Crown Prince arrived early in the morning. My son, why are you here so early in the morning? Is there anything urgent? The Imperial Emperor asked. He was quite pleased with his son. Being able to reach such a high cultivation at such a young age, it was highly possible that his son would surpass the Imperial Emperor in the future. Father, I'm here to ask a favor. The Crown Prince bowed toward the Imperial Emperor. Oh, is there anything you can't handle in the martial Saint dynasty? Tell me about it. The Imperial Emperor was surprised. With the Crown Prince's identity and status, there was nothing he couldn't handle in the entire martial Saint dynasty, or even the entire eastern continent. Father, I've fallen in love with a girl recently. The Crown Prince went straight to the point. Being able to fall in love with a girl is a blessing that my son earned in his past life. The Imperial Emperor didn't feel surprised at all. No one knew his son better than his own father, and he knew his son's hobbies and problems very well. In the Imperial Emperor's eyes, being lustful wasn't a bad thing as it was a man's nature. Besides, the Crown Prince was going to be the Emperor's man in the future, so it was normal for him to have a harem. Father, this girl is from the martial palace and she's under the 9th Emperor's special protection. If I take her by force, I'm afraid I'll offend the 9th Emperor. Therefore I have no choice but to ask Father for help. The Crown Prince said. His patience toward Yan Qingyu had run out. He had been visiting the martial palace every day to please Yan Qingyu, but she had ignored him and even showed him disgust. This made the Crown Prince feel frustrated, and at the same time he was filled with resentment. He had never suffered such a setback in his life, but the more difficult a girl was, the more it would arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Therefore the Crown Prince didn't want to wait any longer. He just wanted to get his hands on Yan Qingyu as soon as possible. It's the 9th Emperor again. The Imperial Emperor furrowed his brows. Whenever the 9th Emperor's name was mentioned, he would have an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Especially when the 9th Emperor was opposing him, the feeling would become stronger. Father, the 9th Emperor thinks that he has done a great job, and he's so arrogant that he doesn't even put you in his eyes. This is really damaging to your dignity. You should know that you're the true ruler of the martial Saint dynasty, the true ruler. Don't tell me you still have to listen to that Wuxia? The Crown Prince said gloomily. The Crown Prince's words were like a sharp thorn poking into the Imperial Emperor's heart, causing his expression to change and a cold light to shoot out from his eyes. Good, my son, I will immediately issue an imperial edict to grant you and that woman a grand wedding. The Imperial Emperor said. With a flip of his palm, a silk cloth glowing with a golden light appeared in front of his face. With a wave of his hand, An imperial decree was written on the silk cloth, and he handed it over to the crown prince. "Thank you, father." A wild joy immediately emerged on the crown prince's face. The reason why he didn't try to snatch Xianxia was because he didn't want to get into a conflict with Wuxia. Now that he had the imperial emperor's imperial decree, he could do whatever he wanted. With the imperial emperor's decree, who would dare to go against it? At noon, 5 or 6 powerful figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial palace, startling many people in the martial palace, including Xianxia and the others. Many people raised their heads to look at the sky, and when they saw the identity of these people, their expressions immediately changed. This group of masters must have some reason to come to the martial palace. Someone said in a low voice. 6 men appeared in the sky. One of them was a graceful and elegant man, and the one leading the group was none other than Prince Wukong. The rest of them were the 7th Emperor, the 10th Emperor, the Shangguan clan's family chief Shangguan Xing, the Myriad Sword sect chief Tiangang Yi, and a highly respected late combat soul elder from the Myriad Sword sect. Any one of these men could easily cause an entire region to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. Wu Tsong's face was filled with a warm smile. With a flip of his palm, a golden imperial edict appeared in his hand. After that, Wu Tsong shouted towards Yan Qinyu's direction, "The imperial edict has arrived." Yan Qinyu received the imperial edict. Wu Tsong's voice was extremely loud and everyone in the martial palace could hear it clearly. "That's the imperial emperor's imperial decree." The imperial emperor actually issued an imperial decree to Yan Qinyu. I wonder what's going on? Yan Qinyu is Jiang Chen's woman. I don't think she has anything to do with the imperial emperor. Who knows? All these men have grudges with Jiang Chen. I don't think it's anything good. Many people were shocked by what they saw. The imperial emperor was a high and mighty figure, and even if he wanted to do something he would only do it with a verbal order. It was very rare for him to issue an imperial decree directly. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu, Han Yan, and a Huang dog all had a bad feeling about this. What's going on? Right at this moment a loud shout was heard. A muscular Wu Jiao flew out from the martial palace and hovered in the sky, standing opposite of Wu Tsong and the others. "The imperial decree has been issued by the imperial emperor. Uncle Jiao, aren't you going to show your respect when you see the imperial decree?" Wu Tsong held the imperial decree in his hand and said to Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao furrowed his brows and stared at the imperial decree. With his eyesight he could easily tell that this was the real imperial decree, and it couldn't be imitated. Wu Jiao bowed toward the imperial decree and asked, "Why did the imperial emperor issue an imperial decree to Yan Qinyu?" "Of course it's something great. The crown prince has taken a liking to Miss Yan Qinyu, and the imperial emperor has issued an imperial decree to arrange the marriage between Yan Qinyu and the crown prince in 3 days at the crown prince's palace." "Uncle Jiu, this is something great. It's the dream of countless women under the heavens." Wu Tsong was laughing so hard that his eyes couldn't even be seen. Although he was congratulating Yan Qinyu, his attitude was filled with pride. "What?" Wu Jiao cried out in shock. At the same time, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's expressions changed dramatically as well. "Motherfucker." Han Yan couldn't help but curse out loud. He didn't expect this to happen. Now that the imperial emperor had personally issued an imperial decree, things had become extremely tricky. Perhaps even the 9th emperor wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Right at this moment, Yu Zihan, Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan, who were in secluded cultivation, walked into the courtyard from another courtyard. All 3 of them had heard the imperial decree, and their faces were filled with anger. "Damn it! Why is this happening?" Yu Zihan clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it! Asking little Yu to marry that dog shit crown prince is bullshit. Worst comes to worst, we'll just have to fight." Han Yan's white hair fluttered in the wind. Asking Yan Qinyu to marry the crown prince? Not only Yan Qinyu wouldn't agree to it, Han Yan himself would never agree to it. No way. Who does that crown prince think he is? How can he be worthy of little Yu? Yu Zihan was a hot-tempered man, and Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan were also filled with righteous indignation. However, all of them knew that this wasn't going to be an easy task. Yan Qinyu's face was filled with a gloomy expression and she didn't say anything. In the sky, Wu Tsong looked at Yan Qinyu and said with a smile on his face, "Young Lady Yan, hurry up and accept the imperial decree. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, will be here to pick you up in a moment. Becoming the Crown Prince's concubine is a great honor, and young Lady Yan, you have to cherish it." "No way." Before Yan Qinyu could say anything, Wu Jiu was the first to speak. "Old Jiu, are you going to defy the imperial decree?" The 7th Emperor Leng Leng said. "I said no, so no. Yan Qinyu is already a married woman and she and Jiang Chen are already married. How can she marry the Crown Prince?" Wu Jiu said. He didn't know if Yan Qinyu and Jiang Chen were already married, but it was impossible for Yan Qinyu to marry the Crown Prince. Jiang Chen's anger wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Even if that's the case, so what? As long as His Royal Highness likes it, it's fine. Wu Tsong said with a smile. "I said no, so no. Tell the Crown Prince to give up and hand over the imperial decree." With a sway of his body, Wu Jiu suddenly appeared in front of Wu Kong. He reached out his hand and snatched the imperial decree from Wu Kong. Wu Tsong was so frightened that he quickly hid behind the 10th Emperor. "Old Jiu, what are you doing? How dare you try to snatch the imperial decree?" The 10th Emperor shouted. "Let alone the imperial decree, even if the imperial emperor came here himself, there's no room for negotiation." Wu Jiu was extremely domineering. He exerted his strength and tore the imperial decree into pieces. Wu Jiu was a man with a true heart. Ever since Jiang Chen saved him from the poisonous miasma space, Jiang Chen, his brother, had become the most important person in his life. He owed Jiang Chen his life, and at this critical moment he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to give up his life. Wu Jiu knew how important Yan Qinyu was to Jiang Chen. If anything happened to Yan Qinyu while Jiang Chen wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to answer to Jiang Chen. "Presumptuous. Wu Jiu, how dare you tear the imperial decree? This is a crime punishable by death." The 7th Emperor unleashed his energy and shouted at Wu Jiu. At the same time, many people were shocked. Tearing the imperial decree with one's own hands was something that had never happened before. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, perhaps Wu Jiu was the only one who could do such a thing. This was a crime punishable by death. "Lord Jiu is truly a man with a true heart, I like it." Yu Zihan had nothing but admiration for Wu Jiu. "It's over." De Huang Dog let out a sigh and shook his head. Jiang Chen had told him about the Martial Saint dynasty. Although Wu Jiu had a noble status, the imperial emperor had long held a grudge against him. Obviously, the imperial emperor wanted to show Wu Jiu his power by issuing the imperial decree this time, letting Wu Jiu know that he was the ruler of the Martial Saint dynasty, and that his dignity couldn't be violated. However, not only had Wu Jiu disobeyed the imperial decree, he had even torn it in front of everyone. This was equal to slapping the imperial emperor's face in front of everyone, and it gave the imperial emperor an excuse to punish Wu Jiu. "I'm going to see the imperial emperor." Wu Jiu coldly harumphed and prepared to fly toward the Martial Saint dynasty. "There's no need." Right at this moment, another figure came from afar. This man was handsome and had a majestic appearance. He was wearing a golden robe, and behind him were dozens of golden guards in golden armors. He was none other than the Crown Prince. "Wu Jiu, you've torn the imperial decree, showing no respect to the imperial emperor. That's a crime punishable by death. As the Crown Prince, I'm going to arrest you in front of everyone." The Crown Prince's voice was extremely powerful. Chapter 421. The Crown Prince was extremely domineering, and he had appeared at the perfect time as if he had planned everything in advance. This was clearly a trap for Wu Jiu. The Crown Prince was a smart man. He knew what the imperial emperor was thinking. All he needed was an excuse to get rid of Wu Jiu. Tearing the imperial decree with one's own hands was a serious crime. Even the 9th Emperor would die a few times for this. "You dare arrest me? I'm going to see the imperial emperor." Wu Jiu didn't show any fear. He had never been afraid of anything in his life. He had promised Jiang Chen that he would protect the people around him, and if anything bad happened to Yan Qinyu, he would be too ashamed to face Jiang Chen. "You want to see father?" "Sure, but I'll tie you up and bring you to him." "Men, arrest Wu Jiu." The Crown Prince shouted out loudly. "Understood." Over 20 golden guards surrounded Wu Jiu in a circle. At the same time, the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor Shangguanxing Tiangeng Yi, and the late combat soul warrior from the Myriad Sword sect had also joined the battle, completely surrounding Wuxia. Bastard, how dare you attack me? Wuxia was furious. Old Jiu, just surrender. You've torn the imperial decree with your own hands and disregarded the imperial emperor's face. This is a crime punishable by death. We're just following the crown prince's orders. We're going to bring you to the imperial emperor to confess. The 7th emperor said. He couldn't help but sneer. What should we do now? This is getting serious. Guan Yiyun had a serious expression on his face, and so did the others. None of them had expected that the situation would develop so quickly, and that it had come to this. Can't you tell? That imperial decree was given to Lord Jiu. If the imperial emperor wanted to marry him, he could have just given a verbal order. There was no need for him to give an imperial decree. Jiang Qin is right, the imperial emperor can't accept Lord Jiu in his heart. Everything that happened today is a trap, and Lord Jiu is a man who values friendship, and he has a deep relationship with Jiang Qin. He will definitely fall into this trap. Sigh. De Huang Dog let out a long sigh. Everything that happened today was unavoidable. What should we do now? Don't tell me we're just going to watch as Lord Jiu is taken away by them? Yu Zihan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. All of them couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If it wasn't for them, Wu Jiu wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only Lord Jiu, even we will be in danger. The Shangguan clan Myriad Sword sect and Wu Tsong are obviously using the crown prince to kill us. Han Yan's face darkened. At this point in time, everything was clear. Last time, the imperial emperor had sent Jiang Qin to Mount Origin to mend the dimensional crack, but he didn't manage to kill Jiang Qin. Therefore, those enemies wouldn't let it go so easily. That was why the imperial emperor had lured the crown prince here. Let me see who dares to touch me. Up in the sky, Wu Jiu, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a calm expression on his face. His energy was still as powerful as ever, and a frightening aura was being unleashed from his body. His cultivation had reached the peak combat soul realm, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the combat king realm. Humph. I'll capture you myself. Wu Jiu, if you surrender now, I'll spare your life and wait for my father's punishment. If you dare resist, I'll kill you on the spot. The crown prince coldly harumphed. A golden halberd appeared in his hand, and he looked extremely mighty. As the #1 genius of the martial Saint dynasty, he wasn't afraid of Wu Jiu at all. Wait. A clear voice sounded out. After that, Yan Qinyu arrived in the sky like a fairy in white. I agree to marry you, but the condition is that you release Lord Jiu. Yan Qinyu said. What? Hearing this, Wu Jiu, Han Yan, and the others cried out in shock at the same time. They stared at Yan Qinyu with shock in their eyes. No, I don't agree. Wu Jiu said with a stern voice. He knew that Yan Qinyu was doing this to save him, but he could never let her return to her original form, which would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. If that happened, even if he managed to save his own life, he wouldn't be able to see Jiang Qin again. Will you come back? If worst comes to worst, I'll just fight them. Han Yan's body was filled with demonic energy. His white hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a demon king. He had no choice but to fight them. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't just give up. That's right. Who does that crown prince think he is? How dare he set his eyes on little Yu? Yu Zihan's eyes had turned red as well. Guan Yiyun and Tianishan were ready to fight as well. Jiang Qin had saved their lives, and now that Yan Qinyu was in trouble, they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. De Huang Dog was the only one who remained calm. He knew Yan Qinyu's feelings for Jiang Qin too well. He would rather believe that Yan Qinyu would die than marry someone else other than Jiang Qin. Besides, Yan Qinyu was no longer a young girl who had just started her cultivation. After experiencing life and death situations, she had gone through a tremendous transformation. She must have her own plan for coming out at this moment. Up in the sky, when the crown prince heard that Yan Qinyu had agreed to marry him, a look of extreme joy emerged on his face. Right now, the only thing he cared about was Yan Qinyu's attitude towards him. Miss Yan, are you serious? The crown prince looked at Yan Qinyu. That's right. I agree to marry you, and you promised to let the 9th emperor go. Yan Qinyu said. Bastard. Wu Jiu was completely enraged. He unleashed his energy and prepared to attack Shangguanxing, who was the closest to him. Stop! Yan Qinyu shouted coldly, Ninth Emperor, this is my own business. Who I marry has nothing to do with you. Yan Qinyu's words were extremely cold. After saying that, she immediately used her divine sense to communicate with Wu Jiu, Han Yan and the others. Ninth Emperor, Brother Yan De Huang, I'll leave with the Crown Prince. After I leave, you guys should find a way to escape from this place. Don't worry about me, I have my own ways to escape. Just like what De Huang had said, Yan Qinyu was no longer the ignorant girl who had just started her cultivation. After following Jiang Chen for such a long time, she had learned how to remain calm. Looking at the current situation, if she didn't stand out, Wu Jiu would be killed and they would be killed as well. The Crown Prince had come prepared and he wouldn't let any of them go. Furthermore, Wu Jiu had torn the imperial decree impulsively, giving the Crown Prince an excuse to deal with Wu Jiu. Therefore, Yan Qinyu had no choice but to pretend that she had agreed to marry the Crown Prince, giving the others enough time to leave. Hearing what Yan Qinyu said, Wu Jiu finally calmed down from his furious state. Only now did he realize the consequences of his impulsive actions. He wasn't the only one who had implicated Jiang Chen. He had also implicated those brothers who Jiang Chen regarded as his own life. In the end, Wu Jiu shook his head helplessly. He wouldn't leave the martial Saint dynasty, but he had to buy some time for Han Yan and the others. All right, I promise you. The Crown Prince kept his golden halberd and looked at Yan Qinyu with a smile on his face. As long as he could marry Yan Qinyu, he wouldn't pursue Wu Jiu for the time being. After all, Wu Jiu wouldn't be able to escape and he would have plenty of chances to do so in the future. Crown Prince, Wu Jiu tore the imperial decree. This is a crime punishable by death. The 7th Emperor looked at the Crown Prince. 7th Imperial Uncle, I'll report Wu Jiu's crime to my father. Today is my wedding day, so all of you can leave now. The Crown Prince waved his hand, and the Golden Guards immediately retreated from the encirclement. As the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince was their direct superior. Therefore they had to obey his orders unconditionally. The 7th Emperor and the others retreated as well. Although they weren't satisfied with the fact that they couldn't punish Wu Jiu today, they weren't idiots. They knew that they couldn't spoil the Crown Prince's mood. After all, Wu Jiu had already committed the crime of tearing the imperial decree, and he would be punished sooner or later. Miss Yan, now you can follow me to the Crown Prince's palace, right? The Crown Prince looked at Yan Qinyu and revealed a smile that he thought was extremely gentle. Yan Qinyu nodded and walked to the Crown Prince's side. The Crown Prince reached out his arm and was about to put his arm around Yan Qinyu's waist, but Yan Qinyu sensed it and moved aside. Your Highness, I've already promised to marry you. Before I marry you, please respect me. Alright, I was being too reckless. The Crown Prince hurriedly smiled apologetically, but in his heart he was cursing. However, he liked a conservative and pure woman like Yan Qinyu the most. The harder it was to touch her, the more his heart itched. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. After all, there are only 3 days left. After you marry me, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson. The Crown Prince thought to himself. He was already imagining how he would teach Yan Qinyu a lesson. Go. Yan Qinyu said. The Crown Prince hurriedly walked to Yan Qinyu's side. The two of them flew up into the sky, followed by the Golden Guards. Seeing this, Yan Qinyu stopped and said with a frown, I want to be alone with the Crown Prince. You can leave now. Hearing this, the Golden Guards immediately looked at the Crown Prince. They had always listened to the Crown Prince's orders. Didn't you hear, Miss Yan? The two of us want to be alone, why are you following us? The Crown Prince scolded the Golden Guards. The Golden Guards bowed to him, then they flew in another direction. The Crown Prince didn't mind Yan Qinyu's actions at all. Yan Qinyu was just an early combat soul girl, and even if she had wings, she wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Crown Prince, let's go. After saying that, the two of them turned into 2 trails of light and disappeared from the scene. Wu Jiu's face darkened as he looked at the 2 disappearing women. He turned to the 7th Emperor and the others and shouted, Get lost. Old Jiu, what are you being so arrogant for? Tearing the imperial decree with your own hands is a capital offense. Sooner or later, you'll be punished by the imperial emperor. The 7th Emperor coldly harumphed. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart with my own hands just like I did to the imperial decree? Wuxia said with a vicious tone. He was like a lion that was on the verge of going berserk and could go berserk at any moment. Let's go. Chapter 422. Outside the martial palace, the 7th emperor and the others were laughing out loud as they continued their journey. Today was a great day for them. 9th brother is finished this time. He has always been arrogant, thinking that just because he helped the emperor in the past he could offend the emperor. Little did he know that he had violated the emperor's taboo. By tearing the imperial decree, he has given the emperor an excuse to get rid of 9th brother. The 10th emperor said with a complacent expression. Even after what happened today, that Xianxia still hasn't shown up. It looks like Xianxia is really not in the martial palace. This man is extremely dangerous and we must lure him out. We can't give him the chance to grow any further. Zheng Guanxing said. Don't worry. No matter how terrifying that Xianxia is, he can't possibly fight the martial Saint dynasty. The main character this time is the Crown Prince. And if Xianxia fights the Crown Prince, he'll be fighting the entire martial Saint dynasty. The 7th emperor said. His tone was filled with disdain toward Xianxia. No matter what, we must spread the news about Yan Qinyu and the Crown Prince luring Xianxia out. Only by killing a genius like him can we be at ease. Otherwise, if he hides for another 10 years, he might even break through to the Combat King realm. At that point of time, even the martial Saint dynasty won't be able to capture him. Tianganyi said. Dad Sect Chief is right. This Xianxia is indeed an extremely dangerous man, and we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Wu Tsong's eyes flickered. He had personally experienced how terrifying Xianxia was. Although he was his enemy, he had to admit that if Xianxia was given enough time to grow, it would be like nurturing a tiger and the consequences would be dire. In the martial palace, after Wu Jie returned, he immediately woke up Wu Lang, who was in secluded cultivation, and gathered with the others. When Wu Lang found out about everything that had happened during this period of time, his expression instantly changed. How could this be? Wu Lang almost cried out in shock. He never thought that so many things would happen during his secluded cultivation, and today, everyone's lives were in danger. Lang, there's a back door at the back of the martial palace. All of you leave from there immediately. Go as far as you can and don't show yourself before Xianxia returns. Wu Jie said in a serious tone. Lord Jie, what about you? Han Yan asked. I can't leave. I'd like to see if His Majesty will really deal with me like what Brother Xianxia said. Wu Jie said. As a matter of fact, he was already aware of the recent events. He recalled the advice that Xianxia had once given him. He didn't expect that Xianxia's advice would actually come true. Lord Jie, don't be so naive. The imperial decree that was announced recently was a trap set for you. The imperial emperor will definitely deal with you as you have offended his dignity. Han Yan said. That's right, Dad. Let's leave together. After all, we don't have anything to worry about in the martial Saint dynasty anymore. Since the emperor has treated us like this, what's there to hesitate about? Wu Lang advised as well. Although Wu Jie was the current 9th emperor, he only had one wife and one son in his life. Wu Lang's mother had passed away a long time ago, and both father and son had been living in the martial palace. They didn't even have a mansion in the martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, even if they left, they wouldn't have any worries. Lord Jie, let's leave together. Xianyi, who stood aside, said. You guys are being too naive. We still don't know if little you can escape, and I will definitely not leave. Furthermore, if all of us leave, the imperial emperor will definitely issue an order to hunt us down. I can still be of great use if I stay. Furthermore, I don't believe the imperial emperor will really deal with me. Wu Jie said. Even now, he still hadn't given up on the brotherhood he had with the imperial emperor. Dad, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Wu Lang's expression changed. Leave with Han Yan and the others. If something unexpected happens, I will still have a bloodline. Wu Jie glared at Wu Lang. Lord Jie, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Even if I have to die, I want to die with you. Therefore don't tell me to leave. Xianyi said with a relaxed expression, showing his determination to follow Wu Jie. Wu Jie looked at Xianyi, and after some time he let out a sigh and said, Sigh. Xianyi, it's really hard for you to follow me. Wu Jie heavily patted Xianyi's shoulder. He knew how loyal Xianyi was to him. Even if he tried to drive him away, he would not be able to do so. Wujiu had been imprisoned in purgatory for 10 years, and Xianyi had guarded purgatory for 10 years. Wujiu would never forget this friendship. In Wujiu's heart, Xianyi was no longer his subordinate but his brother. Han Yan and Big Yellow both let out a long sigh. They knew Wujiu would never leave and it was useless to try and persuade him. But they had to leave. If not, Yan Qinyu's heroic act of risking her life would go to waste. In the end, Han Yan and the others stepped into a secret tunnel and left the martial palace. Although Wu Lang was unwilling, he had no choice but to follow. Outside of Mount Wufu, it was a desolate place, just like the mood of these people. "We're out, but where are we going?" Yu Zihan asked in a sullen tone. "Let's find a hidden place to hide first and keep an eye on the situation," De Huang Dog suggested. "I wonder how little Yu is going to escape. The crown prince is not easy to deal with," Han Yan said worriedly. "You guys leave this place first, I'll go check it out." After saying that, De Huang Dog's body swayed and disappeared. "Ayan, will De Huang be in danger?" Guan Yiyun was worried. "Don't worry, that dog is very smart. It won't be easy to kill him." Han Yan was very confident in De Huang. This dog was too smart, and in this world there weren't many people who could kill De Huang Dog. On the other side, on the way from the Martial Palace to the Martial Saint Dynasty, they were passing by a mountain range. Yan Qinyu, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly slowed down and fell behind the crown prince. A trace of coldness flashed in Yan Qinyu's eyes. Without any hesitation, she unleashed an ice sword, thrusting it toward the crown prince's back. As if the crown prince had sensed something, he turned around and punched the ice sword, shattering it into pieces. "How dare you sneak attack me?" Anger immediately emerged on the crown prince's face. "Too bad I couldn't kill you." Yan Qinyu wore a cold expression. Although she possessed the 9 meridians and was able to defeat a mid-combat soul warrior with her early combat soul cultivation base, she was no match for the crown prince. Furthermore, the crown prince was a late combat soul warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. Only a monster like Jiang Chen, who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, would be able to defeat the crown prince. "Fine, Yan Qinyu, I like you so much, but how dare you lie to me and attack me? Looks like I can't be nice to you anymore." The crown prince changed his expression. He wore a cold smile on his face as he walked toward Yan Qinyu. "Humph." Yan Qinyu coldly harumphed. She waved her sleeves and unleashed dozens of ice swords toward the crown prince. "I didn't expect you to have a unique physique, I like you even more now. Too bad you're too weak and you can't pose any threat to me. In front of me, you're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." The crown prince stuck out his tongue with a smile on his face. After that, he casually unleashed a bright beam, shattering all of Yan Qinyu's ice swords. "Bitch, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you right here and now." The crown prince revealed his true form as he walked toward Yan Qinyu. Swoosh. Suddenly, an extremely strong wind swept toward the crown prince's back. The crown prince's expression changed, as this wind was much stronger than Yan Qinyu's attack. Without any hesitation, the crown prince turned around and saw a 30-meter-tall gigantic monster punching toward him with its gigantic fist. The crown prince didn't dare underestimate this monster, because he had noticed that not only did this monster have a strange appearance, its aura was incredibly powerful as well. It was a late combat soul warrior. However, the crown princess was an expert amongst experts after all. Her reactions were extremely fast and she suddenly punched out. The punch was extremely powerful, shooting out with boundless light. It fused with a powerful battle skill and collided head-on with the monster's huge fist. Rumble. Even the air was trembling. That gigantic monster was the Ice Demon King released by Yan Qinyu. Tap tap tap. The Ice Demon King was knocked back dozens of steps before it could regain its balance. Although it was a formidable monster, it was no match for the crown prince, who was also a combat soul warrior. Swoosh! Right when the Ice Demon King was knocked back, Yan Qinyu's attack arrived from behind. She unleashed her ice energy, which transformed into a sharp sword and pierced toward the crown prince's body. Buzz! The crown prince swung his arm and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. He casually turned around and swung it, shattering Yan Qinyu's attack. Roar! The Ice Demon King didn't give the crown prince any more chances to hurt Yan Qinyu. It once again dashed toward the crown prince with incredible speed. "Yan Qinyu, I didn't expect you to have such a monstrous helper," No wonder you dared to attack me. However, if you think this is all you can rely on, you're too naive. I'll let you witness my true abilities. I'll kill this monster first, then I'll deal with you later. The Crown Prince unleashed his energy. The golden halberd in his hand shone brightly, and it pierced through the Ice Demon King's head in the blink of an eye. The Ice Demon King only had brute strength, but it didn't know how to use any combat skills. Therefore it was no match for the Crown Prince at all. Of course, the Ice Demon King had its own incredible ability. It couldn't be killed. Especially when it was with Xianxia, it was almost immortal. Bang! The halberd pierced through the Ice Demon King's head. A powerful force burst out from the halberd, instantly shattering the Ice Demon King's body. So weak. The Crown Prince mocked. After that he turned around and looked at Xianxia. So this is what you're relying on? Too weak. Is that so? Look behind you. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 423. It didn't matter if Xianxia was just fooling him or not, the powerful attack coming from his back was real. It forced the Crown Prince to turn around, and what he saw immediately shocked him. What he saw was a gigantic creature made entirely out of ice, and just like before, it was attacking him at an incredible speed. What? The Crown Prince cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had killed this monster with his golden halberd just now, but this monster had just reappeared in front of him in perfect condition. Even with the Crown Prince's extraordinary knowledge and experience, he had never seen such a bizarre monster before. The Ice Demon King let out a loud roar and threw itself at the Crown Prince like an ice mountain. It was fighting with no fear of death. Ice prison trap. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't let go of this opportunity to attack together with the Ice Demon King. She immediately unleashed a white mist, which instantly turned into an ice prison that covered the Crown Prince from top to bottom. You guys don't have what it takes to fight me. The Crown Prince was extremely furious. The golden halberd once again appeared in his hand. The sharp halberd instantly destroyed Xianxia's ice prison. The ice prison unleashed by Xianxia was extremely frightening, and even a mid-combat soul warrior would be trapped by it. However, the Crown Prince was too strong and Xianxia was no match for him. She could only interfere with the Crown Prince's attack, and the Ice Demon King was the real main force in this battle. Xianxia was the Crown Prince's opponent. Although the Ice Demon King wasn't a match for the Crown Prince, it was an existence that couldn't be killed. If it couldn't be killed, it would definitely affect the Crown Prince's mind, and it would continuously consume his combat strength. The Crown Prince was incredibly powerful. He swung his golden sword horizontally and sliced the Ice Demon King in half, killing it on the spot. However, in the next moment, another intact Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked exactly the same as before. Even the aura it released was exactly the same as before, and it didn't seem to have weakened at all. Damn it, what the fuck? The Crown Prince couldn't help but curse out loud. Anyone who encountered a monster like this would definitely curse out loud. No matter how strong one was, what could one do when facing an existence that couldn't be killed? Rumble. Right after the Ice Demon King appeared, it was instantly killed by the Crown Prince with the golden halberd. But what was even more insane was that the Ice Demon King's ability to resurrect itself was simply too powerful, as it could resurrect almost instantly. Even after being killed by the Crown Prince more than a dozen times, the Ice Demon King was still as ferocious as ever. It was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Damn it! The Crown Prince clenched his teeth in anger. He had a feeling that he was about to go crazy. He suddenly had a feeling that even if this monster just stood there and let him kill it, he wouldn't have the ability to kill it. After all, when the Ice Demon King was near the Black Ice Talisman, its ability to hide and resurrect was absolutely terrifying. Not everyone knew the Great Soul Derivation skill, and not everyone was a reincarnated almighty being like Zhou Xian. In the following period of time, Xianxia and the Ice Demon King kept attacking the Crown Prince. The more the Crown Prince fought, the more depressed he became. In the end, he started screaming out loud as his mind was in a mess. It was all because of his anger. Damn it, what can I do when facing such an abnormal monster? Facing the joint attack of Xianxia and the Ice Demon King, the Crown Prince's best option was to kill Xianxia first, then continue fighting with the Ice Demon King. But of course the Crown Prince didn't want to kill Yan Qinyu. This was the woman he had been trying to get his hands on, and he hadn't even touched her yet, so how could he just kill her? As for the Crown Prince, who was distracted by the Ice Demon King's immortal body, he had forgotten that he could still capture Yan Qinyu and use her to threaten the Ice Demon King. For him, capturing Yan Qinyu was still an easy task. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince's mind was in a mess right now. All he could think about was fighting the Ice Demon King and killing it. He didn't have the time to think about other strategies. What he didn't know was that if the battle continued like this, he would be the one at a disadvantage. No matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would eventually run out of energy, and that was exactly what Yan Qinyu wanted. Right at this moment, none of the three people in the middle of the battle noticed that a De Huang dog had appeared not far away from them. He was sneakily sneaking around with a malicious smile on his face. Jejia, little Yu is getting more and more sinister. She actually tricked the Crown Prince into coming to this damned place to fight. But that monster is really powerful. I can't believe it can't be killed. It's even scarier than the 9-life crystal beast in Inferno Hell. I really wonder how little Qinzi managed to subdue this big guy. De Huang dog murmured to himself. He had been here for a while and he had clearly seen the battle between Yan Qinyu, the Crown Prince, and the Ice Demon King. However, he hadn't done anything yet. This dog was a smart man. He didn't attack because it wasn't the best time yet. De Huang dog knew that he had just broken through to the combat soul realm, and his combat strength was at most equal to Yan Qinyu's. Therefore, even if he attacked the Crown Prince, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Arg! Suddenly, the Crown Prince, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, let out a loud roar. He once again shattered the Ice Demon King with his golden halberd, and at the same time knocked Yan Qinyu dozens of meters away. Here's my chance. From afar, De Huang dog's eyes lit up. A pair of wings of light emerged from his back, and he dashed toward the Crown Prince with lightning speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. The Crown Prince was already panicking, and he didn't expect that a De Huang dog would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Also, De Huang dog was extremely fast, so when the Crown Prince discovered this uninvited guest, all he saw was a perfectly round dog's butt. He could clearly see that the butt that was covered in golden fur was intentionally shaking toward him. In the next moment, the Crown Prince felt that the dog's butt was much bigger than before. After that, he heard a disgusting voice. Invincible De Huang ecstatic fart. Before the Crown Prince could finish his words, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded out from the perfectly round dog's butt. It was extremely loud, and it was even louder than a thunderclap. It could even be described as earth-shattering. Rumble. Just this sound alone was enough to deafen people. However, what was truly terrifying was definitely not this sound, but the massive green air that instantly rushed out from the dog's butt. That's right, it was green. Or rather, it was just a fart. The green air shot out like a cannonball and then exploded, turning into a massive green fog. Without any deviation, it just happened to envelop the Crown Prince. Everything happened too quickly and it was too shocking. The Crown Prince, who was already panicking, didn't even have the chance to react before he was hit. With the Crown Prince's strength, if he was at his peak, he might still be able to dodge it. However, it was a pity that De Huang dog had already seized the opportunity and wouldn't give the Crown Prince any time to react. Hence, ugh, fuck, it's so smelly. I'll fuck you, ugh. The Crown Prince had completely gone crazy. He didn't even have the slightest bit of his image as a Crown Prince. He immediately vomited crazily, and he didn't forget to curse loudly. The Crown Prince tried his best to dodge, but the green air was like a tarsal bone. Wherever the Crown Prince went, it would follow. He couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Wakaka. De Huang dog turned around, threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. This master dog's ecstasy fart is delicious, right? Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows. Even though she was standing far away from the Crown Prince, she could still smell the foul stench coming from the Crown Prince. Not only was this dog's fart stinky, it also had a fishy smell. It was simply invincible, and it wasn't difficult to imagine what kind of torture the Crown Prince was going through right now. Puppy dog, you. Yan Qinyu was speechless as well. Only now did she remember that after De Huang dog broke through to the combat soul realm, he had awakened an extremely powerful innate skill. At that time she felt that De Huang Dog's tone was a bit obscene, but now she realized that this invincible skill could no longer be described as obscene. Invincible De Huang ecstasy fart. Just the name alone was enough to make anyone faint. Just by looking at the crown prince being tortured, one could easily imagine how powerful this fart was. It was truly a must-have skill for disgusting people. Bastard. I'm the crown prince. I'm going to kill you. The crown prince felt like he was going crazy. He never knew that there was something in this world that could unleash such a heaven-defying fart. Arg. Finally, the crown prince couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed all his strength and finally managed to force Jiang Chen's green energy out of his body. However, he wasn't in a good condition right now. His eyes had turned red and he was gasping for breath. Go, don't give him any chance to react. De Huang Dog shouted out loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the Ice Demon King had already arrived in front of the Crown Prince, and its gigantic fist smashed onto the Crown Prince's chest. Crack. Right at this moment, the Crown Prince had just unleashed his energy to deal with De Huang Dog's fart, so he was completely defenseless. Therefore, he had to face the Ice Demon King's powerful attack head-on. How could he possibly withstand it? The Ice Demon King's attack instantly caused him to vomit blood, and his body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Swoosh. Yan Qinyu was closing in on the Crown Prince. In her hand, an ice sword completely condensed from ice beams appeared, and she immediately slashed it toward the Crown Prince's crotch. Slash. Arg. The sharp ice sword slashed across the Crown Prince's crotch. The Crown Prince felt a cold sensation coming from his crotch and then something fell off from his crotch. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing his pants red. The Crown Prince seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. That was the most important part of a man, and if it was cut off, even if he had a heaven-defying pill, he wouldn't be able to grow it back. A boundless fear and pain came from his crotch, causing the Crown Prince to instantly fall into a state of madness. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. He knew that he had been crippled. This was something that no man could accept, and it had actually happened to him, the Crown Prince. How was he going to live after this? Let's just kill him. Yan Qinyu said. Don't kill him, spare his life first. Lord Jiu is still in the martial palace, and if we kill the Crown Prince, the Imperial Emperor might go berserk, and the first one to suffer would be Wuxia. His current condition is worse than death. De Huang Dog said. Chapter 424. At the edge of the southern continent, a white-clothed figure was flying across the sky like a bolt of lightning. This white figure was none other than Jiang Qin, who was rushing to the eastern continent from the southern continent. Jiang Qin, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. This kind of anxiety was exactly the same as when he killed the blood devils in Yellowstone. A bad premonition emerged in Jiang Qin's heart. Damn it, this is so annoying. I hope nothing bad will happen to me. Jiang Qin cursed. He unleashed the dimensional shift to its limit, increasing his speed once again. It would take him at least half a month to reach the eastern continent, and that was under the condition that he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Traveling like this was extremely boring. Therefore, Jiang Qin simply took out the third fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Every time I fuse a fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, its power will increase dramatically. Now that I've obtained 3 fragments, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the Divine Continent to find the remaining 4 fragments. Now that I've fused all 3 fragments together, the Heavenly Saint Sword will immediately possess the power of a king weapon, and I'll be able to fight an ordinary king weapon. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He was very confident in his Heavenly Saint Sword. Furthermore, after obtaining the 3rd fragment, he would be able to use the 9 solar energies to produce 9 solar holy water at any time. This was a huge fortune. The Heavenly Saint Sword's material was extremely hard, and it was no doubt very difficult to fuse with it. However, it was different for Jiang Qin. He was the Heavenly Saint Sword's master, and his origin was connected to it. Furthermore, apart from the true dragon flame in his body, he also had the Heavenly Lightning Flame, which was the purest form of Yang. When these 2 flames fused together, its power would be unimaginable. With the help of these two flames and the great soul derivation skill, fusing with the heavenly saint sword was a piece of cake. While Xianxia was fusing with the heavenly saint sword while traveling, the martial saint dynasty was in an uproar. Inside the martial saint palace, with a grim expression, the imperial emperor stared at the crown prince who was lying on the ground. Right now the crown prince was in a coma. Having his genitals cut off was a fatal injury for any man. Even though the crown prince was a late combat soul warrior, he still couldn't withstand the pain. Coupled with the humiliation and hatred he felt, it was normal for him to faint on the spot. Inside the palace, dozens of emperors Shangguanxing and Tiangang were all present. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. They weren't idiots, they knew that the imperial emperor was currently in a state of rage. Although he didn't show it, they knew that they couldn't afford to offend him. "Tell me who did it." The imperial emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze anyone who heard it. The pressure of a combat king warrior was unleashed from his body, causing everyone to feel as if they were suffocating. This was the gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior that couldn't be crossed. This was the pressure unleashed by a true superior. The imperial emperor was furious. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Castrating the crown prince was something that had never happened in the entire history of the martial saint dynasty. The current crown prince, the heir to the throne, had been castrated by someone. Not only was the crown prince castrated, it was a direct slap to the imperial emperor's face. This was a provocation to the entire martial saint dynasty. Putting all this aside, the crown prince was the imperial emperor's son, the son he was most proud of. If not, he wouldn't have chosen him to be the crown prince. His own son had been castrated, and as a father, it wasn't hard to imagine how angry he would be. Plop, a late combat soul golden guard knelt down onto the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Imperial Emperor, when I found the crown prince, he was still conscious. It was Yan Qinyu who did it." "Isn't that Yan Qinyu only an early combat soul warrior? How could she possibly hurt the crown prince?" The imperial emperor's voice became louder. "I don't know." The crown prince only said a few words before he fainted. The golden guard told the truth. "Imperial Emperor, this is a blasphemous act, we can't let him off easily." The seventh emperor took a step forward and said with a loud voice, "Imperial Emperor, Wuxia is related to all of this." Today the crown prince went to the martial palace to issue the imperial decree, but Wuxia tore the imperial decree in front of everyone, showing no respect for the imperial emperor. That Yan Qinyu colluded with Wuxia and attacked the crown prince. Perhaps Wuxia is related to the crown prince as well. I suggest the imperial emperor immediately issue a decree to capture Wuxia and kill all those who are related to Jiangchen, especially that Yan Qinyu. The 10th emperor said in an eerie manner. Shangguanxing and Tiangang who stood next to him didn't show any of their expressions, but deep down they were extremely happy. They never thought things would turn out like this. The crown prince had been castrated. With this, no one would be able to escape from the blame, as the imperial emperor would never let this matter go. This result was much better than what they had expected. "Wuxia, I've always treated you well, but you've betrayed me." The imperial emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After that he said to the crowd with a loud voice, "Pass down my order, head to the martial palace and capture Wuxia as well as all those who are related to Yan Qinyu. Capture them all. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot." "Yes, Imperial Emperor." The crowd cupped their fists toward the Imperial Emperor, then walked out of the martial saint palace. This time all the emperors, including the late combat soul golden guard, were dispatched. Obviously the Imperial Emperor was serious this time. After everyone left, the Imperial Emperor stared at the crown prince who was lying on the ground. A strong killing intent emerged from his body. "Whoever dares to touch the crown prince, none of you will be able to live." The martial palace. It was already dusk, and the storm that happened during noon had yet to settle down. The entire martial palace was still in a state of turmoil, and everyone was talking about what had happened. Everyone in the martial palace knew that the palace chief was doomed. The martial palace belonged to the martial saint dynasty, not an individual. Therefore, although Wuxia was the palace chief, everything in the martial palace was still under the martial saint dynasty's control. In other words, All the geniuses here were prepared for the martial Saint dynasty, and it didn't really matter who the palace chief was. Furthermore, Wuxia had disappeared for 10 years, so there weren't many people who were loyal to him in the martial palace. As for those geniuses from the younger generation, all of them were looking forward to joining the ranks of the Golden Guards one day. Wuxia's life and death had nothing to do with them. The crime of tearing the imperial decree was too serious. Even if the crown prince spared Wuxia's life, the imperial emperor wouldn't let him go. Deep within the martial palace, Wuxia and Xianxia were standing side by side, as if they were waiting for something. Of course, they had no idea that the crown prince had been castrated. Xianxia, do you think the imperial emperor will punish me? Wuxia asked. In fact, in his mind he had always treated the imperial emperor as his brother, just like how he was willing to give up the spot to enter the island of ice for his brother. Xianxia shook his head and didn't say anything. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Xianxia wasn't an idiot, he believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Furthermore, as the imperial emperor, he wouldn't want his life to be marked by someone else. I'll wait here and see how the imperial emperor will punish me. A smile emerged on Wuxia's face. I wonder if little Yu has escaped from danger. Don't worry, little Yu isn't a reckless person. I'm sure she has a way to escape from danger. Xianxia said. Right after Xianxia's words left his mouth, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras came from afar, and soon they arrived above the martial palace. All of these men were furious and their auras were extremely powerful. All of them were late combat soul warriors, especially those middle-aged men who wore golden robes. Each of them was a man at the top of the martial Saint dynasty, and no matter if it was their status or identity, no one could compare with them. They were all emperors, the brothers of the current emperor, and they possessed a supreme status. Seeing this, Wuxia's body flickered as he flew towards those newcomers. Xianxia followed closely behind him. However, Xianxia's heart had already sunk. He had never imagined that such a scene would appear. Moreover, these people seemed to harbor malicious intentions. The imperial emperor has ordered us to capture Wuxia. An emperor who looked to be in his 50s immediately shouted out when he saw Wuxia. Swoosh. Right after this emperor's words left his mouth, the other men immediately attacked. In an instant, Jiang Chen, Wuxia and Xianxia were surrounded by them and they were about to attack. Wait. Wuxia remained calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Is this the imperial emperor's order? Of course. Wuxia, you've committed a heinous crime and the imperial emperor won't forgive you. This time the imperial emperor has ordered us to capture you. The seventh emperor said with a loud voice. Good. You don't have to do anything, I'll surrender myself. Wuxia let out a loud laugh. His laughter was filled with desolation and sorrow. Wuxia, this is the best decision you can make. Let me ask you, where are Yan Qinyu and her accomplices? The 10th emperor asked. I'm the one who tore the imperial decree, it has nothing to do with them. Wuxia said. Nothing to do with them? Are you kidding me? Looks like you still don't know what happened. Let me tell you now that Yan Qinyu attacked the crown prince with an extremely brutal method, and she directly cut off the crown prince's root. Right now the crown prince is unconscious, lying in the martial Saint Palace. Not only is this incident related to them, many more people will be implicated as well. Let me tell you, this is a crime worthy of having their entire family executed. Would you hand them over now? The 7th emperor said. What? Wuxia and Xianxia cried out at the same time. They finally understood why the imperial emperor was so angry, and why he sent so many great warriors to the martial palace to capture the crown prince. It was because the crown prince had been castrated by Yan Qinyu. The muscles on Wuxia and Xianxia's faces couldn't help but twitch. Who would have thought that Yan Qinyu would be so decisive? She directly cut Yan Qinyu's body. But the most important thing was, how did she do it? Chapter 425. This little girl is too impulsive, the consequences are going to be really serious. Wuxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lord Jiu, do you still want to protect the dynasty? In fact, even if little Yu didn't hurt the crown prince, I'm afraid this outcome would still be unavoidable. The imperial emperor wants to kill you, and if the crown prince can't get his hands on Yan Qinyu, he will definitely lose his temper. The 7th Emperor, the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword sect are all targeting Jiang Chen, and no one will be able to escape from this. Therefore I think even if Yan Qinyu kills the crown prince the consequences will still be the same. All of this is within Jiang Chen's expectations, it's just that it came too soon. Xianyi said with a sigh. Although he was from the martial saint dynasty he didn't work for them. He would only follow Wujiu for the rest of his life, and now that the imperial emperor wanted to kill Wujiu, his impression of the martial saint dynasty had fallen to the bottom. Wujiu, stop wasting time. Hurry up and hand over all the people related to this matter. Also, bring your son Wu Lang to the martial saint palace and await the imperial emperor's punishment. The 10th emperor said with a loud voice. They have all left. Now the only person you want in the martial palace is me. Wujiu said. There was still no fear on his face. What? Escaped? The 3rd emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted. Search every corner of the martial palace and find them. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. The 7th emperor coldly harumphed. Just as his voice faded, Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi had already dashed towards the martial palace, while the other emperors also headed in different directions. They couldn't just rely on Shangguan Sheng's words to say that there was no one here. Seeing this, Wujiu finally felt that Yan Qinyu's decision at noon was a wise one. She had given Han Yan and the others enough time to escape. If not, none of them would be able to escape. Wujiu had an indifferent expression on his face. With Han Yan and the others' abilities, they would have long escaped. It was impossible for these people to find them in the martial palace. For these late combat soul warriors, it wouldn't take them too long to search through the entire martial palace. Not long after that, the few of them returned. Judging from their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. They really escaped. Shangguan Xing said. Humph. Every land under the heavens belongs to the martial saint dynasty. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, they will still be in the martial saint dynasty's territory. There's no way they can escape. Let's go, we'll bring Wujiu back first. The 3rd emperor coldly harumphed. The group brought Wujiu and Xianyi and flew toward the martial saint dynasty. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? The crown prince was castrated by Yan Qinyu? Is this true? Since it came from the mouths of the emperors, it can't be wrong. I really didn't expect that this Yan Qinyu, who looks so gentle and weak on the surface, could actually be so vicious. The most important thing is, how did she do it? The crown prince is the commander of the Golden Guards and he is a late combat soul warrior. With Yan Qinyu's strength, even if she sneaked up on him, there's no way she could have done it. This is really strange. Palace Master is done for this time. Something big happened to the crown prince. The imperial emperor will definitely be furious, and everyone related to Jiang Chen will be dragged into this. This is too scary. Luckily I'm not related to them. Martial Saint Palace. When Wujiu was brought here, the crown prince had already woken up. He was sitting on a rattan chair nearby. Although he still had a painful expression on his face, he looked like he had recovered a lot. After all, the crown prince was a late combat soul warrior, and although he had become a eunuch, his recovery speed was still much faster than ordinary men. Most of the reason why he fainted was because he was humiliated. Even now, the crown prince still couldn't accept the fact that he had been castrated. Feeling the pain coming from his crotch, he kept roaring and gnashing his teeth. His eyes had turned red, and when he saw Wujiu, he even wished he could stand up and bite him. Looking at the crown prince's miserable condition, even Wujiu was shocked. No man could endure such an injury, let alone the crown prince. Imperial Emperor, we've brought Wujiu here, but all the others have escaped. The 3rd emperor said. Imperial Emperor, I'm sure old Jiu arranged this beforehand, that's why he gave them time to escape. The 7th emperor said in a vicious manner. We must capture that bitch Yan Qinyu. I'm going to skin her alive. The crown prince was extremely agitated. Unknowingly, his voice had become sharp and he no longer had the manliness of a man. As if he could sense the change in his voice, the crown prince couldn't help but tremble. This was a humiliation, the biggest humiliation a man could ever experience. Old Jiu, you've really disappointed me. The Imperial Emperor stared at Wujiu and said in a cold voice. Imperial Emperor, how are you going to punish me? Wujiu asked. Tearing the imperial decree, colluding with the enemy to harm the crown prince, Each of these crimes is punishable by death. But I won't kill you now, I'll lock you up in the heavenly prison first, and I'll deal with those who deserve to die the most. The imperial emperor said. Being thrown into the heavenly prison seemed to be the lightest punishment. Wuxia could clearly sense the killing intent in the imperial emperor's eyes, and he knew that the imperial emperor was going to take his life sooner or later. Pass down my order, throw Wuxia into the heavenly prison, then issue a wanted order to look for Yan Qinyu and the others. Anyone who has anything to do with Yan Qinyu, kill them all on the spot including their families. Word by word the imperial emperor passed down his order. Upon hearing this, both Wuxia and Xianxia's expressions changed dramatically. They never expected the imperial emperor to be so cruel. Imperial emperor, I'm the one who did all of this. If you want me to die, please execute me now. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Wuxia hurriedly said. What a joke. Implicating 9 generations? This would implicate too many people, and anyone who was related to Yan Qinyu and Zhangchen would be implicated as well. This didn't just involve one person, it involved 9 generations. Once this order was passed down, the Black Sect would be the first to suffer, and even the Jiang family, Yan family, and everyone who had anything to do with them on the other side of Mount Origin would be implicated. What's more, people like Yu Zihan and Guan Yiyun, their entire families would be implicated as well. This was simply too frightening, there were too many people who would be implicated, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll remember your death first. The imperial emperor glared at Wuxia, then he turned to the people in the palace and said, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother, 10th brother, Shangguan Xing, Tiangang Yi, I'll leave this matter to you. Anyone who has anything to do with this, kill them all on the spot including their families. The imperial emperor had never been so angry before. Perhaps even Yan Qinyu didn't expect her castrating the crown prince would bring such a serious consequence. Wuxia and Xianyi staggered and they felt dizzy. However, they had no ability to do anything about it. The imperial emperor's words were like gold and jade, and with just a few words he could kill many people. Blood would flow like a river, and it was hard to imagine how crazy Zhangchen would be when he came back and found out what had happened. Yes, imperial emperor. All the emperors accepted the order and cupped their fists toward the imperial emperor. Imperial emperor, I don't think this is appropriate. Tiangang said. The imperial emperor furrowed his brows. He was in a terrible mood at the moment as Tiangang doubted his words. Imperial emperor, please calm down. That Yan Qinyu has committed such a heinous crime, and it's a given that her entire family will be killed. However, imperial emperor has forgotten one person, and that is Zhangchen. Tiangang quickly said. Zhangchen. The imperial emperor's eyes trembled. Only now did he remember that mysterious young man in white. That's right, it's Zhangchen. This young man has an extraordinary talent, and I've never seen anyone like him before. All those who were killed are related to Zhangchen. Now that Zhangchen has disappeared, I think it's better not to kill them for the time being. Instead, we'll control all of them and lure Zhangchen out, then we'll kill them all at once. If we kill all of them, Zhangchen will definitely be furious, and if he hides for 8 to 10 years and comes back to take revenge after he's strong enough in his cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be a disaster for the entire martial saint dynasty. Shangguan Xing said. The one they were worried about the most was Zhangchen. Hearing what Shangguan Xing and Tiangang said, Wuxia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't kill all of them, they would still have a chance. When Zhangchen came back, he would definitely find a way to save them. He had a lot of confidence in Zhangchen. This little brother of his was an expert at creating miracles, and it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Zhangchen would definitely not let a tragedy happen. The imperial emperor furrowed his brows. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't even think about it. But this Zhangchen was someone he had to take seriously. He had witnessed Zhangchen's incredible strength with his own eyes. He was able to seal the dimensional crack with just a divine core cultivation base, and this was something he had never seen before. A young man who was only 16 or 17 years old, and he had broken through to the peak divine core realm, and his combat strength was enough to kill a mid-combat soul warrior. Even the imperial emperor couldn't compare with Zhangchen when he was young. If they wanted to get rid of a genius like Zhangchen, they had to do it as soon as possible. Therefore, what Tiangang and Shangguan Xing said made sense. If they killed all of them right now, Zhangchen would definitely hide and wait for 8 to 10 years. When Jiang Chen's cultivation base reached the peak, perhaps the entire martial saint dynasty wouldn't be able to control such a monstrous genius. It was hard to say whether or not he would bring a disaster to the martial saint dynasty. As long as they didn't kill those important people, Jiang Chen would definitely show up once he received the news. At that point of time, they would be able to kill all of them in one fell swoop and they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Imperial Emperor, Clan Chief Shangguan and Sect Chief Tiangang are right. We need to think twice about this matter. That Jiang Chen is the most important person here. The 7th Emperor said. If that's the case, we'll do as you say. Imprison all the people and powers related to this, then spread the news and lure Jiang Chen out. The Imperial Emperor said after thinking for a while. Find that bitch Yan Chenyu and hand her over to me and that damn dog. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.